The scene that Chris saw replayed in his head again and again. Aaron's sword had gone through Leo's head from the top down. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but everyone at the scene heard the sound of the sword going right through his skull. And at that moment, everything inside him seemed to break. Arg! Chris screamed at the top of his lungs, and his whole body started to turn red as he activated the special soul weapon that was created by the members of Pure. He raised his hand and fired off the third stage chi after gathering it around his palm. Aaron quickly pulled the blade out of Leo's head, allowing his body to fall lifeless to the floor, and placed it away as she held the demon tier weapon. Holding it against her body and activating its ice proxies, she created a type of barrier. The large blast hit her and caused her to skid across the floor. Chris continued to gather out his chi as he was going to fire out the third stage through the air, aiming to at least hurt Aaron for now. If Leo could push her this far, then I can do something as well, Chris thought. At the same time, she had just had a fight, so surely she was more tired than him. However, before Chris could attack further, his hand was knocked up, and a heavy palm strike hit him right in the stomach, sending him across the floor and forcing him to fall to his knees to balance himself. There was a hand imprint left on his stomach, and Chris gasped for air. His red skin also started to fade as it went back to its usual color, something that Chris had never experienced before. What is this? The energy is draining from my body. Is it a type of technique? Of course, Zero would keep something to himself so that he can be in charge of everyone else. Will you listen to me? Zero shouted just then. I do not want to lose you as well. You will get us all killed. Aaron, having survived the attacks, looked at Leo one last time, and she also looked towards Silver. Unfortunately, due to Leo now being gone, the rising energy of the damper that was in her was starting to fade. It would be more difficult for her to face the other two and the vampire. This was why it was always best for her to kill the weaker vampires in a group first, only this time she had no choice. I will come back someday, Aaron declared and went to the edge of the platform. Someone else also appeared by her side, the young woman that Silver was fighting against. Silver was distracted due to the shock of Leo's death, and seeing the opportunity, the young woman avoided the attack and escaped. The two of them then jumped backwards off the platform and into the sea, only they hadn't gone into the sea and instead landed on top of a ship that was seen flying off into the distance far away. Rather than going to give chase after Aaron, instead, Silver had gone over to Leo's side. Leo! Leo! Silver shouted as she knelt down and brought his head into his lap. She looked at the blood pouring down his face and his whitened-out eyes. Images of the few meetings the two had together were flashing into her mind, and she began to rock back and forth, screaming at the top of her lungs. Why now? Why? These were the only words that she repeatedly said as she pulled Leo's head closer into a hug, and she cried in regret and mourning. Chris had managed to regain his breath back, but he was no longer filled with anger. Now that Aaron was gone, there was nothing he could do at this moment, and looking at both Silver and Leo like so, the immense pain he had ever felt in his heart before had appeared. He felt a heavy lump in his throat that he was finding incredibly hard to keep down. If I had just gone in earlier, if I had gone to help instead of thinking too much, Chris regretted his hesitation. Why am I so useless? Why didn't I help him? The sound of footsteps was coming toward him, and Chris could hear them as he looked up. I know why I hesitated, Chris said, furrowing his eyebrows. It was because of you. You were the one that stopped me. You stopped me from helping him. You said you cared about Leo. What bullshit was that then? You buying up this army, growing as strong as you could, and for what? You couldn't even protect the people you care about, and now you couldn't even protect Leo either. Lifting his hand, Zero slapped Chris right across the face. You have no idea, Zero said with a shaky voice, and when looking at him closely, that's when Chris noticed that Zero was also crying uncontrollably, tears down his entire face. You have no idea how I feel, so don't you dare go on and talk like you know everything. Every single person I have raised, I see them as my sons and daughters. I have stronger bonds with them even when compared to their real families, and the same goes for you as well. I could see Leo was already lost. But Chris, I couldn't lose you as well. If I lost you, then it would mean I have absolutely no one. No one left in this world. Being raised by Zero, Chris was always thankful to him and felt indebted. And because of that, he did everything that he was asked to, but even after years, he never felt the true family connection. It was only while spending time with Leo did he feel like he finally had a place and someone he could depend on. For the first time, seeing Zero break down in front of him like this, the connection between the two of them was felt. Eventually, Zero wiped away his tears and turned around away from Chris for a few seconds. It was almost as if he was trying to regain his composure, and when that was finally done, he turned around and went at eye level with Chris, pulling his shoulders in so the two of them were closer. I know you, Chris, you are kind-hearted. You are like me. That's why I chose you. You saw Leo like a brother to you, correct? Chris was too hurt to say anything. If he even spoke, then all of the emotions he was keeping welled up would come out, so he just nodded instead. Good. So listen to me, Zero said as he shook Chris. The two of us only have each other in this world now. We have to continue with the plan. Do you remember what I asked before? Do you recall what I told you? Chris shook his head because he wasn't really sure what part Zero was talking about. I have gathered the members of Pure again. We can change this world, so things like this never happen again. So there are people who don't have to experience the same pain that the two of us are feeling right now. High on emotions and sadness and not sure what to do. Chris just nodded along. Right now, he has nobody. The only two people he really knew his entire life were Zero and Leo. Now with Leo gone, he had no choice but to go back to the only other one that had cared about him. Lastly, this way his life would have some use, he could be useful to someone, and he could experience what life was like in a family. Just remember the goal, Chris, Zero said as he clenched his fists. Everything we are doing is for them. Everything we are doing is to get them back. And now Leo is just added on that list as well. By the time Chris finished recounting his story, the mood had turned heavy, and the others were left in a heavy silence. At first, some of them believed that the whole story was made up, an elaborate plan to fool them into believing that Chris truly wanted to go against Zero. However, as the story went on, it was harder and harder for Chris to even speak properly. His voice was shaken, his eyes were teary, and he had even passed a few moments. It was as if he was reliving those days all over again. Technically, for Kais, all of this had happened a long time ago, and yet he hadn't forgotten any of it. Not a single detail of what had transpired. At the same time, the others had gotten what they asked for, to find out the truth of what had happened between Aaron and Leo that day. Wah! A loud cry began coming from Minnie of all people. This is so sad. The pretty girl and the blind man were meant to get together. They finally told each other they liked each other. Minnie couldn't hold in her sadness, but what she said was true, and the others felt the same way. Fate had been utterly cruel to all three of them. For Peter, though, this had hurt him quite a bit. Emotions that he didn't think he had were starting to resurface inside of him. Aaron. Is this really the same Aaron as before? We did so much for her, and Leo did so much for her. So how the fuck could she be so heartless and do something like that? None of that story made any sense. Hearing Minnie cry, Lucia was also interested in one aspect of the story. What happened to Silver after Leo's death? Lucia asked. The story was like a TV drama series they were watching, but just like in a TV series, there were a lot of loose ends that they needed to find out about. I didn't join Zero straight away, Chris answered. My heart ached too much. I knew that whatever he needed me to do, I wasn't ready for it. I think he knew that as well and that I would seek him out when I felt better. Instead, I stayed with what was left of Leo and Silver. She stayed with Leo's lifeless body in her arms for an entire day. The other vampires that we were meant to be protecting had returned and showed their respects and needed someone to help them. I helped them, thinking that maybe that's what Leo would have wanted me to do. After connecting them back with the vampire soldiers and giving them safe passage, I returned, and Silver was still there like a statue, not having moved or eaten for a long time. In the end, I said that it would be best if we buried Leo to allow him to rest in peace, and she agreed. She said that there was often a planet, a shelter that Leo would talk about. One where he spent most of his time. A shelter that was privately funded by him for years and years to come, but if the two of them were to really get together and retire, she imagined it would have been there. It was a good place to pick, and I understood why Leo loved such a place when I reached there. It was so peaceful, with a calm river nearby the shelter. Even the people were cheerful. It was as if they were away from everything, all the conflict and trouble. After that, we both bid farewell to each other, and that was the last time I saw Silver. I have no clue where she went and how she is. I don't even know if she's even alive. By now, all the girls in the room had tears in their eyes. They couldn't even imagine what it was like to love someone so much that after losing them, they never wanted to leave their side. Not even for a second. Even in their death. I did not know this, Muka sighed. I actually know what happened to Silver later on. At the time, the vampire settlement was still active. We were struggling to function properly since we were unable to elect a leader, but things were still going okay. Silver had returned to the vampire settlement. She didn't say a word to anyone. Not to her brother, me, or any of the other leaders, and at the time had just gone into an eternal slumber. She chose that if she couldn't live with the man she loved, then there was no point in continuing her life anyway, Jessica mumbled. When someone loses someone dear to them, people react in different ways, Muka explained. Some let anger take over and go for revenge. Others try to replace that deep missing part of their heart, to try to heal the wounds, and others decide. Well, we know what happened to Silver. The group had learned the entire truth of the Aaron and Leo saga, and it seemed like what Chris had told Quinn had matched up. But there was something that didn't match up. Why did Aaron kill Leo? Peter blurted out loud. My head hurts every time I try to think about it. But why? It makes no sense. You are right, Jessica replied with her finger on her chin. From what you and Quinn have said, Aaron was Leo's student for a very long time. She was part of your group until the damper urges began to take her over. Yet, we learnt from the Dampiers that they have long since been able to control their urge to kill, and that was thanks to Aaron herself. Did she still have the urge back then? Could she not control it? Listening to this had propped up Chris to listen in more because he had never thought about this. Chris didn't know much about the relationship between Leo and Aaron. He had learnt a few things here and there from Leo but just assumed at some point they had become enemies for one reason or another. If you ask me, it seemed like she already had it under control, Chris answered. Although she was acting on emotion, it wasn't as if there was something in her body controlling her. Back then, I had a strong understanding of energies and chi, and although I never learned the ability Leo had, I learned to sense it. To me, the vibe and energy that she was giving off was pure anger. She truly seemed like she hated him from the comments after she killed him. For one reason or another, she has a deep hatred against vampires. Maybe something happened to her, Mitchell added. Between the time that she left Leo and met up with the two of you, there is a lot that could happen in that time, and the cause of it could have been a vampire. To build up hatred that strong? Peter replied back. I don't buy it. Maybe you guys don't understand. But the two of them were like father and daughter. Let's say a vampire killed a friend she made or something. That still wouldn't explain why she had acted in such a way if it wasn't the urge. The whole group was left at a standstill. They felt like they weren't in a better situation to understand Aaron compared to before. Either way, they would pass this information to Layla and see what she thought about the whole thing. Telling Quinn would be difficult as well because Peter knew that after hearing how Aaron had treated Leo, Quinn wouldn't care what happened and would take her out. Thank you for sharing your whole story with us, Muka said. But there is still one thing that doesn't make sense, and that is you. I can understand why you went back to Zero after all this time. But then why now, after all these years, have you decided to go against Zero? Clenching his fist, Chris gave an answer. Because right now, Zero is working with the one person I could never ever forgive. The reason why Zero isn't here is that he is working with Aaron to take down Green City. Everything that Chris said seemed more probable after hearing those words. Pure always had good relations with the Dampiers, and with the latter's forces incredibly weakened, they needed to hide behind someone's back, and without a doubt, Pure was a good option for them. At the same time, it explained why Zero wasn't currently on this base. And this also revealed a good reason why Chris wanted to betray Zero, because Aaron had beheaded the one person he had cared for. And now, she and Zero were working together even though the latter promised him revenge. However, despite all of this, it was still hard for Mukha to believe that they weren't walking into a trap, and she wanted to inquire about a few more important things. If you really wish to work with us, then you must answer the next few questions I will ask. Then, if I am satisfied with the replies, our group will agree to work with yours, she said. It was natural for her to doubt Chris, and the others were quite apprehensive against the latter as well. After a moment of thought, Chris nodded, indicating to her to fire away the questions she had in her mind. Where are Zero and Aaron as we speak? And what are they planning? A planet was discovered with multiple demon-tier beasts. It's impossible for many to even survive in such a place. Still, they plan to work together and bring back as many demon-tier crystals as possible, not only for themselves but also for those working under them. I hope I don't need to tell you what they plan to do with them, Chris answered. Mukha and Peter knew what Chris was talking about, and the others could tell from the story they heard. Depending on the demon-tier crystals, one could gain powerful demon-tier weapons. Not long ago, they had a first-hand experience of how strong Aaron's current demon-tier weapon was, and just the thought of her having more such gave all of them a headache. At the same time, if there were enough of those crystals, then Zero could arm all the high-ranking pure agents with the said weapons as well. What is Zero's true goal in all of this? You mentioned he talked about bringing the others back. Does that have something to do with all of this? Mukha asked. Chris didn't answer this question straight away. It made Mukha doubt that he might be trying to come up with a lie, but in the end, he gave the best possible answer he could. I don't know his ultimate goal, but I do know what he has recently done. He was focused on gaining as much energy as possible. So the slaves Pure has been buying. Zero was using his ability of chi drain on them to add the power to his own. He has continued to do this for years, and it's one of the other things he has done that I can't agree with. And he's not just after the lives of others. He also strongly desired to get his hands on the red heart because it would be a purer source of energy, like nest crystals. And I'll be honest, it seems like he is not following his own plan but rather someone else's, but I don't know any more about this. And the last part is just my own suspicion. I don't have any proof of that. This revelation came as a surprise to them. Zero was at the top of the food chain, so who would follow someone else's orders? Did the guy just go crazy over the last millennia? Or was it perhaps something else? When Mukha thought about it more, she came to one conclusion. He kept talking about bringing them back, right? And you said he's following someone's orders. So maybe whoever he listens to has promised to bring them back. Mukha said out loud. It was then that Chris's eyes lit up. He had been so close to Zero this whole time, yet the thought had never crossed his mind. It explained a lot of what he had heard and seen. Bring the dead back. But is that even possible? Jessica asked. It doesn't matter, Chris answered. All of Zero's feelings were true. It was all true when he said he cared for his students like they were sons or part of his family. So if someone told him they could bring them back, Zero would do anything, blinded by everything. What I'm wondering now, though, is what does this other person want? No one had an answer for that, so Mukha decided to continue with her questions. You have werewolf DNA inside you. Quinn confirmed that. The only people with werewolf DNA were the vampire settlement. I remember the DNA was stored in the lab. Does that mean Pure is the one that was behind the vampire settlement attack? Do they currently have the missing tombs? When asking this question, Mukha's voice contained frustration and rage because those tombs were very important to her and something she wanted to find out dearly. The old vampires, the originals who were still alive and their ancestors, needed to be respected. No, Chris answered. At least I don't think I know the answer. First, if Zero had the tombs, the only place he would keep them without worrying about them would be on this ship. However, I have never seen any tomb, and if you really wish, you can search this place from top to bottom for them. The reason why I'm saying I don't know, though, is because Zero was the one that had the DNA. Pure had come across some files that were originally shared with us. They had details about how to mix humans along with beasts. There were problems at first, but with the help of the Bree family's ability, we succeeded in creating mixes that we could control. In the end, we had somewhat perfected this technique. Zero was the one who found the werewolf DNA, although I have no clue from where. All I know is that it was not long after the initial contact with the Dampiers. There were some suspicions in Mukka's mind that the vampire settlement would have been attacked by them, but they weren't an established organization. They didn't even have a base of sorts because they were always on the move. Maybe that's why the tombs were spread all over the place? It just meant that for Mukka to get her answer, she would have to get it from Aaron herself. I promise you, my hatred for Zero grows as I think about everything he has done, Chris added. Zero used me as an experiment. He turned me into this but did no such thing himself. I fell for his act. I was a fool to believe his words when he said he cared about me, but actions speak louder than words. It just took me 1,000 years to realize it. The others felt quite sorry for Chris. They could realize, in some ways, as many of them in their own lives had felt like outcasts at one point in time. The only thing was many of them found each other and Quinn, while Chris had found Zero, who took him down the wrong path. Let's work with him, Minnie shouted with a big smile. I like him. He can be my big uncle or muscle uncle. Seeing Minnie act like this and say those words, a smile formed on Chris' face. All right, I have decided that we will work together. So the first thing I would ask is, what is your plan to stop Zero and Pure? Getting up from his seat, Chris walked past the table and to the other side of the room. The plan is quite simple. The Red Heart is still located here on this ship. We take it back. I think it's a lot safer in your hands than it is in his. Then the next part starts from here today and now. Destroy the lab, destroy the military facilities, and destroy everything that makes Pure a strong powerhouse. Right now, Zero is away, and the second strongest in Pure has decided to join your side. So what better time than now to cause some mayhem? The others looked at each other, remembering Logan's words, that this was meant to just be a meeting, that they weren't to cause any trouble. However, the situation was something none of them had expected, and in unexpected times, sometimes they just had to go with their gut. Let's destroy this ship, Peter smiled. Almost everyone who had come with Mukka felt their heart beating slightly faster than before. They wondered if they were really going to go through with it, and when Peter, Mukka and Chris began to prepare and discuss the plan, it seemed like it was the case. Previously they had taken a very cautious and defensive approach, however now, the representatives of the Green family would be the aggressors. Don't worry, if all works out well, then it will mean that Pure will have no forces to stand on, Chris explained. On top of that, I will become the big bad wolf. There will be no one to blame the Green family. I just need you guys to keep the heart and make sure Zero never gets his hands on it again. Chris walked up to the elevator door and was ready to push the button. The first place they would head to was the lab. What are you going to do? Peter asked. After this attack. As you said, the people will hate you. They will think you betrayed them. It also means if Logan wants to win the people's trust, they can't take you in either. Chris let out a big sigh and pressed the button. I've lived for too long anyway. Maybe I'll just rest after this. All of them entered the elevator as they had done before, and with Chris's handprint, he had access to take them straight to the lab. It was the only place where the others hadn't gone during their tour. The elevator moved fast, heading downward and quite deep towards the front of the ship. After a while, everyone heard a ding, and they stepped out of the lift, not wielding their weapons at first. The room they were in now was a giant lab full of several different pieces of equipment. What was also surprising to them were the giant containers that were in place. This reminds me of the vampire settlement, Mukka commented. This was because in those giant glass containers that Pure had, there were the half-breed humanized beasts that Pure had been making. They never did stop with their trials. Some looked more beast than human, while a few looked complete human but had hollowed eyes. All of them have been drugged, Chris explained. They probably don't even know where they are. This isn't something I wanted to show you, but it's the only way to get to the main lab. As they walked through, Mukka noted that the giant containers looked to hold about 100 people each, and there were 24 containers in total. Pure was experimenting on a lot of people, and she imagined each container was a different experiment. Sir, one person in a lab coat greeted Chris. He looked to be writing notes while inspecting one of the giant containers. "What are you doing here?" The man started to walk towards the group and soon realized who Chris was with. "Agent 1. Why have you brought the guests down to the facility?" Agent 4 stated under no circumstances were they to. The lab coat scientist's eyes suddenly started to turn white. It was as if they had rolled into the back of his head as he collapsed onto the floor and blood trickled out of his nose. "Is he dead?" Lucia asked. She didn't understand what had happened. The man was saying to them, and they didn't attack or take any action. But the next second he was suddenly on the floor, bleeding. "We can't allow them to raise an alarm. So if you want your people to live safely, we will have to take some drastic steps," Chris explained. "And trust me, these people in this lab aren't worth good people either." Being the top agent and the second in command, Chris had access to everywhere, at least almost everywhere. He continued to walk ahead and kept pressing his hand and opening door after door as the group went through different parts of the lab. Chris explained that the real action would begin once they got their hands on the Red Heart. They would destroy the rest of the lab, and considering the numbers in the group, Chris knew it wouldn't take much time. However, there was one door that Chris couldn't open. No matter how many times he placed his hand on the scanner, it wouldn't accept his handprint. Damn it! Looks like Agent 4 never trusted anyone with his research. The Red Heart has to be in here. Chris frowned. There's a change of plan. Everyone, let's split and head to the different parts of the lab. The second I destroy this door to get in, it will set off the alarm for the entire ship. So if there is one thing we need to do, it is to get rid of this lab. Listening to Chris, everyone had split up. The lab was larger and split by several doors, but it should be possible with numbers and their strength. However, there was one person who had decided to stay with Chris, and that was Mukka. "Everyone ready?" Mukka shouted. 1, 2, 3. Chris gathered his chi and blasted a punch right at the door. It was blown outward, instantly destroying the reinforced door with ease. At the same time, lightning bolts, vampire aura, bloodshots, and more were all used to destroy the servers, the terminals, and all the equipment that was being used in the room. Just like Chris said, alarms went off in the lab and throughout the entire ship, alerting all agents and the army that the lab was under attack. Agent 4's personal space was small compared to the rest of the rooms, but it had the top technology, one anyone would need to do their own research. Unfortunately, however, it looked nothing like the last time Chris was inside. "It's all gone." Chris was shocked. "Everything that was in here before, all of it is gone. None of the vampire armor and the Red Heart is here." A dreaded thought ran through Chris's mind at that point in time. What were they planning to do if Agent 4 took everything with him and went along with Zero? Why would they need the Red Heart? Did this mean they had gathered enough energy for whatever they had planned? Did Zero even tell me the truth? Are they really on that planet in search of demon-tier beasts? He wanted me to stay, so I couldn't stop him. The Pure Army was rushing to the lab, heading from all over places, and the drills that the Pure had practiced many times were coming into action. Most of the civilians stayed indoors or went to the pre-built shelters on the ship, which were reinforced areas designed for the people's safety. On the outside of the ship, in the open fresh air, Agent 17 coordinated the Pure Army to also be on the lookout for any attacks coming from the outside. While standing on the deck and out to the edge though, they suddenly noticed something strange going on in the sky. "Is that thunder? But isn't it sunny today?" Everyone stared at the sky in confusion. In the next second, a massive beam of white light shot out from the sky. It was tremendous and wide, far more expansive than the giant ship itself, and blasted into the ocean, causing huge waves around 100 meters to rise. They came out fiercely as if the ocean was angry and had hit the ship and pushed it onto its side. Everyone on board was being pushed, dangled, and chucked all over the place. The small fleet of vessels that would protect the larger ship was destroyed by the precious waves. Even Peter and the others had been knocked off their feet, sliding down, unsure what was happening. Chris jumped using the strength in his feet and slashed through all the metal of the ship. He easily made it to the top, only to see the large beam of white light hitting the ocean. What is going on? Chris wondered. The Mermerial race was a race that traversed multiple planets. However, all of the planets followed one leader, and news soon spread to all the other planets that the civil war that was going on between those known as the Predators and the old royal family had come to an end. However, there were stories that were being spread about the appearance of the Mermerial god known as Yongu, and how another god had made him bow down. How the Princess Wince had managed to get such a powerful god on her side. No one really knew, but that didn't stop rumors from being spread around. Some were bad, stating that Wince seduced him with her looks. Others thought that a deal was made that the Mermerial race would have to pay back in the future, while others were more tame. The name BB was being spread around, as the name was pronounced out of the god Yongu's mouth himself. A god that actually came when there were troubles to right the wrongs of the world. Are you sure that's his name, the god BB? I mean, that doesn't really sound very menacing, does it? The princess trusts him, and so should we. But at the end of the day, what does a name matter? Well, a name is spread far and wide. If a god has a fierce name, then they are more likely to respect him without having the need for him to fight. Imagine if we didn't know of this before, and someone said the god BB is coming to attack, people would just laugh. Although what you say is true, perhaps that is because we don't know his name. Menacing names are created, rather than given. I'm pretty sure the name of BB might be spread far and wide in the universe in the future. The main city that had been risen from the seafloor to the surface on a large block of ice had been kept floating on the water. The hydro stations that had been there had mostly been destroyed, and it would be a while until they were repaired. At the same time, the Princess Wince wanted a place where Quinn could visit the city whenever he wished. Since he had a fear of water, she believed this was the best thing to do. The city had mostly been rebuilt quite quickly. The Mermerials were a hard-working race, and the royal army that had been captured and treated as slaves, as well as items from the royal vault, had been used to rebuild the city. Currently, Quinn, Sil, Wince, Yanni and Yongu were all in the same room in the royal place. It was an office that was used to listen to the counselors and more. The Dalki had gone to stay with Nog for a while, on the request of Quinn. He stated that he might need his help, and at first it didn't look like Dogthu would accept, but he said that he would like to meet him before he left, so the two of them could talk a bit more. Dogthu, finding out that Quinn was some type of god, thought that it was certainly interesting. In the royal room, Yanni was standing behind Yongu silently, not saying a word. In fact, he hadn't spoken much at all since his defeat from the princess and his plan had failed. It was almost as if he didn't have permission to speak unless he was spoken to. The city has been rebuilt and reclaimed back thanks to your help, Quinn, and of course you as well, Yongu. You have helped out the people in these tough times. Wince explained. When looking at Yanni, she couldn't look at him longer than 3 seconds. She still had the image of one of the predators killing her dear sister. Honestly, she wanted to execute him on the spot, but she knew it was better to keep him alive, especially since Yongu was now working with them. I have called you all because Quinn, I know you will be leaving soon. Yongu has told me that the preparations to send you back to Earth has been completed, and as promised I wanted to give you an item from our royal vault. Wince suggested. Both Quinn and Sil looked at each other because they had a conversation before about what to ask for, and it was sure to be a tough ask. Holding up his hand, Quinn started to speak. There is no need to bring out the items. I only have 2 requests. When asking about these things, I want you to know that both of them you can decline. Do not accept just because I was the one that asked you. Out of all the items, we would like to have the trident. We understand that it originally belonged to your father, but it was a royal vault item, so we hope that is acceptable. There was a pause from Wince for a few seconds, and without saying anything she had left the room, making it awkward for the rest. A few moments later the spear was in her hand. Walking over, she didn't hand it to Quinn though, she had handed it to Sil instead. I accept your request, not just because I am indebted to you, but because I can tell. It tells me that it is better in your hands than mine. Wince smiled. Sil took the trident and placed it in his portal space, but of course he felt awkward. Before arriving, he and Quinn had talked about what to say. Sil had told Quinn that he really wanted the trident back, It was one of his favorite weapons, and Wince didn't know how to use half the functions and draw out its power like he did. Quinn had come up with a plan, but the real question was, would Syl have to tell the princess the truth, that he was the one that had killed her father? "Don't bring it up," was Quinn's answer. In her mind, she has avenged her father, beaten the one that had killed him. In a way, Yanni's life is in her hands. So telling her the truth will only upset her. Let her enjoy this moment. It was hard to say whether or not Syl agreed with it or not, but it was mainly because he would carry this burden with him, like many he had done during his years of traveling. In the end, he agreed to what Quinn had suggested because he didn't want to be selfish. There was such a sweet smile on Wince's face. "And what is the second request?" Wince asked. Quinn stood up from where he was, and for a second Yongu flinched, his hand moved and was shaking slightly. His tentacles that covered his face were shaking. "I would like to keep in contact with you and still be a part of all of this. One day, there might be a time when I need your help, maybe even something small as locating someone. In return, though, I will give you some of my power," Quinn said, looking at his hand. "Your power. The power of the god BB." Wince's eyes lit up, as she was excited more than anything. "Please, don't call me that," Quinn replied. "You can't BB." Yongu stood up, but immediately sat down and bowed his head. I would advise against you doing that, BB. I am assuming wish to make her a dedicated follower. If that is the case, then that means you will have someone that is not even in your territory. I am not the only god that governs this galaxy or solar system. Some might even think you are trying to spread your influence by creating dedicated followers everywhere. Quinn looked toward Yongu, which made him flinch again. Yongu found it hard to look into Quinn's eyes. "I assume you are the strongest god of this galaxy. Am I correct?" Quinn asked. Yongu nodded his head. "Then there won't be a problem. The Celestials can think what they want, but I have upset the balance in this place. The least I can do is take responsibility to help protect it. Of course, Yongu, you will be the first line of defense, correct?" "Of course," Yongu answered, hoping that a day like that would never have to come. "So what do you say?" Quinn asked. Immediately, the princess got down on one knee. "I accept to be your dedicated follower." Nervous and not wanting to say anything anymore, Yongu felt like he was in a difficult situation. He would try to keep this under wraps as much as possible, but if others found out about it, once again the celestial known as BB would be causing an uproar, one that would involve the ancient ones no matter what. Just like Quinn had done on the Amr planets, he wanted to do the same here for the Mermerial race. Although Quinn didn't believe it was his place to be involved in others' affairs, at the end of the day, he had already interfered. This game of gods was turning out to be a lot more complicated than he initially thought, and although Quinn still didn't have a set plan on how to protect Earth from these future threats, this was a start in his grand plan. Placing his hand out, he touched the top of Wince's head that was still bowed down. "The Amr race were able to take more celestial points than I thought. It might be the same here. The other races are naturally stronger compared to humans. The Amra had extraordinary bodies, and the Mermerials have the strong power to control water." The energy was being transferred into Wince, and she could feel tingles all over her body. It was incomparable to anything she had felt before, as the cells all over her body vibrated with excitement. Her face was starting to turn red as pleasure was now felt over her body. And finally Quinn had lifted his hand, as it was over. A mark started to appear on Wince's upper thigh on the outside. It was visible as she was wearing a sparkly blue dress with a slit where her legs were. "It's as I thought. The races can take a lot more celestial points," Quinn thought. "A dedicated follower has been created. Wince, 1,300 celestial points." Although Quinn could tell that Wince could take a few more celestial points here and there, he decided to stay on a nice round number. After creating quite a few dedicated followers, Quinn had learned the limits that people could take. It was almost like filling up a water bottle. He knew when it was close to the top, stopping just before it spilled over. "The power you have now is similar to the power that Yongu gave to the predators. What you have might be a bit different though, as I am also different from him. I don't know what powers you will have, but it would be best if you use it wisely. In fact, I would say only use it when you really need to. Wince smiled at this. She wanted to test her new powers but wouldn't do so in front of Quinn. She knew he was busy and must be anxious to leave this place, because after all, that was all that he had asked for this entire trip. She was happy that he was able to go home after this. Take this, Wince said, as she handed him over what looked like a shell. That was it. It didn't look special, and it certainly wasn't a beast weapon of any kind. This is a communication shell, and I have one as well. No matter where you are, the two of us will be able to communicate. This seemed handy to have, but it made Quinn wonder how it was even possible. Logan was unable to create such things with technology? Perhaps was it something similar to magic? It was clear that the Mermerials also didn't have any abilities other than controlling water. It just showed how vast the universe was and all of the powers that existed out there. Will you be leaving now? Wince asked. Not yet. There is one more thing that I need to do. Do you mind coming with me? Quinn asked. It was a strange request, but at this point, Wince was treating Quinn as her god, a person she needed to follow and comply with in order for her race to continue thriving. Quinn had claimed that it was a private matter. They had traveled by a strange pod-like ship that the Mermerials used to travel on the surface of the sea. Everyone was there, but when they had reached the beach, he had told the rest to stay there, while only the two of them walked to the city. What does Quinn want? Why is he walking me along the beach and asking just for the two of us? It couldn't be. Could he possibly be planning to? Wince's face started to turn bright red as she thought of the things Quinn might do. We are here, Quinn said, her hands covering her face, shaking her head from embarrassment. Wince had failed to see where they were at this moment and time. Lifting her head, she was left with her mouth wide open. But how? Wince's eyes were filled with tears in an instant. Her legs were shaking, and her vision was now blurry. The next moment, she started to run across the beach, and with all her strength she leapt up, crashing into the other person and pinning them on the ground. This is real, you're alive. But how? Wince asked as she was now on top of her sister Cyril. I'm so sorry, Cyril eventually replied, wiping her own tears away from her face. I'm so sorry I got involved with the predators. It was me, it was my decision. But I want you to know that I would never betray you. I would have never done anything to hurt any of the royal family, especially you big sis. It was hard for Cyril to speak, as she kept on gasping for air in between her words. But every word that was said was true. Embracing in a big hug, Wince wouldn't have even cared if she was under the control of the strange predators. I'm happy that the two of you are together, Quinn said, approaching. Standing right next to Cyril was Dogthu and Nog. The two of them were told to look after her by Quinn for the time being. Your sister. She has a lot to tell you, and I apologize in advance, but it was the only way I could save her, Quinn stated. I will leave you two together. Quinn walked off with Dogthu and Nog, allowing both Cyril and Wince to talk to each other and say their goodbyes. Because Quinn had turned Cyril into a new type of subspecies, he couldn't risk leaving her here. Cyril seemed to have understood, and her wish was to explain to her sister and say her goodbyes, and would now travel with Quinn from now on. The same mistakes that appeared on Earth couldn't be repeated here. Even if he had to break up a family, he would do so. I wanted to thank you for your help back there, Quinn said to the large Dalki. I know you don't know much, but our two races had a great war, but I had a Dalki friend. You remind me a lot of him. There are a lot of questions that I wanted to ask you. About whether there are more of you, how you got your powers, but I know that you won't be able to answer them. However, what I did want to say was, I hope that the two of us don't end up fighting in the future, like in the past. Dogthu smiled and turned around. Trust me, I don't want to fight someone like you. After seeing how much power you have, it would be a tough battle for us. Dogthu replied. There wasn't much for them to say after that, and Wince had returned after a long talk, around an hour worth. She then came over to Quinn, held his hand, and said thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Because of you, I have another chance to meet my sister again, and say thank you, Wince said. After that, it was finally time for them all to leave. Everyone had gathered on the beach. They were ready, and so was Yongu. Alright, first we need to enter my space, and then I will transport you to Earth. My transportation skills are quite poor and for some reason, I always end up in the sea. I'm afraid there is no other option. Wait! The sea! Quinn shouted. Before he could say anything else, Yongu activated his white space and it was time to transport everyone back. From the outside, an ample bright white light appeared in the shape of a large sphere, and it continued to enlarge until it had consumed Quinn, Syl, and Cyril as well. As soon as it reached them, all three suddenly disappeared, as if they were never there. At the same time, it looked like Yongu and Yanni had also disappeared, with an agreement to never return to this planet again, of course, unless they came as an ally. Good luck, my dear sister. I can only imagine the number of stories you will have to tell me when you return. Wince said with a big smile on her face while looking up at the sky. What will you two do now? You are free to stay here for as long as you like since you have also played a crucial part in helping us reclaim our planet. Wince turned to her side. You really believe that? Dogoth replied. Think back to what they did. Both of them. At any point in time, it felt like that guy named Syl could have defeated the strong predators of the planet. He also returned your previous King's Trident, which you used to defeat Yanni, but he could have used that himself as well. Their strength is beyond what they have revealed, and I think your god's reaction proved that. It was true, and thinking more about it, Wince came to believe the same. In fact, if Quinn wasn't afraid of water or Wince didn't insist on going to the vault, they could have solved the matter far earlier. However, whatever the reasons, this had allowed them and their planet to grow, as well as herself. With the power given to her by Quinn, she could now face the outside threats that Yanni was so scared off. That doesn't change the fact that both of you chose to help when you didn't need to. I was merely a passenger on the Marpo cruise. You did say it was for revenge, but the reason doesn't matter. You, and anyone from your cruise, are free to stay here whenever they wish. Wince declared. It was a nice offer, and Dogoth didn't say anything else. And soon, he and Nog prepared to leave via spaceship to head back. Once the ship left the planet and they entered space, looking at the water-covered planet, Dogoth was thinking about something. It would be better if the others never found out about this place. The two soon got in contact with the Marpo crews. They assumed that the repairs would be completed by now. As for what they would need to do, it was hard to say. If they could, they would love to just go back on the ship and do what they had been doing before, traveling the universe while stopping on board fights every now and again. That's when they received quite a shocking message. Headquarters wants you both back here as soon as possible. The voice on the other end said, several reports have come in from the other passengers and staff, but they want to speak to you two directly, since it has been said that you left with some passengers. Nog wanted to complain back, wondering why they cared so much. It wasn't like they had left with the attackers of the ship, but Dogoth gave the reply in the end. We will be there as soon as possible. It took quite a while for them to travel through the vast universe and, after about a week, to finally find a nearby cruise ship. They soon entered it and teleported themselves to the Marpo headquarters. The Marpo headquarters was located on a deserted planet. There were no signs of life here, not even beasts, but the planet was gigantic, around the same size as Jupiter in the solar system. Because of that, it was rich in minerals that could be used to build things reactively easily, like the giant cruise ships that flew from planet to planet. Those in its galaxy abandoned the planet due to the lack of life. And also because there was the reason why there was no such life in the first place. There was no water and no plants on this planet, meaning they would have to terraform the whole place to colonize this planet, and that was a long and arduous task. Yet, somehow, the owner of the Marpo cruise came out of nowhere and could do such a thing. Although it was a hard task to change the planet, it wasn't impossible if using resources from the nearby races and other planets. This was why it had come as such a shock to other civilizations, because one had succeeded in doing such a thing. It was as if someone had breathed life into the planet within one night, and now it was home to one of the most well-known companies in the universe. Exiting the teleporter, Dogoth and Nog found themselves in a station. It was not access to the public, but instead one that the engineers would use. It was a gigantic space, and the two couldn't even see the other end of this area. Around them, the mechanic staff were working on one of the large cruise ships. Some of them also looked like Nog and many who didn't. However, they all had one thing in common: a humanoid figure. Why couldn't they just set up the teleporter to take us to the main base? Nog asked, already getting tired of all the walking they would have to do to reach their destination. Because it's a risk and you know it. The enemies can kill the board members immediately if they get in there. Dogath replied as the two continued walking, looking for an exit. They continued to watch the surroundings and soon saw a large metal panel around 30 meters wide carried by a single person. However, a person wasn't the right word because this figure was just as large as Dogath and had a tail like him because he was also a Dalki. As they walked past, 3 spikes could be seen protruding out of the Dalki's back. That wasn't the only Dalki either. Moving around were a few more, spread far and in between, doing manual labor and building large spaceships that would be used for the cruise line. It wasn't a new sight for the two of them, so they weren't too bothered by it. After finding an exit, the pair went into a tunnel that pulled them through a see-through shuttle. It took them outside, where they could see the planet's surface. The entire place was now practically a jungle, a vast difference from how the planet originally was. All of the habitable areas were large enclosed facilities, just like the one they had come out from. This was to not disrupt the ongoing projects that were still going on throughout the planet, although the two didn't really know more details regarding this matter. Eventually, the shuttle took a sharp turn, and they were now heading to a building encased in a complete black hard material, the headquarters where the board members lived. The very top of the building was in the shape of a semicircle sticking out with a large glass that allowed one to overlook all of the giant buildings in place, and that was exactly where the two of them were heading. Nog was extremely nervous. As for Dogath, not so much since he had been here before. Inside the headquarters, all Nog could see were other Dalki, and with an elevator taking the two to the top floor, they were allowed to enter the large room. Upon stepping out, they noticed several things in the hall, but a large desk and a chair facing away from them at the very end, next to a window. They noticed a pair of legs touching the floor and deduced someone was sitting on it. At the same time, standing by the desk were 2 huge Dalki. I called you after we received an interesting report, but it seems the 2 of you were away during that time. Did you have fun? The male voice came from behind the chair. I forwarded the report, sir. You have always allowed captains to have a level of free will, and since these people were brave enough to attack the cruise ship, I thought I should teach them a lesson. Dogath answered. Very good. The man replied, although it was hard to judge his thoughts based on his voice. I hope this means the planet is destroyed and we should never have the same problem again. However, there was something else I heard as well, and I wish to confirm with you whether it was true or not. Is it true that there were 2 humans on board the ship? As you know, I have a great interest in it myself, so if there is anything at all that you could tell me about them, that would be certainly helpful, and please do remember that I can tell if you choose to lie. One of the Dalki began to walk forward, and a slight change in his eyes was seen. Seeing this, Dogath said everything about the humans that they had seen. I see. The man paused. And the name of this black-haired person? Do you remember it? I believe he was called Quinn, Dogath replied. H.M.? Quinn. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. But isn't he dead? Out in the middle of the vast ocean on Earth, a gigantic beam of white light suddenly hit the sea. It had caused gigantic waves to be pushed for hundreds and hundreds of miles. From a distance, it looked like someone had chucked a giant rock into a pond and ripples were being pushed out of it. Eventually, though, the giant white light started to fade. The power that it was emitting started to go away, and now falling through the sky, Quinn can see the sea in front of them. Quinn was moving his hands about rapidly as he could see the dark blue sea coming closer and closer to him. That damned god didn't even give me time to prepare myself. If I meet him again, I'm going to drown him in this water, Quinn shouted. Drown him? Syl replied, casually, just falling through the air. I don't think that would be possible with a god that is based on a fish. Wait, can fish drown? I'm sure they can't. While in the middle of his thoughts, Syl summoned his soul weapon and had selected a few abilities that would help him in the situation. He came to a halt midway in the air and quickly flew over and caught Cyril. Thanks, Cyril replied. But I would have been fine going into the water. Our bodies automatically transform when they become wet. Oh, so does that mean you want me to drop you then? Syl asked. Quickly, Cyril shook her head. Looking around and just from the smell of the water alone, she could tell this wasn't her planet. She was in a completely different place than before. Going into the sea, it felt a bit invasive for her. Panicking, Quinn had continued to fall. He then saw that Syl was flying, to which he decided to activate his demon tier equipment. He was able to save himself a few inches away from the sea. Damn. I think I just embarrassed myself a little. If I had just thought about it, I could have activated the wings in the first place. Someday, I'm going to have to get over my fear of the water. There looked to be no land nearby. And because of that, Syl slowly descended and created a little ice platform for them to stand on. It was a square sharp about the side of an average house. Looking around, none of them knew where they were. It was hard to tell just by seeing the sea. However, there was something else Quinn could use and had been meaning to use it for the longest time. Closing his eyes, he went to sense their energy. Before, Quinn could only sense their energy if they were close by. At times, there were certain things that could get in the way of him finding the others. Regardless of all these things, now Quinn could also rely on the dedicated follower celestial energy. He was searching out for his own energy amongst the planet, and he had found it. There. This way, Quinn said as he flew up and started moving. Syl quickly did the same as the three of them headed in an unknown location. What did you find? Syl shouted. Peter, he's not too far away, Quinn replied back. After the bright white light had disappeared, everyone was slowly getting back up on their feet. Some were quicker than others, and Chris decided to take advantage of the situation. For the men that just came into the lab, Chris had a little trick. He stomped his foot on the ground and trails of energy spread out from his foot, covering the entire floor. As they got up from the floor, a strange power was felt from underneath, entering their bodies. Blood started pouring from their mouth, ears, and eyes. Nearly all of them had collapsed at that moment. Not only had they collapsed, but around 50 or so of them were dead. What was that? Was that some type of chi? Lucia asked. Are you talking about the strange beam of light outside or what Chris just did? Jessica replied back. Honestly, Lucia wanted to know about both. She had trained her chi up like many in the Greylash faction. Since nearly everyone used chi, it had become the norm to add it to your abilities to power them more. This, though, it was on another level than what the others had seen. If she was to take a guess, it looked like the third stage of chi, but spread out far and wide across the ground. Something similar to chi control, giving out a set of instructions to the chi. We did a good job destroying the lab, but there are still many places we have to get rid of. Let's head to the military base next, Chris ordered. There is a research lab there that focuses on the development of new weapons. The group nodded and followed Chris closely behind. But as soon as they went through one set of steel doors to head back to the elevators, they realized that there was a problem straight in front of them. They look so scary, Minnie pointed. All of the 20 or so large cages that were filled with experimental humanoid beasts had broken. Most of them looked like dazed zombies, but as soon as they saw the group enter, many of them turned their heads. These guys are giving me the chills, Mitchell stated. As he began to activate his demon tier boots that he had received from fighting against the Chained, they started to glow blue and he was ready to leave at any second. The group of humans closest had started to change. Their arms grew incredibly large, nearly twice the length and thickness of their own bodies, to the point where their bodies were lifted into the air while their giant arms were pressed against the ground. At the same time, another group had transformed into a type of winged creature. A hideous face with multiple eyes and 4 sets of wings. One screamed towards them, firing off a sonic bomb straight at them, but Chris stood in the way. The explosion hit his body, but there looked to be no harm done on his body at all. With a swipe of his arm, 5 marks went through the air and sliced them into multiple pieces that fell to the ground. The strange giant armed creatures started to move, jumping with the power of their arms and raising them in the air ready to crush their enemies. A blood rifle was fired out, hitting one of the creatures and causing half of its body to go missing. Peter had leapt up in the air, punching one of the creatures, causing it to be sent back through the ship and creating a large hole. The others had joined in with lighting strikes and blood aura attacks to try and keep all of the creatures at bay. "Don't attack too hard," Chris shouted as Peter. "If I really wanted to, I could destroy this whole ship. However, remember there are people on board that aren't involved in this. They are simply living here." Peter had already made a couple of large holes in the ship from fighting. Holding back wasn't exactly his forte, but he would try his best while helping others. As he landed on his feet, a strange horse-like creature had crashed into him, dragging him across the floor. All of the beast humans have different levels of strength. I see Pure would have been really difficult for others to deal with, but I'm not like others. Peter cursed the antlers of the beast coming towards him and punched it on its head just hard enough to kill it on the spot. Right now, he was wishing he had Laxmus's body by his side, but he hadn't been brought because he was afraid it would attract a bit too much attention in a place like this. There were around 200 beasts or so on board with different strengths and weaknesses. The group were finding it difficult to deal with them all, apart from Chris, who continued to kill everything with a swipe of his hand, slashing them into several pieces. After a while, they had halved their numbers, but they had spent too long in the lab as reinforcements had arrived. Pure members, holding onto their special chi guns, were there. Then rolling through, there was something else, a large chi weapon, that had to be carried by 2 people. It was so heavy. "Chi cannon, watch out!" Chris shouted, as the end of the cannon started to light up. Several different departments were working through the Pure ship, Rain, all for the sake of defeating the enemy that might come in the future. These departments were hidden from the eyes of the public, giving the inhabitants a false picture of peaceful utopia, and even in cases of a scuffle with other factions, Pure would always try its best to show that they weren't the ones that would attack first. They still displayed some things like a strong military and the chi guns, but not all things were on display, such as the humanoid beasts. What they were witnessing right now in front of them was another device that was purely made for combat and to fight off mainly the vampire core that didn't have much of an answer for chi attacks. "Let me deal with this," Chris said as he stood forward. His arms grew slightly larger, and gray fur started to appear on the top of them both. His hands began to elongate, and his fingers turned into claws, while his eyes began to turn a slight yellow. The large blast came straight out of the cannon and destroyed anything it touched, including the humanoid beasts that were in its path. It almost looked like it disintegrated their bodies. Gathering his own energy, Chris placed out his hands and began to absorb the energy in. The skin on his hands began to peel off but instantly regenerated after the attack hit him. This was all despite the chi he was using to push the attack back. "I wasn't expecting this," Lucia commented. "From what I have seen, Chris has an enormous amount of chi, so why would he be affected so much by a chi cannon? If you guys were hit by this, it would really hurt. Maybe the white could get away unscathed, but I'm not too sure," Chris replied and continued to grunt while fighting off the energy. At the same time, there were a few others who also joined the fray and began fighting against the beasts that were coming toward them. If the chi enters your body, then it will make it hard for you to heal unless you have good control. Even then, this chi is different because the chi from the cannon. At that moment, the attacks from the cannon had stopped, and a thud was heard as the large device was dropped to the ground. But they could see that the 2 who had used the cannon had also fallen to the ground. "The energy the cannon uses is life force chi." Chris gritted his teeth in anger. These people were willingly giving up their lives for Pure, all because they believed that they were accomplishing a goal, a lie they had been sold from their leader Zero, and none of it was true. The chi cannon could draw out the life energy chi, and it would usually come out when one was on its last legs, when they had used up all their own chi and were desperate. There were, however, a few instances where one could control this life chi at other times, and that was using the chi drain skill and using the chi transfer skill. However, no one had figured out the way to use them in battle until unique weapons such as these cannons were created and could do that very thing. Chris didn't really know how they worked due to Agent 4 being behind all of the workings of the weapons and devices that they had created. He was a true genius, which was even more worrying for Chris when he thought about where Agent 4 could have taken the Red Heart and just what Zero was planning on doing with it. The group were already dealing with the crazy humanoid beasts, and for some reason they were only attacking them rather than those from Pure. Their troubles weren't over yet, though, because as soon as the chi cannon dropped to the floor, everyone else opened fire from their chi guns. The guns worked similar to the cannon, only it was standard chi rather than life force chi, which was the most devastating type of chi to be used in an attack. Chris didn't wish to give them a chance to get the cannon up again, so he leapt over to the other side as fast as he could and lifted the chi cannon above his head. He then pulled it down and bashed it into his knee, breaking it in half. The chi bullets continued to hit Chris's body, but they appeared to do nothing to him as he looked at them all. "Chris, stand down. Why are you attacking us?" one of the men shouted while pointing the gun at him. For a second, as he heard this, Chris was hesitant to attack them. These were his people. He had trained with them side by side, he knew their lives, and he knew they had families as well. Clenching his fist, it was then that he made a choice. "There are 2 more areas you need to destroy," Chris shouted. "In the military training room there is a base underground that works on these weapons. Then, if you go to the top of the deck, there is an undercompartment. There they have a cell where they keep all the slaves. They are fed and trained only so Zero can take their chi." Muka and the others were wondering why Chris was telling them this. There had to be a reason. It sounded almost as if he wasn't going to come with them. "I'm asking you all for another favor as well. If you can help it, don't kill these people, let me deal with them." It was then that Chris placed his hand on one of their heads, and their eyes went white just like they did before, only this time they had passed out. There was no blood. Doing this required more direct control over chi, unlike the attack he did before, so he would have to go up to them one by one and put his palm over their heads. It looks like he is planning to knock them all out one by one. That is a tall task if he's planning to do that to everyone on the ship. Muka commented. "I guess he is going to be the distraction while we deal with the main task. Then let's deal with all of these things first," Lucia shouted as she thrust her spear, and a bolt of red lighting came out, hitting one of the flying creatures above and sending it to the ground. There were still a lot of humanoid beasts, and they weren't the easiest things to take on. However, there was one that was going through them reactively easy. Peter grabbed one of the beasts and pulled its head, slamming it against the floor. The next moment he dragged it across, causing its head to rip off, and then threw the remains of its body towards another beast, knocking it out. Not resting or wasting any time, Peter was already onto the next beast. "Arg! This is frustrating," Peter shouted. "There's too many of them, screw this." He activated his celestial energy, but instead of transforming his arms, he brought out his head tail. The current situation reminded him very much of fighting against the horde of beasts that had attacked the vampire core, only this time, he knew how to use his new weapon better. With 2 hands and a sharp head tail, he easily sliced and cut a number of beasts until eventually there were no longer any more for them to deal with. "All right, we're done here," Peter said. "Now, let's destroy those places Chris asked us to and get out of here." Meanwhile, it looked like Chris was done as well. He had caused the enemies at the scene to collapse, but he didn't plan to travel with the others because he knew there would be more coming as they maneuvered around the ship. Let dash before Peter could finish his sentence. Everyone suddenly heard a loud crash on board the ship. In the next moment, several crashes resounded as if something was breaking through the floors above them, and as they readied themselves to fight another enemy, the ceiling cracked, and 3 people suddenly came out and landed in front of them. One had large wings sticking out for his demon-tier chest piece, while another had a soft touch as he put down a blue-haired female to her side. "Am I dreaming things? Is that Quinn?" Jessica almost shouted. Not greeting the others, though, Quinn turned around and could see Chris partially transformed on the other side. "It's time for round 2, Quinn smiled. The others were in such disbelief when they saw the person in front of them that they thought they were dreaming. Quinn had gone missing for a while now, long enough that they assumed it might be years for him to return. Or, if they really wanted to find Quinn, then they would have to find him himself. The only thing was, they had no idea how determined Quinn was to get back to Earth and return to the others to see if they were okay. When Quinn saw the large ship, he had no clue what it was or who it belonged to, but he could sense that Peter was using his celestial energy now. The amount used was increased, and without a doubt, he was fighting. Because of this, He didn't slow down as he busted through the many levels of the ship, following the energy like a red arrow. Quinn used his red aura to easily bash through the levels one by one until he eventually landed in front of the others. My guess was right. They're here, and it looks like they're in the middle of a tough battle. Quinn thought as he could see Peter had transformed. And then he turned around only to find partially transformed Chris. This has to be related to Pure. So they were fighting against Chris up till this moment. Quinn wondered. It seems like he's going easy on them since this is not his full transformation. Last time I struggled, but I have been through a lot compared to that, and this time the outcome won't be the same. Immediately, shadows covered both of Quinn's wings, turning into solid forms. At the same time, he activated his soul weapon, and the twin chains caused blood to trickle down his forearms. As the blood dropped on the floor, Quinn wasn't letting it go to waste. While keeping the chest piece on, he started to harden the celestial blood that was oozing out of his body. He created a pair of leg pieces that turned and twirled, looking like an image of a ram's horns on his knees. He also created shoulder pads in a similar fashion, having the indentation of flags on both of them. Then finally, the soul weapons themselves started to glow a bright red, changing their form into the deadly gauntlets he had used. He has the power of a werewolf in him. Their physical strength is great. I could fight him at a distance using my blood skills and more, but I don't need to do that, and it's a lot more satisfying throwing out a punch. Using his blood control and his speed to the max, Quinn moved his body as fast as he could to where Chris was standing. Following Quinn was a red aura that was so large that it encased the entire room. And the others felt a chill as they sensed the massive amounts of energy. Quinn's fist landed right on Chris's chest, and he could no longer be seen. Instead, there was a large ceiling, around 10 meters tall and 10 meters wide, right above where he once stood. Upon looking through the hole, though, one could see the sky, as the attack had gone right through the entire ship. I'm learning how to use my celestial power to power myself up even more, Quinn thought. But I still have a number of things I have yet to try out. The reason why I thought for so long and trained so hard was because of this. I don't want my enemies to hurt those I care about ever again. That won't be enough to kill him. He's a god slayer after all, Quinn said as he flew through the hole off in the distance. Flying through the air, Chris was eventually descending, and there was a large fist mark on his body, and the internal wound had injured him as blood split from his mouth. That really hurt. He's gotten so much stronger in such a short amount of time. But I should expect no less from someone like him, Chris thought. Turning his head, he could see a small island that was mostly rocks and void of plant life and more. Just before he landed, Chris's entire body began to change. His snout grew slightly larger. His teeth started to elongate. Gray fur covered him from head to toe, and his huge build had turned even more muscular. The internal wounds inside of his body were starting to heal. Finally landing and skidding across the surface, Chris had fully transformed himself, and he could see something coming toward him in the distance. As it got closer, he could make out that it was a giant red blood spear. Chris instantly started to run forward on all fours, and just as the spear was about to hit him, he leapt up in the air and grabbed it. Immediately, he felt intense pain in his hands, and the veins all over his body began to tense. Then spinning around, Chris threw the red spear back, right where it came from. It looks like you're not here to talk this time, Chris said. You're right. He heard a reply from above, and upon raising his head, he saw a shadow portal. Quinn suddenly came out of it and threw his fist. He slammed Chris's head right into the ground, making the whole island tremble. I'm not. Back in the laboratory, the others were in shock and still at a loss for words at what had exactly occurred. They had seen Quinn appear out of nowhere, and then suddenly he had disappeared like that. It was almost as if the whole thing was a dream. Oh, what's this? You look a bit different from the last time I saw you, Syl said, and this was directed toward Peter mainly. It took a while as Peter looked at the person who was speaking, the one that had come with Quinn. The face instantly reminded him of someone, Hilston, but that was impossible, and they didn't look exactly like each other. There were just many similarities. I see you are struggling to remember, but it's Sil. Sil smiled. I never did get to thank you in person for the items you helped me back then, Peter. I was a different person back then. Peter was so speechless that he canceled his transformation then and there. He walked closer, wondering what circumstances could have occurred that led Sil, the person in front of him, to be with Quinn, the one they were looking for. I don't understand how are you here? And how did you find Quinn? Peter asked. A lot of the others were interested as well and wanted to know his story, but they could soon hear footsteps and people shouting while heading their way. I would love to tell you all and introduce myself to Quinn's new friends. However, it looks like you guys were a bit busy here, Sil said. Maybe we should get rid of this problem first before we get rid of the other problem. Hearing this, everyone snapped back into reality. Wait, Jessica shouted. What about Quinn? Oh, you don't have to worry about him, Sil replied. He is an even bigger monster than he was before, compared to when you last met him. I doubt there is anyone on Earth that could take him on. Mukka began to shake her head at the situation. That's not the problem, Mukka replied. Chris, the one that Quinn is fighting, has just agreed to join our side. He was helping us, not fighting us. A large smile appeared on Seal's face. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. That's quite funny, it looks like he's doing the same thing as me, and he was the one who called me hot-headed. Anyway, don't worry, it will all work out. I hope. The others in the group were still unsure who exactly the new people who had come along with Quinn were. Still, it didn't matter too much, as more enemies could be seen coming from the entrance of the lab, and just like before, some of them were pulling a huge chi cannon, and everyone also had chi guns as well. These enemies also carried a few more weapons they hadn't come across against the previous bunch. A few had a couple of large square-shaped shields, and just like the chi gun, it looked like it was creating a shield purely out of chi. Well, this is quite interesting. I am not surprised to see many things have changed since the last time I came here, Sil remarked while looking at the weapons with curiosity. Watch out for that cannon, Jessica shouted, warning him about the weapon's immense power. But by the time she finished her sentence, the man had long left and was already standing on the other side of the room and holding the now crushed tip of the cannon up in the air. You should really try and focus on improving on yourself, rather than using weapons like this. Sil let out a fake sigh of disappointment. Then shaking his head, he raised his hand and instantly, all of the weapons, including the shields, were snatched from the enemy's hands and began to float in the air. This is it the power of telekinesis? Lucia was surprised. So cool. All the weapons are flying. Minnie pointed out. This was her first time seeing such a thing, and she felt amazed to witness something like this. Sil moved his arm, and all the weapons were thrown to the side of the room. Before anyone could react, he lifted all the 30 or so men who had entered the room off their feet and raised them in the air. How? I've never seen someone who has such a strong power like this before. Who can do something like this? I wonder who he is, Jessica thought out loud. Well, he is a friend of Quinn's, and Quinn does seem to know some powerful people, Mitchell commented. Don't kill them, Mukka suddenly shouted, remembering Chris' request. Hearing this, Sil kissed his teeth and dropped the men to the ground. Loud thuds resonated, and they began to hear a few cries of pain from the other side of the room. Fortunately for them, it wasn't at a height that would lead to any severe injury. Fine, so I can't kill them, but I will definitely make it so they can't follow us for a while, Sil said, and suddenly, both hands started to glow blue. Then, thin lightning strikes began to form after a moment, jumping from one finger to the next and so on. This is the power of the Greylash family, Lucia blurted. She could spot something like this from a mile away, considering she herself was from the Greylash family and seeing what he had done before it had clicked in her head. This person, he's definitely from the Blade family, but who is he? On the other hand, after saying these words, Sil released the lightning by touching the floor. It instantly started to crawl like 1,000 spiders on the ground towards the prey closest to them, and when lightning touched one of the men, it began to give them consecutive non-stop shocks. The whole area slowly lit up in blue light, and more cries of pain began to come out of the men's mouths. I'm not too sure if they wish they were killed right now, Jessica shook her head, finding it hard to even look at those being fried right in front of their eyes. But eventually, Sil put the lightning punishment to a stop. Finally, now no one will interrupt us. Sil nodded. My guess is the next lot of people won't be here for another 5 minutes, or they are protecting the other places. They can't just keep sending people down here, right? And it looks like you've already taken quite a few before we even arrived. Peter shook his head hearing these words. You always have to show off, don't you? Peter then walked up to Sil, and when the two of them were in front of each other and with a few meters of distance between them, he requested, Fight me. Sil chuckled upon hearing the request. Are you serious, Peter? We have only just met. And you guys seem to be in the middle of doing something right now. And this is the first thing you say. I want to see who is stronger of the two of us. So why don't you fight me right now? Peter repeated. Is this really the right place and time? Lucia frowned, shaking her head. The two of you can fight at any time later, Peter. It doesn't have to be now. Chris has asked us to do something, so we should complete it. Get off this place and get to both Chris and Quinn before their fight goes out of hand. Peter continued to stare at Sil with his fists clenched. The two didn't have a hatred for each other, but after growing in strength, in leaps and bounds, Peter was satisfied with second place. After waking up from his slumber, he believed that Quinn was at the top, and then he was just below Quinn. There wasn't anyone else stronger than him. However, it wasn't long after when he encountered Aaron, against whom he couldn't do much. This had frustrated him, and now another powerful guy was in front of him, which frustrated him even more. Although there were those like Chris and Zero, Peter didn't know their strength, and in his head he could beat them anyway. I don't want to be fourth, Peter commented. Well, I'm not going to fight you, Sil replied. Eventually, Peter felt someone grab him around the arm and could see the others had gathered and were walking towards him. Seeing the person who was grabbing him was Lucia, for some reason, his anger started to reside, and he was happy to at least wait until the matter at hand gets resolved. I didn't get to introduce myself to you all last time, but my name is Sil Blade. I haven't been back on Earth in a while, so I doubt I have met you guys before or you have heard of me. Sil said to the group. It was true. Most of those that were there didn't know his name. Although Sil was a legendary name to the Blade family, to the others he was just another Blade, but seeing his powers, they knew he wasn't just another Blade. It's nice to meet you as well, Jessica replied, and the group introduced themselves to Sil. It was a bit weird since just a moment ago, they were all fighting as if their lives were on the line. And now they were completely at peace, and because Sil was so confident, it had made them all grow with confidence as well. On top of that, Cyril had also introduced herself to them all, not really explaining to them all who she was, but in her current form, she looked just like any other human. Her scent, it's quite strange. I've never smelled anything like it before. She certainly isn't a human, but why does she remind me of a vampire? Mocha wondered, incredibly confused. After the introductions, they explained a little bit about where they were and what was happening around here. They hadn't explained the whole Aaron background story because they didn't have time and thought that it would need to be told when Quinn was here as well, to see if he had any thoughts behind it. I see, but then we don't know what Agent 4 plans to do with the Red Heart. Did you say that was his lab right behind you? Sil asked. The others nodded. They had already destroyed most of the equipment, but Agent 4's lab was still somewhat untouched as that was when the enemies began to arrive. Before we go and destroy all of these things, maybe there is a way we can find out where they went and what they know about the Red Heart, Sil said. Confused looks on people's faces were seen, but that's when a book appeared in Sil's hand. Finally, after changing his ability, he seemed ready. I just need to remember where it was. Oh, that's right, Sil added with a smile on his face. I will be right back. A large circular portal suddenly opened up in the air, and stepping through it, Sil disappeared. The others waited in wonder what he was doing, and around a minute or so later, the same portal opened once again, and Sil stepped out. Sorry, I just needed to pay a little visit. It seemed he was a bit shocked, Sil said as he pulled something out of the portal and placed them on his side. That's Logan Green, Jessica pointed in shock. Yeah, I think he is the man for the job. The others continued to blink as they continued to see people they never thought they would see on the pure base right here. Somehow, one way or another, Logan was in front of them. None of them had been given a portable teleport for Logan to use, so they could only guess one thing: it was an ability that the blade had. How is that possible? Lucia thought. Even if he did use an ability, a teleportation of some kind, Green City is thousands and thousands of miles away. How would anyone have the MC cells to make a trip there and come back? This was possible, of course, because it was Sil, a person who had been increasing the amount of MC cells he could use for a long time, and that was exactly what he had done. When meeting Logan Green, even Logan himself was stunned. However, explaining how the situation was pretty tense at the moment, Sil had only given a brief introduction, and had stated that Quinn was back as well. After that, Logan said that there was no need for him to say any more, and would come with him telling him what he needed to do. I know this isn't what any of us expected. Honestly, I tried to predict a good amount of outcomes, and although I thought a fight would occur, I never thought that Quinn would come back in the middle of it, nor that Chris would choose to switch sides. Logan stated. All right, no need to explain yourself, Sil replied. All of you with Peter should be enough, but go ahead and take out the men at those facilities. Don't destroy everything because we want Logan here to steal all the data they have. What is theirs will now become ours. In the meantime, me and Logan are going to try to find out what Agent 4 was doing in his lab. I will be here to protect Logan, so don't worry about us. And if you need help, just shout really loud. After seeing what Sil could do, they had confidence in leaving them, and that's what they did, as they wished to complete the task before it got even more serious. Who knew, maybe a report was already sent out to Zero, and he was already on his way back. Cyril had stayed with Sil, and the three of them headed to Agent 4's lab. It was time for Logan to do his stuff as he pressed both of his hands on the console, trying to get as much information as he could. I see, so there are a lot of protective barriers that you have created to try and stop my ability, but unfortunately for you, I am able to do things you could never imagine, Agent 4. Logan smiled to himself. Information was flooding into his head, and after a couple of minutes only, he had let go. Those guys, they have the vampire armor, the one that Richard Eno was using. The one that was used on Blade Island that Quinn talked about? Sil replied. Does that mean Pure were there that day? Were they working with Jim Eno as well? It seemed like a possibility, but there was no information about that day. Only the fact that they had been running tests on the blood armor and that they still had it. I also know what they planned to use the Red Heart for, Logan said. From the get-go, after the fight that had occurred last time, Quinn knew that he couldn't go easy or pull any punches when fighting against Chris. He felt the strength from last time. This person was a bigger threat than Graham. The strikes were more powerful, the healing capabilities were better, they were faster and stronger at the same time, which was why Quinn had used Shadow Overload on himself to drop down and bash both of his fists like a hammer straight on top of Chris's head. His whole body had been slammed into the ground, but just as quickly as he had been hit, Chris came up swiping in the air. Leaning back, the claws had missed Quinn's face by a few inches, but soon after a powerful strike had come out from them. Quinn swiped both of his hands as fast as possible, using his hands in a claw-like shape, and ripped through the claw strikes, breaking them apart. Straight after seeing Chris in front of him, he kicked him right in the chest, and a flow of red aura was blasted into Chris as it sent him across the floor. The ground was kicked up so heavily behind him that it looked like a mountain of dirt had been created. Not giving him any time to rest, though, Chris noticed that there were two shadows right next to where he was. What is happening? Was Quinn always this strong? Is he going to come through one of these? Chris thought. However, that wasn't the case at all. Quinn had used his soul weapon to change his gauntlets once again into the twin blade chains, and he chucked them through two more shadows that were next to him, and immediately they went to where Chris was. Using blood control, Quinn was even able to control the twin blade chains without having to swing them a certain way. Immediately they wrapped around and dug into Chris's arm, twisting around them and contracting them in place. What are these things? I can't block them from entering my body with my chi. The energy is different from what I've faced before. Screw it, it just means I'm going to have to win with raw power. Despite the chains digging deeper into Chris's werewolf body, and his blood dripping onto the floor, He ignored all of that as he howled into the air and began to run forward, due to the chains still being linked to Quinn. Suddenly, Quinn felt his whole body being pulled forward towards his two shadows in front of him. He tried to pull back, but it seemed impossible, so instead he changed the shape and form of his soul weapon back into the gauntlets again. Seeing Chris have a speed boost, Quinn went to close his shadow wings to block the attack or redirect it back. The only thing was, Chris was fast, extremely fast. He had already gotten past Quinn's wings and now was directly in front of him. Throwing out both of his clawed hands in an X shape, it had ripped the demon tier armor that the vampire celestial was wearing in seconds. The shadow on his wings disappeared, and the chest piece had fallen onto the floor. Right across Quinn's chest, blood squirted out in a large X shape, and he was sent flying back. Quinn remained standing, but the clawed X shape was still across his chest, bleeding and falling to the ground. "I guess I was wrong to think I could beat you in a physical fight," Quinn stated. "But I'm still going to try anyway." The blood that was around his chest started to harden, and a celestial blood armor had been made with a similar design to that on his shoulder. Around the pectoral chest bit there were twirls that looked like horns, and on the abdominal part of the chest piece, there were fangs that looked like the teeth of the vampire. Finally, though, one hand continued to glow red, and with it there looked to be a gauntlet like he had on before, but a large scythe in his hand, while the other was solidified shadows. The entire of Quinn's left arm was a dark purple that went right up to his elbow and started to trail off. Chris didn't know why, but his instincts seemed to be telling him that this shadow hand was something that he needed to be careful of. "I'm not sure how well this will work on someone like you, but if I want to stop this, and to continue to protect the Earth, then I need to improve every aspect of myself, no matter what different types of enemies I face." For a long time, Quinn had been focusing on his blood powers, his celestial powers and more, trying to figure out the different ways he could use them. Since he couldn't exert his celestial powers properly, it left him with no choice but to use his powers in a physical sense. That led him to improve his hand-to-hand and close-quarter combat abilities. Fighting with blood aura was handy when fighting against multiple enemies at once, but it just didn't cut it when he was fighting a strong enemy like Athos. In the future, there was a possibility that Quinn would be going up against someone like Athos without Syl around. If that was the case, then Quinn needed to figure out some other aspect that he could evolve, and while creating his own space he had mainly focused on improving his shadow powers. The shadow power is meant to be a Godslayer ability, but it has never felt like that. But Arthur, he had created a lot of the moves, and even created the Shadow Eater skill to punish vampires. Which means there are more ways to use the shadow. I just needed to learn them, Quinn thought. In his hand, it looked like a condensed form of the shadow, but it wasn't, as it was constantly shifting somewhat similar to his shadow body. When using shadow overload and fighting with his shadow body, the shadow had slightly different properties and Quinn had decided to explore this. On the other side, Chris was cautious of these new types of weapons he hadn't seen before, so he decided to attack from further away, getting up close only when he needed to. Swinging out his arms constantly, Chris sent out slashes through the air one after the other. Seeing this, Quinn then got his scythe ready and started to spin it, slashing through the attacks and breaking them one after another. After breaking the initial series, Quinn moved to the side and had gathered a red ball of aura in his left hand where the shadow was, and threw it out towards Chris. Chris could tell that this was an explosive and powerful attack, and he whacked it away, covering his hand with chi into the air. A few seconds later, the red aura had exploded in the air, dyeing the sky red for a few seconds. However, that was just to allow Quinn to get close, as he was already by his side swinging the scythe towards his side. Moving quicker than Quinn, Chris had grabbed the back edge thinking he had stopped it, but he hadn't at all. The soul weapon blood scythe had the ability to use the blood forest. In fact, all of Quinn's blood armor could. Blood moved from the scythe and hardened into several spikes, shooting out to hit Chris straight in the head. Using his great strength that outmatched Quinn's, he pushed the scythe upward, which moved the small hardened blood trails, but they were still going towards him. At the same time, Quinn slammed his foot into the ground, and blood aura filled the cracks. Knowing something was up, Chris quickly leapt up in the air and threw Quinn's scythe into the ground. Blood had risen from the ground in the form of little spikes and branches as the blood forest attack was used, but it had hit nothing. While in the air, Quinn had changed the scythe into a spear and threw it towards Chris. Seeing this before, Chris was ready to grab it once again and throw it back. But while it was mid-air, its shape started to change, and it began to form into almost a deadly tornado. It reached the clouds, turning them red as well. The next second, the entire tornado had engulfed Chris's body. Constantly he was being hit by attacks that were similar to that of the blood swipe from all over. He was unable to fall down as his body was being hit from below and everywhere was being ripped to shreds. As fast as he was being cut and hurt though, his body was keeping up with the healing process as well. As the anger started to rise in Chris, and the pain started to build up, he just began to attack the tornado. Swinging his arms out, creating breaks in the red attack, but it soon healed up. I need to move faster. I need to attack harder, Chris thought in his head. As he continued to swing, he was slowly getting faster. His movements were breaking up more of the tornado that seemed invincible, and he didn't have to worry about the attack because it didn't hurt him at all. Lifting both of his hands, Chris struck beneath him and the entire tornado had disappeared. What Chris didn't expect was that right after the tornado had disappeared, Quinn was already directly in front of him, with one red gauntlet soul weapon hand and one shadow hand. The red armor was no longer on his body, and he had switched to his demon tier Blue Fang set. Nitro Accelerate activated. Just for a moment. I need to be faster than you, Quinn thought, as he already had thrown out his fist, and had punched Chris in the stomach. As soon as he had hit Chris once, he continued to hit Chris again and again all over his body. As he did this, shadows were being left on Chris's body, attached to him, as if they were small fires that were burning on his body. Quinn didn't stop punching as he threw hit after hit constantly on him. You think your weak punches can do anything? Chris shouted as he threw his own fist, sending Quinn back down to the ground. A loud bang was heard and had rippled the air several times. And less than a second later another bang was heard as Quinn had crashed into the ground and sunken into it. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're very versatile with all your powers, Chris said, as he landed back on the floor. But that means nothing when you are fighting against someone who is faster, smarter, and is all around just better than you. Crashing up through the ground, Quinn came out with his armor crumbling to pieces and falling to the ground. The Blue Fang set had lasted him a long time. He knew it was a risk using it in this fight, and with someone like Chris that it possibly would be destroyed. The other demon tier chest piece had been destroyed but had a passive effect of healing itself again if it was damaged. But that wasn't true for the Blue Fang set. It was practically useless now, and was to be lost forever. Helen, the gift that you had given me has saved me more times than I could ever count. And it's true to that now. I'm sorry I never really appreciated your feelings at the time, and I'm sorry I never really got to say thank you to you. But, just like all those other times before, your gift has not been wasted. Quinn held out his shadow hand, and pointed it towards Chris from a distance. All over Chris's body there were still parts of the shadow on him. He was currently more shadow on his front than his actual body. I don't know if you have ever felt fear before, Quinn asked, but I guarantee that you will feel it now. Twisting his hand, the shadow all over Chris's body started to expand and spread. The small dots had attached to each other and started to grow rapidly. Chris tried to use his chi to fight it off. He even started to punch his own body trying to get the shadow off him. But he was unable to do anything. Then finally, all of the dots of shadow had been connected and the entirety of Chris's body was covered in shadow. And there was only a shadow body of Chris that could be seen. What happened? I can't see anything. I can't hear anything, or taste or smell. All of my senses have completely disappeared. The data had revealed a big truth, and Logan was left in disbelief. After raiding Agent 4's lab, he had come to know what Pure was attempting to do with the Red Heart. This is, with all of Richard's data that I have, this could be possible, but why would they attempt to do such a thing? If people thought what the Red Vampires were attempting to do was bad, this was much worse than that. Will you just spill it out already rather than staring into space? Syl eventually couldn't hold himself back. You're starting to freak me out a bit. Logan didn't say anything because he wondered how he could not catch what the Pure was planning to do sooner. In a way, he was kicking himself in the foot and couldn't believe he was working with Pure in an attempt to track the red heart down. What would have happened if Logan did find the red heart and gave it to Pure? He would have been an accomplice. Sil, you haven't been around, so you don't understand, Logan replied. For one, judging by the data, Pure now has the red heart. Second, I thought if the Dampiers were to get such a thing, they would have attempted to destroy it, but instead they have given it to Pure. And what they plan to do. Look, does it really matter? Sil replied. Right now, we have Quinn fighting out there, not to mention you even have me. And they haven't done anything yet, so there is still time to stop them. So let's deal with the rest of this and get to Quinn without wasting any time. In the end, Sil was right. Although, maybe because Sil wasn't involved in the events of Earth for a long time, he didn't really know the worry Logan had. Still, perhaps it was a perspective the latter needed as well because the problems that Earth faced were small compared to the universal problems out there. Pressing a few things on his arm, the self-built armor that Logan was wearing started to change slightly. Rather than the usual spiders that Sil was used to seeing, it reformed and turned into something else. It looked like the suit of armor was just extending up his neck and covering his entire face. In the end, he looked like a superhero wearing a complete suit to hide his identity. A metallic blue over his entire body with a slight solid green where his eyes and mouth would be. What is that for? Sil asked. I have to hide, Logan replied. In the first place, I sent these people to apologize for what was happening. If the people see me and know I was part of the attack, it will cause many problems. We must be careful with what we do. We cannot afford to appear in a bad light when Pure's public image is quite possible at its best. Sil walked over to Logan and suddenly grabbed the latter's arm. Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that because they're not going to see us anyway. Logan stared at the hold, and without explaining anything, Sil used his blink ability. The next moment, they disappeared from the lab and reappeared a floor above. Now they were in some type of cleaning area or part of the lab's ventilation. Just hold on. I will quickly get us to where we need to be, Sil said with confidence. Wait, I understand you're using the teleporting ability, but you don't know the ship's layout. How do you know where we're going? Logan asked, worried they would suddenly go into the ship engine room or an incinerator. I'm listening to the noise. I can hear everything each time we stop, so I have a good guess of where to go. They said that there are 3 palaces, and we have gotten rid of one, so let's finish this up quickly. After several jumps through the ship and following the noise of the people running around everywhere, it was actually very easy for Sil to figure out where they needed to go. Eventually, they ended up at the very top deck of the place. It sounds like there is something underneath, Sil said. But I thought I would enjoy the fresh air for a bit and see how Quinn is doing. Looking out in the distance, Sil couldn't see the two of them, so he imagined they had to have been blasted off quite in the distance. Still, he could sense strong energy far off. Chris is a lot stronger than I thought, Sil thought. Is he like me? Has he surpassed what a human can achieve? But how is that possible? How did he do it? Unless he has been absorbing energy from nest crystals like me, or maybe it's something else. Either way, the good news was that he deduced that Quinn was doing okay from a large amount of energy he could sense. Only if the energies started to fade would he have to worry. Let's get to work, Sil said. He jumped up and reached a great height in the air, right above the large ship rain. Then he started to tail his body, and as he did, flames started to spiral right above. There were some people that were outside on board the deck seeing this. What is that? Is it a phoenix? Someone shouted while pointing at the incoming flame enveloped Sil. The flames had certainly made the shape of a giant phoenix in the sky so enormous that they couldn't even see the small human within it. Don't hurt the people or destroy the ship, right? This should be okay, Sil thought. The large flame phoenix started to dive down and head straight to the ship. It was flying down at a fast speed. The next second, he changed his ability, switching to the one he had used before, blink. Teleporting through at the last second, Sil and the flames of the phoenix had instantly disappeared and had gone right to the floor below the top one on the deck. Logan, still standing on the top deck, began to feel the entire surface below his feet heating up, and the whole ship shook. The end of the large ship had tipped slightly into the sea and soon started to balance out. However, as soon as Logan regained his balance, he found Syl standing in front of him again. "All right, I didn't destroy the ship. It seems I have quite good control now," Syl commented. "Anyway, let's head to the next place." "Did you forget something?" Logan asked. "I was meant to get information from each lab. That's why you told me to come with you." Sol didn't say anything, and sweat trickled down his forehead. He had gotten carried away at that moment. "It shouldn't affect us too much, right? I destroyed everything in there, so it will be hard for them to use anything. Let's go." The two of them blinked away, heading for the next place. The rest of the group, along with Mukka, had traveled through the ship. Most of the normal populace has gone into hiding due to the alerts and system warnings. This was good since the group didn't wish to be seen by the general public in the first place either. A few moments later, they entered the training area where around 1,000 or so pure members were currently present. Not only that, but the high-ranking members from rank 11 to 20 that were still alive were also standing at the front. "We had prepared for this," the rank 11 of the agents declared as he stepped forward. He was a tall figure that looked thin. His face was sunken in, making his head look like that of a human skull. "There was always the possibility that you would come to attack under the disguise of apologizing. We have been preparing for an attack on the Green family. Do you really think that we wouldn't be ready for?" A large fist punched Agent 11 right in the face and sent him flying through the air before he could even finish his words. Then landing on the ground and standing in front of everyone was Peter. "Why does one of you have to talk so much? We're in a rush, you bastards." The large-scale attack started once again, but with the skilled agents that knew Chi, it looked like this was going to be difficult. Or so they thought, as in the middle of their fight, coming out like a lightning bolt, and Logan and Syl appeared in front of everyone. Lightning covered both of Syl's hands and was already shocking the nearby enemy pure members. "This is the last place, and then we can go to Quinn," Syl stated. Although many of those there thought they could win due to their numbers, Agent 18 felt otherwise. Seeing Agent 11 and others being defeated so easily, they needed help. Why can't I get in contact with Zero? Why hasn't he responded yet when the main base is in a crisis?" Agent 18 wondered. Chris was shrouded in complete darkness. It was something he had never experienced before. He couldn't see anything around himself nor hear or smell anything to judge where he was. It was strange that all the noises one would usually hear normally seemed to have disappeared, even the sound of his own heartbeat. It was truly a frightening experience, making him wonder if he was even alive. "Is this a skill? Or have I been sent to the afterlife?" He tried to use his chi or do the routine stuff he normally did, but there was still no such reaction at all. Finally, however, he soon was able to feel something, intense pain in his stomach. Looking down for a few seconds, he noticed a red fist. "This is real. He really has managed to get rid of my sense somehow. But it looks like when he hits me, it breaks the strange shadow he has." Chris honestly didn't know if he was flying through the air or what because he couldn't even feel the wind. All he knew was Quinn's hand was on his stomach the last time he had seen it. In desperation, Chris threw his fist as fast as possible, trying to claw at Quinn. Did I hit him, or did I hit the air? In the middle of his thoughts, another strong punch came right from behind. It was powerful, and for a moment, Chris heard his bones crack when the shadow broke for a split second. Another punch hit Chris across the face, and now he felt pain all over his body. "This damned shadow, it covers me as soon as he attacks me. I can't tell where he is." The only thing Chris had on his side was that even though the hits on his body were hard, he could heal from these wounds. "I have no choice. All I can do is make a swing and try to hit him. I will use all my attacks. Maybe one of them will hit him, and I will escape from this wretched prison." However, despite this, the beating on Chris continued as he suffered from Quinn's punches and kicks. From the outside, Quinn was hitting non-stop. A knee to the stomach, a pull from the shoulder, and a punch to the face. Each hit had the chi and red aura powers as he continued to give Chris a beating. "I was hesitant at first, but this worked the same way as it did against Syl." Quinn thought, "Chris is strong, Chris is really strong. But fighting completely blind is impossible at our level. For a second, Quinn had stopped the beating. The land looked different from the constant attacks of hitting Chris on the ground, punching him, throwing him, and slamming him all over the place, but no matter what, Chris still stood up time after time. Coming to a halt, he looked at Chris. The latter's body was still covered in the shadow, and he was huffing and panting, trying to catch his breath as the wounds on his body began to heal. This power is strong, and it's what I need to keep going. Since nothing was working so far, Quinn needed to use all his power to take Chris down. Just like with Graham, when the latter's body would heal itself time after time, Quinn needed to prepare a strong attack once again. I don't have the same amount of blood to use as last time, so I will just have to do what I can with my own blood aura and celestial energy. In the next instant, Quinn spread out both his hands and 4 great large swords, each about the size of a car, formed behind his back. They were covered in a dark red aura of power and pointed at Chris. At the same time, Quinn opened his hand in a claw-like shape as he got into a stance. He drifted his hand in the air, and the red flow of energy followed. Crossing his hands, Quinn made deep cuts on his arms, draining more of his blood out of his body. The celestial blood energy was flowing out of his body. It floated and gathered around his fingertips, making them sharper and condensed. However, the flow of blood continued to spiral around, floating about, and began to glow brighter by the second. Using celestial energy in my fights hasn't been favorable, but I think I have found a way to use the power to give me as much power as possible. The attacks have stopped. Chris noticed, but I know this isn't a good sign. My body is strong. I know that, so he must be trying to charge up to finish me off. I carried on with this fight because I wanted to push Quinn to the limit, to see how strong he is. I need to know his strength if we will go up against Zero. I know I haven't fought against Zero or seen him fight at full strength for a while. But I also know that he isn't the type of person to just do nothing during this whole time. He must have gotten considerably stronger. With all these thoughts in his head, Chris had made the decision. Quinn, I don't want to fight you. I've lost this fight already. I wasn't trying to hurt your friends. Instead, I told them I would join up with them to take down Zero. With the shadow over his body, Chris couldn't even hear his own voice, but he was sure Quinn at least heard his words. What is this? Quinn frowned. Desperation? I know Chris isn't a bad person, but he has always been by Zero's side, and for him to have lived this long, he must have used the chi drain skill. The Chris in front of me is not the same person who had taught me once before. Moving from his back, all 4 of the giant blood swords went towards Chris, with the spiraled floating celestial blood from Quinn's own body flowing through the air, and a large trail of blood aura came out from behind him as he charged forward as fast as he could. A new skill has been created, Celestial Tiger Blood Pulse. At this moment, the system had created a new skill. It was strange because this had never happened even though it had been a long time since a blood attack had been created, and Quinn had used the blood control and changed his attack multiple times, so it made him wonder why now of all times. And that's when he felt something strange happening as well. As the skill was being used, the gauntlet and Quinn's fist let out a pulse of red aura that ran through his entire body and behind him. It didn't just happen once but went on continuously, and it looked like the pulse of red aura that was coming out was larger than ever. This will finish it. Quinn, Chris shouted. Believe me, if not me, then believe in Leo. Quinn's fist was aimed right towards Chris' chest, right where his heart would be, and all of the swords floating in the air were ready to stab Chris from every angle. However, hearing Leo's name, Quinn used all the power that he had left and shifted his foot slightly. Moving his clawed hand, he hit the ground right next to Chris, and an enormous explosion erupted. The island was split in half and part of it was growing into the sea. Large waves formed behind the attack, and the shadow on Chris started to rescind. Quinn was trying to catch some breath while looking at what he had caused. In front of him there was nothing but the sea, and they were only on half the island now. Next to him, Chris had cancelled his werewolf form, but the blood swords had managed to go through his body, entering from his back and the top of his shoulders. The next moment, Chris fell to the ground as he collapsed. Quest complete. Defeat a god slayer. Looking at the collapsed Chris on the floor, the large blood swords that had entered his body had disappeared. It was clear he was no longer in any state left to fight, so Quinn decided to retract the rest of his skills himself as well and allowed his body to heal the wounds on his hand. That attack at the end, the new one. I managed to expend the celestial energy properly, similar to when I fought against Graham that time. Maybe this is a step to using it better, Quinn thought. Although Chris was bleeding quite badly, even now his body was healing, but his breaths were deep. Looking around, Quinn went to pick up his demon tier chest piece and placed it in his shadow. He then looked at the broken parts of the Blue Fong set. Not just one part had been destroyed, but all of it. Still, he placed this in his shadow as well as a memento. That was some attack power Chris had in his attacks to destroy demon tier equipment like that. It makes me wonder if I had to take a few of his attacks straight on, what would have happened. These werewolves are strong. In a way, they really are physically superior to vampires. I kind of understand a bit of what was said and how the vampires acted in the past. Getting rid of everything they deemed as a threat. 5,420 MC points have been removed from your total amount. Seeing the system message, it was expected. The new skill that Quinn had used with the shadow, it was a skill that could only be used with his soul weapon Shadow Overload. However, Quinn knew that blocking attacks would take up a large amount of MC cells. So against a strong opponent like Chris, he refused to use it in such a way. Otherwise, the drawback for using his soul weapon in blocking attacks would have been too great. He would have been back to zero once again. Using it in the way he had done, with portals and such, and covering his opponent's entire body in shadow, had a set amount of MC cells that would be taken for using such a skill. Although it still didn't allow him to use it as freely and against whoever he wanted, it was a much more viable option. The best thing to do is still to search for nest crystals so I don't have to worry. If I had over 1,000,000 MC points, maybe then I could even use it to block attacks from the Greats and Godslayers as well. There was a reason why Quinn was thinking about this, and it was due to completing the quest of defeating a Godslayer. Although he hadn't killed Chris and could see he was still bleeding, defeat must have meant winning the battle. You have defeated a Godslayer. The universe has decided to reward you. Please choose from one of the following. Celestial level increase. Celestial energy increase. MC points increase. The three options had made him somewhat struggle with what to choose. The main reason was that the rewards didn't state how much the increase would be. The celestial level up would help Quinn in the celestial space and give him a new skill to use. However, the celestial skills tended to be more helpful to his dedicated followers and less so to him. At the same time, he could no longer really enter the celestial space and was already back on Earth, where he needed to be anyway. If Bliss pulled the same trick again, he would have problems, but he felt like it was unlikely. On top of that, with celestial energy being increased, meant that he might go up a level anyway, which was the natural way to do things. The only thing was, although celestial energy was great for fighting against celestials until recently, it did next to nothing fighting against non-celestials. Who knew how long it would take before Quinn learnt to use celestial energy in a way it would be able to help him in fights against others as well. I'm really going to kick myself in the foot if it's a small increase, but after seeing how effective the shadow can be and how it's been used, the MC point increase would be the best. Selecting his reward, Quinn could feel strange energy enter his body. It felt as if something was being drawn out for the air and was going inside him. Energy that no one could see, something he had never seen before, but this feeling was familiar. It was the same feeling Quinn had when he would absorb the nest crystals as well. This continued on for a while, and while in the middle of this, there were a few guests that had suddenly appeared on the island. So this is where all the fun was, Syl stated. After heading to the military section of the Pure ship with Syl there, they had made quick work of all of them and had managed to get information from the lab this time before destroying it. After that, Syl suggested that it was best for them to make a quick exit as soon as they could. So he decided to teleport them to where he had felt the energy from before. It was easy work, Green City was further, so even with more people it was no hassle. Everyone looked at Quinn, and it seemed like he was in the middle of doing something and was on his own on the island. The fighting stopped. Does that mean? Mitchell didn't say the next sentence because everyone was worried. "He's over here," Peter shouted out. Everyone ran over to where Chris was and could see he was badly hurt. The reason why his body was finding it hard to heal was actually due to the celestial energy that flowed into him. Quinn didn't notice it, but during his Tiger Pulse attack, the celestial pulse had gone off, and the energy had entered into the open wounds the blood swords had created. Chris's body was doing well to fight it off, though it was just taking longer than usual to heal. Did Quinn do all of this? "I'm guessing he wasn't able to speak to him in time then," Jessica commented. "It appears not, but we should see this as a good thing," Muka stated. "His luck is great because he has survived, and Quinn for whatever reason has chosen to spare him. So at the end of the day, no harm has been done." There was a weird smile on Muka's face. While looking at Chris in a pool of blood, it was hard to be positive. There was looking at the glass half full, and then there was this. "Don't worry, I can do something," Syl replied as he got his book out, changing his set of abilities once again, and pressed both hands on Chris's body. Soon, they all saw the wounds closing up at an incredible speed. The color on Chris's skin was returning as well, and he was starting to look a lot better. "A healing ability?" Lucia commented. "How many abilities can you hold? What blade are you?" A lot of what she had blurted out was meant to be said in her head, but she was so surprised that she just had to say something in the end. "I don't mind explaining a bit, but I have lived for as long as Quinn, so I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and that book of mine allows me to change to use whatever ability I have used before." Hearing this, the others around were stunned. The Bald were already strong, and their ability disregarded them for a lot of rules that they already knew, and now this. The person in front of them was clearly a monster on the scale of Quinn. Cyril, who kept quiet, knew there was more to it as well, because Syl hadn't even used the demon-tier weapons that he had in his possession that he had done on the last planet. Eventually, Chris opened his eyes once again and started to lift his body. "You are all here, and I'm still." "Yes, you're still alive," Peter replied. "But honestly, with Quinn back, I'm not sure we really needed you or not." Before, Chris would have thought that Peter was exaggerating Quinn's strength. Now, having faced it face to face, he no longer did he think this. Maybe Quinn could solve this all on his own again, like he had done in the past, without him. Chris clenched his fist. "It's fine even if that is the case. This time I will be on the right side." It was at that moment that Quinn had finished with what he was doing, and he looked at both of his hands. "What is this? What was all of that? How is this even possible?" 620,234 total MC points. Quinn continued to look at his stat points. He was wondering if he had miscounted, but without a doubt the number that was on the screen was true. From this quest alone, he had earned around 500,000 MC points. How was I even able to get such a reward from the system in the first place? Quinn started to think. Is the system still rewarding me through equivalent exchange? Has the system continued to grow like Vincent thought? Or was it something else? Thinking about it more, Quinn did see that this time the system stated that the universe was the one that wanted to reward him for his tasks, which made him wonder, was the universe trying to push him in a general direction? For him, a celestial to go against his natural enemy, the Godslayers, it was hard to say, and due to not knowing any other celestials that he could just speak to, he was also unable to find out if they received such things for defeating Godslayers. Either way, he had been given what he had been given, and it was more than he had ever expected. For a long time, Quinn thought about his strength. It had been at its greatest when he had originally turned into the celestial he is today. There was a surge of power from the transformation. His celestial energy could be used freely and, on top of that, Quinn had gathered the blood of those from all over to defeat his enemy. However, he felt like this entire time he had never been able to get to that same place again. He tried to make up for his loss of strength by learning new skills and becoming creative in the way he used celestial energy and more. With all of that, Quinn had grown stronger, but still not comparable to that time. Now though, with his new skills improving his shadow as well as with the additional 500,000 MC points, Quinn believed that he could do more, and without a doubt, he was currently at the strongest he had ever been. Quinn looked at his fist and clenched it hard with a smile on his face. It was hard not to smile at this achievement, especially with how many bad turns there had been lately in his life. If only I could go to the celestial space with all my powers now. I would love to show the arrogant gods what's up. It was only then, after hearing the sound of the voices next to him, that Quinn had noticed that the others had arrived. He had seen them while he was absorbing energy but had not really paid attention to them. Quickly he rushed over and could see that they were all crowded around Chris. Judging from the fact that everyone is around you and isn't scared, I have to believe what you said is true, Quinn stated. Is that your way of apologizing? Chris asked, standing up off the floor. His outside wounds had healed, but there was clearly some damage inside him as well. I'm sorry, Quinn replied. Things have been difficult for me as well. Since I've come back I've lost a lot of people, and you can't blame me due to the last time we met as well. Soon sniffling sounds interrupted the group. Turning around they could all see that Minnie had burst into tears. Daddy! Minnie screamed and leapt up from where she was and grabbed Quinn right by the neck. For a second, Quinn couldn't breathe, as he slowly held her in his arms and close to his chest. Where did you go? Why did it take you so long to get back? Minnie started to cry. I'm sorry, Quinn said as he wiped away Minnie's tears. A lot of them were wondering the same thing, but didn't want to ruin this father and daughter moment. I tried to come back as quickly as possible, but it's my fault that you were left on your own. I wasn't strong enough to stay by your side, but I won't let that happen again. Quinn smiled. The sniffles and the tears slowed down as Minnie grabbed Quinn by the face and started to rub her large fat cheek against his. The females' hearts melted as they saw this affection. Quinn was already an incredibly handsome man, and seeing him act this way with Minnie was just melting the women's hearts. Quinn, you are a good dad. Maybe you need a wife as well, Mukka said confidently without any embarrassment in her voice. Jessica wished that she could have been as brave as Mukka, but when looking at the two of them, she just felt like it was impossible to compete. He still doesn't know about Layla yet either, Jessica thought, as the list of women who were interested in Quinn just kept piling up. Quinn, the two of us have a lot to talk about, and I'm sure there is a lot that the others want to share with you as well, Chris stated. But since they are all here, there is one more thing I need to do before I leave. Moving away from the others, it looked like Chris was ready to jump in the direction of the ship, but before he did, Syl had approached him. You're planning to go back, right? Don't worry. I'll pop you over there, turn invisible, let you do your thing and we can come back, Syl said. With all of his abilities, there seemed to be nothing that the group couldn't do. Once changing out his abilities, Syl did just that, teleporting Chris right on the deck of the ship towards the front. In an instant he turned invisible. There were a lot of people on the deck, panicking, worried, scared and wondering if they should try and leave, but they could suddenly see Chris in front of them and no one else. Agent 1, you have to help us. The ship, it's under attack, one man cried. Soon, many followed after him, pleading for Chris to help out those impure. They had assumed seeing him now, that he wasn't present and that was how the ship had come to be in its current state. Enough! Chris shouted out to them all with a powerful chi voice. They could feel the vibrations in their body, causing them all to shut up. I am not here to help you, Chris said. In fact, I am here to tell you the truth. I was the one that started the attack on the ship. I was the one that caused all of this mess. I know many of you may be upset or annoyed with me, but I will explain myself. Pure is not the group you think it is. The leader Zero is using everyone, using even the members and soldiers of Pure for his own goal. He has been doing this from the very beginning and Pure has lost its goal ever since the loss of Lucy, the original founder. Zero has been using humans for experimentation, trying to combine them with beasts. He has used slaves to make his life longer. The man that you look up to, the organization that you have been supporting has been doing nothing but use you. I understand that many of you don't believe me and perhaps will never believe me, but I have not done any of this because I want you to thank me, or to like me. You may all even hate me for ruining your life no matter what the reason. I have done this because I have done what I believe is right. I couldn't stand by and do nothing anymore. After Chris had said his words, there was quiet for a few moments until the crowd started once again. Traitor! You attacked our home. You've gone to the green side. You're just doing this to support them. You have ruined everything for us. There were many words, many insults, and many tears as well. Turning his back towards them, it was the signal that Chris was ready to go. I don't mind being the villain of the people, if that's what they need, Chris thought. The next second he was teleported and back on the island with everyone else. Those people will one day understand what you did for them, Syl said as he made himself reappear. Chris was stronger than him in some ways because if he was in Chris's position he would just be filled with anger. The people he was doing everything for and trying to help had treated him like that. All right, you can take us back to Green City, right? Quinn asked Syl. Of course. Who do you think I am? Syl said as he told everyone to gather. A werewolf, a vampire, a superhuman, and the strongest undead you will ever see, Peter commented. I don't think we will have any problem taking out Zero. The portal opened up, and it was time for them to head back to Green City, as everyone had a lot to talk about. Syl had been to Green City a few times before, so as long as their location hadn't changed, he was able to get them all back safe and sound to Green City. If it had changed, then there was a good chance that they would be falling in the sea, but rather than ask, Syl had decided to just grab them and teleport them all anyway. Slowly, after using his powers, he began to open his eyes, and could see they were in the lab that he was familiar with, at the top of Green Tower. Great. It looks like we made it safe. That's a relief, Syl said with a smile. Relief? What do you mean by that? Were you not sure? Quinn asked, somewhat guessing what could have happened to them all if Syl hadn't used his powers correctly. We are here, right, so all is okay. Come on. We have a lot to catch up on, Syl stated. In the lab there was a lot of open space but there weren't many seats, since in the first place it was a lab made for Logan to work on his experiments and such. Placing both his hands on the floor and activating his soul weapon, he could control and make anything into a form of technology or AI, so he started to break down the structure of the place and turn it into large seats for everyone to sit down in. Once everyone was seated, Logan sat back in his chair and let out a big sigh. I have to say, none of what has occurred was within my calculations, Logan said, looking at Chris, who was even in the room with them. I guess, so that we are all up to date, we should start off with informing Quinn what has occurred from the beginning since he had left, and then maybe we can figure this whole thing out. The others agreed, and Quinn was also interested to know what they had been doing. It was easier for Logan to do the talking and explaining, because he had filmed a lot of the events after Quinn had left. The first thing that had taken place, of course, was the tournament that had occurred. During that, Vincent had revealed himself stating that he was looking for Quinn. However, the tournament had been stopped as Laxmus had joined in at the last second, eventually taking out Vincent and taking the red heart which Vincent had instilled in his body. Wait. Vincent is still alive, and he had the red heart, Quinn said, surprised. Another person who had helped him through a lot was here. Vincent is still alive. We are using a nest crystal to get his vitals back up to what they were before. Don't worry. I will let you see him, Logan said. Continuing on the tale, Logan went on to inform them of the next part, and that was heading to the Red Vampire's base. While there, they were already fighting with the Dampiers. Laxmus had been defeated, but the Red Heart had been taken by Aaron. From listening to everything, and the details the other went into when describing how strong she was, Quinn was trying to think how he would deal with her. Laxmus certainly was powerful and had the help of his Celestial, by quite a bit by the sounds of it. He was also happy to hear that Borden was alive as well, and when they had no problems, he would like to go back to the Blade family, possibly with Syl, to say hello to them. In the end, Quinn had decided that he was currently stronger than Aaron. He just couldn't imagine the current him not being able to deal with her. However, his mind was quite distracted by one thing. Layla. So she really was working on our side this whole time, and she is still alive and in charge of the Red Vampires. That is a relief. I would love to go see her. But what would I even say? Quinn thought. Then it was time for them to explain why they had gone to the Pure Base, Rain, in the first place, trying to find out why Aaron had turned into what she was currently. They explained their theory of thinking it was linked with Leo, and that was why they had gone to Chris. That's when they were in for a surprise, and learnt about Leo's dreadful past. While listening to it all, Quinn was clenching his fist. While telling him the story, the others felt a pressure coming off him, that made them feel heavy, that even he wasn't aware he was giving. Quinn sat there in silence for a good 5 minutes with no one saying a word due to how heavy the atmosphere was. Until, "Daddy, please don't be angry," Minnie shouted as she ran over and jumped up sitting in his lap. "I don't like it when Dad is upset. We just got back. And we are together now, and now you're all upset." For some reason, seeing Minnie act this way, it had calmed him down a bit, and he gave her a big smile and hug. "You also went through a lot as well. I'm sorry that you got hurt and your powers taken away. Don't worry. I promise I will pay her back," Quinn stated. Minnie didn't see it because Quinn had said these words while hugging her, but the others could see for a second. A flash of red glow was seen in his eyes. He was beyond furious whenever a certain person's name was mentioned. He was just hiding it extremely well. Now, with Minnie sitting in his lap, he was stroking her, which she seemed to enjoy, and he continued while talking since it was calming for the both of them. "From everything that has been explained so far, from the sounds of it, if I was to take a guess, Zero is also working for a god," Quinn explained. There were many confused faces and looks in the room, but Quinn went on with his theory for a while. "I can't think of anyone else that would be able to bring back those that he killed back on this earth. Perhaps a god has promised him that he will bring them back if he does something for them. This is the only thing that makes sense in my head. I know a lot of you won't understand what I'm talking about, but maybe it's time I tell you everything I have been through." Quinn went on to detail what had occurred to him while he was away, and to all of them it sounded like a mystical tale. Planets, other races, gods, a celestial space, and more. It was hard for them to imagine there were such things, that their current lives and the things they were going through were so small in the grand scale of the universe. What was even more impressive were the strange actions that Quinn had decided to take to come back. Even when telling his story, they could tell how urgent and serious he sounded in wanting to come back. However, despite all the things about the gods and such of the world, the one thing that stuck out to them the most out of everything was that there was a Dalki. This was something that they could comprehend and could imagine the dangers that they would face. Since it was so far away, and in the distance, Quinn had told them not to worry about it, at least for now. Instead, he wanted to focus on the current problems that Earth had before any of that. "Aaron, honestly, I'm not sure what to do. From the story you told, I think she too is dangerous. I understand you guys trying to find out the truth and finding out why she is doing this, but I already lost someone close to me because of that. Leo lost his life because he was too obsessed with finding out why this had happened to her. If I was to meet her again, I would say the best thing to do is to put an end to her, before she does anything else." The answer from Quinn had surprised many in the room. Although they had only been traveling Quinn for a short while, they knew no matter what he would avoid killing unless he had to, and now he was willing to kill his friend just like that. It made them think what Quinn had expressed, learning about the Celestials and that entire space to act like this, caused him to see the world in a different way. "What about Layla?" Peter asked. "I know you might be able to accept the fact that we have to eliminate Aaron, but Layla won't. And are you going to be the one that tells her you killed her best friend without finding out why?" Peter was right, and the silence from Quinn made him think. He was still sure it was the right thing to do, but his emotional attachment to Layla made him second-guess things for sure. "I know." Syl clicked his fingers. "Hey Logan, what location is the Red Vampire base at again?" Saying a bunch of numbers that only Syl would understand. Syl nodded, and opened up a portal, disappearing. Then a minute later it had opened up again, and being pushed out the portal along with Syl was none other than Layla. "Why don't you talk to her yourself?" Inside the castle-like structure, Layla was staring out the window looking at all of the vampires down below. The people had smiles on their faces and the streets were lit up. There was a good atmosphere all around. The Red Vampire base had been rebuilt back to what it once was. There was the option of moving again, but Layla felt like there was now a history to the place for the people here. This gave the whole area more value. To them it felt more like a home, and they had gone through the rebuilding of their home. I made the right decision in staying here. Layla thought. You have done extremely well, Xander stated in the corner of the room with a bow. During the entire time, he had stayed by her side helping her fix and rebuild everything. On top of that, he was happy because he had never seen Layla happier in these 1,000 years. It was almost as if becoming the leader of the Red Vampires had given her a purpose that she was missing. Finally, she can forget about Quinn and continue to live her life. I'm sorry to say this. I know, Quinn, you did a lot for her, and I know from the stories that Layla has said about the two of you that you cared for her, but with you gone again, it could be another 1,000 years until you see each other again. I don't want her to hold on for that long. Not again. Lifting his head to look at Layla, he suddenly saw that a portal had appeared behind her. Immediately, Xander wasted no time rushing across the room. Blood aura surrounded his fist as he went out to throw a punch. It slammed into something solid and the strength behind the punch shook the room. However, whatever or whoever had come out of the portal was currently holding onto his fist. You shouldn't attack guests like this, Syl replied. Guests? You're an intruder. When Xander said these words, he was trying to figure out who was in front of him. Judging from the smell, it seemed like a human, but how would any human be able to hold his fist solidly like this? Layla turned around and could only see the back of his head. Unlike Xander, she didn't react straight away but had her hand on her black sword that she kept at her side at all times. Everyone, it would be best if you were to calm down, the mysterious man stated. I am just here because I want to take you to Quinn. Those words had frozen both of them, and before they knew it, Syl had grabbed Layla by the hand who was frozen and opened up another portal, taking her away. Meanwhile, Xander was left stunned in place. Layla and the mysterious man no longer could be seen in front of him. Did he say, Quinn? Is Quinn back? I hope this outcome will be a good one for her, Xander stated as he smiled and decided to wait in the room for her return. The portal opened up back in the lab where Logan and the others were, and stumbling through at first was Layla, and following her was none other than Syl. Alright, so it looks like everyone is here. It looks like we can talk now about what to do. Syl smiled. At first Layla's eyes had landed on Logan. He was still as small as she remembered him, but it had been a long time since the two of them had last met. Her heart ached a little, thinking of all the time she had spent on the other side of the whole thing. After that, she moved her head, with her eyes falling on the rest of the group. She had seen all of them during the attack before. Then finally they laid on one person, Quinn. Immediately, she knew that this was him. His long black hair, his perfectly symmetrical face and his pointed, but strong chin. There was no emotion on her face. The others were looking closely to see what her face would show, but it looked calm and collected. However, there was something on her body that was reacting, and it was her horns. Constantly they were turning a bright red and cooling down. It was like a heartbeat, only it was going incredibly fast as the horns continued to blink and blink. Other than this, the two of them just stayed there staring at each other for a while. Not a single one of them saying a word. That's the one Daddy likes, Minnie shouted and pointed. She had been following their story for a while. Immediately, Jessica picked Minnie up and covered her mouth. More so than ever, this scene was hurting her quite a bit. I've lost. I already know I've lost. Never have I ever seen that guy make that type of reaction, or look at a person in that way before, Jessica thought. At least I can move on now. I should just think of Quinn as an unreachable hero like a superstar in a movie. All right, everyone, Peter shouted, clapping his hands. Let's give these guys some space. It's clear that we are giving them a bit of stage fright. We'll come back and talk about this once you guys are done. Just give us the signal, Peter said, walking off, and everyone else went to walk off toward the other side of the lab as well, out of respect for the two of them. That's when they saw that Logan was doing something strange. He had gone to one of his computer terminals and placed his hand on it. Then, a couple of seconds later, a screen appeared. On the screen itself, there was none other than Quinn and Layla. I have cameras all over my lab that I can access. They are in my lab, so I see nothing wrong with doing this. The others didn't say anything because they too were interested in what was going to happen. So instead they crowded around the monitor with their backs toward Quinn and Layla. Quinn, Layla said, being the first one to speak. It's been so long. So very long. Layla thought she could hold it back, but already now that the others were away, there were droplets of tears running down her cheeks, and a lump was felt in her throat. I was so worried that I would never be able to see you again. There were days where I thought I forgot what you looked like. You of all people in the world, the person I thought I would never forget. I felt so guilty that I was forgetting your face, and I'm not talking about the ones that they plastered on the statue. I'm talking about the real face that's in front of me now. She sniffled and wiped away her tears. Let me finish, Layla said with her head to the ground. I waited for you, Quinn. I waited and waited for the day for you to come back. And then I heard you returned, but you disappeared again. I had hope and it was chucked away. My heart was ripped out again. It was so painful for me. So painful that I decided to bury you inside of myself. Bury you and try to forget about you. Finally, Layla lifted her head, her eyes swollen from crying, tears still falling all down her face and her cheeks a little rounder than before. I realized I couldn't though, Quinn. I could never forget about you because I love you. With no sound made after that, no footstep touching on the floor, Quinn was suddenly right in front of Layla. He had moved so fast and quickly she had no time to notice. Before she could do anything, he had hugged her, pulling her tightly into his chest. Layla, Quinn said. His voice was a little lumpy and shaky. No matter what happened to me, you were always there for me. You were there at the beginning when I turned into this. You stayed with me even though I was different, and you never hated me for getting you involved in all of this mess. Instead, you stayed by my side each time, and continued to try and help me in your own way. I heard from the others about everything that has happened, and I realize now, at any second, anything from our lives can be taken away. So I'm not going to hide how I feel. I'm not going to just wait for something to happen. I have to do things myself like I always have done, and that includes my feelings for you. Last time I was unable to do this, but this time I will. Quinn's fingers touched the side of her neck gently. Layla felt a force pull her forward, and a tingling sensation could be felt running up her entire neck. The two's faces angled, with Layla's staring into Quinn's. The next moment, moving forward, Quinn's lips had locked with Layla's. Two of them kissed each other, closing their eyes, longing for this long-awaited moment. "Yeah, my man," Peter shouted as he started to clap. All the others that were watching the video also began to cheer, on the sidelines soon after Peter, at this joyous moment. The single moment, for Layla, felt like an eternity. It was long-awaited, and she didn't want it to end. It wasn't just the kiss with the love of her life, but the first kiss she had ever received as well. When growing up, she had only focused on pure. After that, the events of the world continued to transpire one by one, and the entire time she just couldn't be herself. She couldn't settle down with the man she loved, but that was perhaps because the man she loved would go on to become the hero of the entire world and save it from unimaginably powerful enemies. In the end, though, the kiss had to end there as Quinn pulled away and held her by her shoulders. Her horns now remained a bright red, and she couldn't stop looking at Quinn's eyes and his lips again. All of the girls watching by the side, who at some point had some type of feeling towards Quinn, thought they would feel jealous of this, but for some reason they didn't. The moment was so sweet. The aura around the two showed how they were made for each other, and after hearing the story and seeing them pour their feelings for each other, none of them felt like they deserved to be with Quinn. In the end, the one who had always loved Quinn, and always been by his side through all this time, would stand by his side, hand in hand. "I owed you that for a long time," Quinn eventually said. "I wanted to do that a long time ago." What Quinn meant by this was the strange connection that stopped the two from kissing each other in the past. There was a time when the two of them had made their feelings clear, but the special bond between vampire and familiar made things complicated, and they could never take the next step. However, Quinn did have a theory and idea as to what would happen. He was hoping that now he was a celestial vampire, that his body wasn't completely the same. Quinn was essentially his own race, something that could even create new subclasses. He no longer followed the vampire rules, He was now on the same or a similar level as the ones who had created the vampires, so it made no sense to still be restricted. Hearing Quinn's words, Layla didn't really know what to say. In truth, she would love to spend a day or an entire week with just the two of them, so they could just experience life together, talk and catch up about everything each one of them had done. But as always, there were important matters at hand. Even now, there was something she had to do, and Quinn was going to be busy as well. Sorry to ruin the sweet moment. Logan's words interrupted her thought. However, there are some matters that we need to talk about. Once this is all done, don't worry. I will create a special event for you, and we will have the most spectacular weddings the world has ever witnessed. Wedding, Layla said, stepping back a bit. Isn't it too soon for that? What are you talking about? Peter replied. You confessed your feelings 1,000 years ago, and you guys kissed after 1,000 years. Don't tell me we have to wait another 1,000 years for the two of you to get married. Anyway, as long as I am the best man, I don't really mind it. I have known the two of you for a while, and you know Vorden doesn't deserve it. I mean, he isn't even here right now. Layla's heart was racing. She had never even thought about these things because she never imagined she would even be in this situation in the first place. Her mind was getting flustered. Too many things flashed in her mind at once, which made her think of essentially nothing. We need to get to the point of what to do next. Logan continued. Right now, we know that Pure has the red heart. According to Chris, Aaron has given it over 0, and this is a serious problem. At the Pure Space, I learned what they were planning to do with the red heart, and I think, Quinn, you were on the right track. The power of the red heart has enough energy to open up a portal. A portal? That's it? I open those things up all the time. Syl was surprised and moved his finger to open up another one. Well, this portal is vastly different. From their research, they have been trying to open up a portal to another plane. This will be hard to describe to you all, but it's essentially like another universe that is like this one. There are multiple theories, but no one has ever actually managed to achieve such a thing. As for why they are planning to do this, in the files, it stated they want to meet God. It was then that everything clicked in Quinn's head. When talking to the Celestials and Bliss, he had heard several things as well and learned from Chris what Zero truly wanted to do. That has to be it, Quinn said. The deal that Zero made. Zero talked about bringing people from the dead back to life. A long time ago, Richard Eno talked about opening up a portal to this other place, and that was how the vampires came into existence in the first place. The deal, it must be for Zero to open up that portal again. Logan nodded, and those that had been with Quinn from the beginning followed, while the others were confused. They had no idea who Richard Eno was. Unfortunately, it was a name that was lost in time and replaced by Quinn's fame. If a portal is opened up to that place again, then something more dangerous could happen than just vampires roaming the streets. The information I got from Eno stated that there are several different gods on that plane as well. It would be like opening up a portal to hell in the world. Grinding his teeth, Quinn felt partly responsible because he was the one that created the red heart in the first place. It was because of him that this whole thing could even be possible in the first place. Wait, Aaron is with Zero? Layla asked, not having been caught up on everything. Once again, there was a brief overview of everything going on for them to catch up on what had happened. Logan even explained a bit about how vampires had come into existence in the first place. This revelation blew the others' minds. This was something that Mukka didn't know either. She just thought vampires were mutations of humans or an evolution path that got separated from the latter at one point and took a whole different trajectory. I know the area where Zero perhaps would venture into, Chris stated, but I don't know the exact location or planet. Right now, along with him, there's Agent 4, who has the blood armor, and Aaron, along with Flora, who holds the vampire's great sword. When put like that, and after hearing everything that they had done so far, none of the opponents sounded like they were easy to deal with. Quinn, Layla said, I know what you wanted to ask me. I can see it on your face. I agree that Aaron needs to be dealt with. It's clear that something is up, but if we leave her as she is, she will just continue to grow stronger. Even with our power right now, there is no way for us to find out the truth. I was too weak to stop her. Saying these words, Layla grasped the black sword's hilt. Quinn was happy that he didn't need to worry about what Layla would think of him if he was to deal with Aaron, because in his mind right now, it was something that he might have to do to end it all against her. "I don't want you to come with us," Quinn replied. "You have already tried to talk Aaron out of it, but it didn't get through her head and turned out to be useless. You just being there would do nothing. If I'm honest, it might even be a distraction for me." Sounded harsh, but Layla knew those words were right. She had already tried her best and failed. However, there is a chance that while we are away and searching for Aaron and Zero, we may not find them because they might attack you again. "That sword," Quinn said while pointing his finger at it. "I checked it before and it seemed all right, but the marking, it's the same marking that was on Laxmus's head that time. The two of you seem to be getting the same energy from the same god. I think it's a bit dangerous, so let me do something." Layla pulled the sword out of its sheath. The sword had been a great companion for her this entire time, and she knew she wouldn't have survived so long without it. However, she wouldn't say no to Quinn and handed the sword over to him. And it was then that a system message popped up in front of Quinn. "The sword has been sealed with the soul of a godslayer. Would you like to attempt to break the seal?" Reading the system prompt in front of him, Quinn was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. At first, he thought the sword was just a regular celestial weapon. In truth, Quinn wanted to test his own celestial weapons that he could create against this sword, and he now had enough points to do so. The only thing was that he wanted to try to create celestial weapons from scratch, and to do that, he needed the best forger that he knew. Still, with the sword in front of him, he thought it might be a win-win situation. Either its powers would increase or decrease depending on what he did, and in doing so, Layla would be a lot safer using the sword. But that was if he could even change the marking on the weapon in the first place, since now that this message had appeared, he was uncertain if he should go through with it. Is there the power of a god-slayer in this sword? The power that Layla draws from the weapon is not just celestial power? I guess that would explain why it is so powerful, but then, what happens if I break the seal? To break the seal, Quinn felt like it meant realizing the power from the inside of the weapon, and if that was the case, it would no longer be special. "Hey you, I saw everything. You and that girl. Both of you are together, right?" A voice resounded in Quinn's head. He turned his head left and right for a few seconds but soon released that it was coming from the sword itself. "Who would have thought that she would know someone like you? I can't believe it. The second you touched my sword, I could tell that you have the same type of energy. You can break me out of here, right?" The man in the sword's voice was almost trembling near the end. Quinn didn't know the whether either, to tell him the truth or not, but hearing the sound of the man's voice inside, Quinn could tell the man trapped within the sword was in an incredibly sorry state. At the same time, Quinn wasn't foreign to the idea of things being trapped. Vincent was originally part of the system as well, so why couldn't one be placed inside a sword? It also reminded Quinn that Vincent believed when he was placed inside the system, his power of equivalent exchange had entered it as well, which was why Quinn got such great rewards dependent on the tasks that were given. Perhaps it was the same here? "Even if I can break the seal, I don't have the ability to remove you from the sword," Quinn clarified. The sword turned silent upon hearing this. It knew that its body had long disappeared from this world. "That damned god of death tricked me," the sword shouted, "pulling me down and such." Hearing this, Quinn could only assume that the sword was talking about the same god that Laxmus was under, the god who had created the original vampires in the first place. What happened? "You know what? I kind of have forgotten. It's been so long. I just remember that he tricked me, and that's how I ended up here. Then I was flung around all over the place. I just remember. My past was extremely difficult and sad. Whenever someone usually grabs me, I can't help it, but if they take any of my power, they take part of my pain. But Layla, she was able to handle it. She was used to the motions and pressure of using my powers put on her, but many people have gone mad before. I'm guessing it's not affecting you because you're a god as well." The sword began to plead. "So please, if you can find a way to release me, break this seal and give me a body. I promise I will do everything in my power to help you. Once you have done everything you have done, then I want to remember everything that happened, and I'll face that damned god himself." Although this was a weapon created by a possible enemy, Quinn was surprised to find the sword actually had a true hatred for the said god, even if it couldn't remember why that was. I might have a way to get you out of that sword, but unfortunately, I think it might be better that you stay in there. You see, the person you were protecting is someone I care about, and I hope you can continue to protect her. However, I am a fair person. I will break the seal from you to prove I will help you as long as you continue to give your power to Layla as she needs it. When that is all done, I will ask someone to move you, Quinn said, glancing at Syl, who was visually confused because Quinn had been holding the sword for a while now without saying or doing anything, but everyone just stayed quiet, thinking he was focused on something. I have already been in this sword for longer than I can remember, the sword replied. If I have to continue for a little while longer with the hope of breaking free, then I will do as you wish. Hearing this, Quinn turned his attention toward the system. In the next instant, energy began to flow out of Quinn. His hair was floating on its ends, and everyone could feel a strange energy that surrounded him. I can feel my celestial energy being drained into the weapon. 1234 celestial energy. 1825 celestial energy. Thankfully, Quinn had obtained a large amount of celestial energy for defeating Athos, and he was sure that whoever had put this marking on wouldn't have placed a ridiculous amount on a weapon. At least he hoped. Soon, dark black sparks were shooting all over the sword. They continued to spread out, hitting the ground and getting larger and larger. The others decided to step away as they saw this. Quinn! Layla shouted out, worried that something was happening. 23, 637 celestial points. So he did use a lot more celestial points than I thought to create this weapon. Just who is this god? Eventually, the black sparks started to fade, and the energy from Quinn was slowly starting to disperse as well. When turning the sword around on its hilt, Quinn noticed the marking had disappeared. You did it, I can tell. I can feel that I'm freer, the sword said. Thank you so much, kind stranger. Don't thank me just yet. I need to make sure that Layla has the same power as before. Quinn had thought about using his celestial energy on Layla. However, after meeting the other Celestials and traveling in the universe, he changed his view slightly on things. Giving celestial energy to those close to him would make them a target. Maybe not now when they didn't have to worry about these things, but if Quinn made an enemy, if he hadn't already, then there would be those that would be coming for him and they would target his dedicated followers first. It was just too risky for him. After hearing about the sword and how much power it gave Layla, he realized there was another way he could help them. By sharing his powers with others with weapons. The only downside was that if the person were to die, then anyone could get their hands on these weapons and use them how they weren't intended, which was somewhat what had happened to the sword in the first place. Wait. So you broke the seal but are now just going to put your own on me? The sword sounded upset. I don't break my promises. As I said, I need you to be strong enough to protect her. Would you like to mark the God Slayer sword? That's quite a good ring to it. Let's make a sword that's actually capable of slaying those damned gods. Quinn thought. Yes, mark the sword. The energy from Quinn was clearly being expended outward again. Hi's hair started to float, and everyone took a step back once more. However, rather than a sinister dark energy that they had felt from before, instead this energy was more familiar to most of them. It felt somewhat like the vampire aura they were all used to, only slightly different compared to that. This time it didn't take long, and where the markings of the single eye with two wings were, it was replaced with a red dragon head in front of a black shield with cross chains. The celestial energy right now isn't so much of a use to me, and on top of that, Layla needs to stay safe. Quinn thought. You did a good job, you were able to take quite a bit of celestial energy. Maybe it's because you were at the level of a god slayer. 50,000 celestial points. With breaking the seal, giving Geo, the others and Cyril a load of his celestial points, he had made quite a dent in the amount he had. 162, 256/285, 462 celestial energy. Still, it was large enough for him to attempt to do more things, to create more weapons and still enough for him to fight most of the Celestials. In a way, spreading out his celestial energy like so, was giving more people a way to fight against these beings that were known as gods. The sword is complete. I have placed my own energy into the sword. I'm not sure if it will have the same effects as it did before, or if it will be stronger, but I'm sure it will come in useful. Layla accepted the sword from Quinn with both hands. Although the two of them had just shared an intimate moment, she still wanted to show respect and thankfulness for what Quinn had done. When taking the sword, there was a surprised look on her face. He's still inside. Layla smiled. The two of us made a deal. Quinn winked. The others had no clue what they were talking about, and at the same time he believed that they didn't need to know. I hope that weapon does you well. Honestly, I wish I had my own weapon to use as well, Quinn commented, although his soul weapon allowed him to form it into whatever shape he wanted. He knew the power and strength of things such as demon tier weapons. His soul weapon in the first place, both of them were on limited timescales, whereas a normal weapon was not. It gave versatility to fighting and also helped when fighting multiple opponents. It would be good if Alex was here. I would have liked to have tested something with him. Hearing that, Logan had a smile on his face as he came over. Actually, there was something in the story that we didn't mention. When Laxmus was defeated, a strange-looking, coffin-like structure had come out. Logan led the way, and the rest followed him to his lab. It was here that Quinn had also caught a glimpse of Vincent and what state he was in. Based on the machine next to him, one could see that he was at least still alive. This here, we believe that Alex is inside. Unfortunately, I gave you the blood solution to open it. Do you still have it? Logan asked. It took a second for Quinn to realize what Logan was saying, but he soon released that they believed Alex was the one that was in the chamber coffin. You actually found him, Quinn stated. Memories of when Quinn and Alex first met were flashing in his head. The system helped him pick out a talented forger. And before Quinn had truly made a name for himself, the two of them had decided to work together. Together they were going to grow his name, and although his items were sold quite wide and far, in the end he had never created a name for himself, apart from those on the cursed faction that had also now disappeared. So this Alex, he was a forger for the cursed faction? Jessica asked. Yes, he was the forger that created many weapons that were used in the battle against the Dalki, Quinn stated. On top of that though, he was a dear friend. Walking up to the chamber, Quinn's arm was covered in shadow. Soon the little vial of blood was in his hands. As he walked up to where the circular lock was, where the blood needed to be dripped, he hesitated for a second. Why am I so worried? Quinn thought. Thinking about this, images of Fex started to come into his mind. When Quinn had woken him up, how frail and weak he looked, how tired he was. That feeling of first waking up in this new world and seeing that, it was a feeling that hadn't gotten out of his mind this entire time. What if I wake up Alex and he's like that as well? Quinn thought. Either way, he couldn't be afraid anymore, and decided to pour the vial of blood on the mechanism. Slowly it started to drop and fill up in the circle. It lit up a light red before starting to spin and unlock in certain ways. This hadn't happened before when the other blood was spilt on it, which made it clear that this was Alex Way, the blood fairy. A final click was heard and the door swiveled open. A few seconds later and a hand could be seen holding onto the side of the round casket. Why do I feel so strange? A voice was heard. Eventually the group could see a sat-up body. The top half of the said person was there, and for the girls their eyes were memorized by the sight in front of them. Unaware, when the blood had awoken Alex, it had caused his natural blood red wings to snap open. The clear red, almost crystal-like color was incredibly beautiful to them all. It's so pretty, Minnie said, pointing. Hearing these words, Alex turned his head to look at a group of mostly strangers. Where is this place? What happened? Alex said as he continued to rub his eyes. They were quite blurry due to the amount of time he had taken to wake up. We decided to wake you up, a voice said. I heard what you went through and I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Because I was the one that turned you into this. People were after your blood. Yet I was nowhere to be seen. I have to take accountability for what I did. The voice Alex heard had sent shivers running down his spine. It was a voice that he would never forget. All those years after he had gone away, Alex hadn't forgotten about him. The will of the cursed faction was to do as Quinn wished, and it was why Alex had tried so hard to complete his job as a forger for the cursed faction, continuing to make weapons that would help them out in their battles. At the end of the day, Alex also blamed himself for not being able to create weapons good enough to help the cursed faction combat the enemies that they had made. "Quinn!" Alex shouted, his wings flapping in excitement so fast that he was now hovering in the air. Everyone could now see him in the room above. "It's really you, it's really you." Alex then flew at a great speed straight towards Quinn, and landed right in front of him. His wings were still flailing about, but he was on the ground. "I can't believe it, Quinn, you were alive, you finally woke up. Do you know what happened to Fex, to the others? It was so hard." Looking at Alex carefully, Quinn could see his hands. They were cut and burned all over, and at the same time he had wounds over his body that looked like they hadn't healed either. Was Alex also involved in fighting as well? How did this happen to him? Quinn thought, clenching his fist. The good news was, though, that Alex looked just as good as Quinn had last seen him. It appeared as if he hadn't aged too much. Logan did state that Alex had been placed in slumber early on due to those that were after him, but it looked like it had happened a little too late before he had gotten involved. "I'm guessing you have woken me up because you require my skills?" Alex asked, pumping his fist. "Well, tell me what you need, boss, and I'll make the best weapon in the world for you." Quinn smiled at this comment. "I'm going to need a better weapon than that. I'm going to need something that can take on the whole universe," Quinn replied. Once again, since there was a new person in the group that had slept for a long time, they needed to be caught up on everything. Thankfully, Logan had a solution where it wasn't necessarily needed for them all to talk together again. For a case like this, he had recorded their conversation from earlier, and at the moment Alex was watching all of it. At the same time, he had asked for a pad and paper, that way he could write down notes of what had occurred while he was in a deep sleep. Quest complete. Find and wake up the Blood Fairy Alex Way. Plus 10,000 celestial points. Quinn had almost forgotten about this quest he had received a while ago, and in truth, he didn't really see it as a quest because it was something that he just wanted to do. Still, he wouldn't complain about getting these rewards, especially since he had plans to use more of his celestial energy. New quest received. Get Forger Alex Way to create a weapon using a God-Slayer crystal. A God-Slayer crystal, like the crystal the shadow came from. But do all God-Slayers drop crystals? Or is it only beasts that are deemed to be at the level of a God-Slayer that drop crystals? Either way, this new type of crystal could change everything. But I don't have the time to go looking for God-Slayers right now. It made Quinn wonder as well, if the weapon Layla used was then classified as a God-Slayer weapon. Although it seemed more so like a God-Slayer's soul had been into the weapon along with its power, it did contain one of the strongest abilities Quinn knew. The power to negate anything it touched. It was part of the reason why they were able to defeat the demon tear dragon in the first place. "I think it would be best if I was to go," Layla stated while everyone was waiting around. "Sil, thank you for bringing me to Quinn. I mean it. It's been a long time, and this meeting is something that I will never be able to forget." Saying those words, her horns started to light up slightly red in the process. "However, I know Quinn is busy, and the red vampires won't be safe until Aaron is dealt with, which is why I need to return to them. Sil, if possible, would you be able to take me back?" Sil nodded, and before Layla was to return to the red vampires, she had walked up to Quinn. "Whatever happens to Aaron, I believe you will make the right decision about what to do, Quinn. I know you have a good heart and I know you would have tried your best. Just don't get yourself killed, because at the end of the day, you are the most important person to me." With that, she went and hugged Quinn tightly, and he had done the same to her. "When this is over, I will come and visit you, and I'm telling you now, I don't plan for this to take a long time." With that said, Sil opened up a portal returning Layla to where she had come from and for himself to return shortly after. It was only around 30 minutes later that Alex was finally done catching up with everything. "I can't believe all of that stuff happened. Quinn, I really can't imagine how it is to live a life in your shoes," Alex stated, moving his arms up and down. "Honestly, the two of us were close to each other in age, and although a lot has happened to me, it's nowhere near on the level as what is happening to you. Shaking his head, Alex tried to get himself out of that mood, and his wings started to quickly flap about again. Anyway, I will create whatever you want. Do you have anything in mind? Alex asked. As soon as Alex said that, Quinn opened up his shadow, and on the floor several items started to appear. First, there was the destroyed Blue Fong set. This was destroyed in a fight, and if we can, I would like to have it repaired, Quinn asked in a pained voice, and Chris, the person who had destroyed it, was looking away. When repairing it, or with the new set of items, I want to try two things. I have the ability to mark weapons and give them power, that is, after they have been made. Just like I did with Layla's weapon. I would like to mark the weapons after that, but during the repair and making process I want you to use part of my blood to make the weapons as well. When Quinn extracted the blood from his body, it was the easiest way for him to use his celestial energy in the form of a power that would work on not just celestials but others as well. On top of that, Quinn was hoping for something else as well. Although hardening his own blood and creating a blood armor did help him, it was an alternative to his normal armor, due to his normal armor disintegrating when using celestial blood energy. The problem was, he would also lose HP points when using his blood in this way, leaving him less to use offensively. Hopefully, using his blood to create the weapons would stop, or at least lessen, his own energy causing the weapons and armor to disintegrate. I can see what I can do. I got used to mixing my own blood in with items, so it should be okay. The only thing is, to repair a demon tier level of equipment I would need another demon tier crystal to begin with. Alex explained. It's why most people don't bother going through with repairs, since they would rather use the crystal to make something else. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. This armor means a lot to me. Quinn replied instantly. Although he now had set his heart on someone else, there was still someone that he could never forget. This armor was his last link to her. Quinn also wanted to put a marking on his demon tier chest piece, although the effects of the demon tier were nice and it didn't take up MC points for each attack he blocked. With the current enemies he was facing, they were either faster than he could use his wings, or he would have to use shadow overload anyway to block the attacks, therefore eating into his MC. There was a big risk when marking an item or a weapon that it would lose its active skills, but Quinn also was betting on the fact that it might become something that was more useful to him as well. I also want a demon tier weapon as well, Quinn requested. Made in the same way as the armor. I know you're limited to what the crystal can be used for, but I also know that you will do a good job. There was adrenaline running through Alex already. He had only just woken up, and he was being told to make universe-changing items. There was no forger in the entire universe that he felt was more lucky than him in the current situation they were in. So, I can do all this, but I am going to need some crystals. In total, they would need at least 2 demon tier crystals for the items to be made, but at the same time they wanted to go searching for Zero and Aaron. Let me do the searching, Chris said. I know the areas where Zero will be. I won't engage with him. I'm not foolish enough to think that I can do this without you. When I know where he is, I'll contact you straight away. In the meantime, you concentrate on getting what you need for those weapons. You're going to need them, Chris said. After fighting with Chris and knowing his strength, it did make Quinn wonder just how strong was Zero. Maybe we don't have to wait long. Logan smiled. That energetic son of mine has already been out hunting. The group turned to Logan wondering what he meant, and he soon to explained. My son, Jake Green. While all of you were busy on the pure ship causing mayhem and a ruckus, I sent him off to gather a few demon tier crystals. Logan explained. It felt like a large battle was soon coming. A fight with Pure. What I didn't expect was for us to suddenly attack them before they even got the chance to attack us. I also thought Pure would stay quiet for a while, so it was the best chance for us to gather extra power. Jake is strong enough to fight demon tier beasts on his own. Originally they were going to be used as weapons and handed out to our best or you guys, but now they have a better use. Logan smiled. They didn't know how long Jake would take. But it was a head start. With Logan's demon tier tracking device as well, as long as there was no trouble in killing the beasts, all would be well. Even if I do get all the materials, it will probably take me around a week or so to make the weapon for you. You will have to wait either way, Alex explained. In this situation, Quinn felt a bit restless, because there was nothing he could do to speed up the process. Everyone in the team was already moving. I still think it would be best if we search for Zero ahead of time. I doubt there would be much he could do in a week's time, but we can never be too sure, Chris explained. I think it's a good idea, Logan replied. However, I think you should take someone with you. I think Peter would be a good choice. With the two of you, your strength will help even if you do happen to run into a fight with them. In the meantime, Quinn will wait for the weapon to be done. I would say to take a teleporter with you. However, I doubt it will have any effect with Agent 4 there as well. The only thing we can do is, once the weapons are complete, have Quinn come out to you as fast as possible. Quinn didn't want to be split up from the group again. Not this time, but he was wondering if there was anything else. Alex knew the shadow so Quinn could get to him at any point in time, but getting to the others was harder. The only forging equipment that was good enough for Alex to work on was in Green City as well, and Syl's teleport powers didn't work that far. I guess it's the only thing that could be done. But I would feel a lot safer if Syl was there as well, Quinn asked. What do you think? I'm not strong enough, Peter shouted. I kicked that Flora girl's arse already and I will slap Erin back to herself or to death if I meet her. I think you should trust Peter on this one, Syl said. Everyone here has managed to survive without you, Quinn. They went against Erin and survived. I honestly wouldn't worry about them. For me, the bigger threat is out there. I took some time off to help you, Quinn, but I need to go back out there. I forgot a lot of what I saw before, but all these events happening now are making it come back to me. I can tell it's soon. Syl didn't want to worry the others with what he had seen with his vision, and after seeing Quinn's power there was no worry in his head that they would be fine without him. Syl, you have a really important task. Everyone does. I think you should stick to your guns on this one. After a lot of talking between the group, it seemed like many of them were ready to finally leave. Now knowing that Quinn was okay, Lucia was worried about the state of the Greylash family. She wanted to head back and see how the vampires were doing there. She felt like she had already accomplished a lot and was no fool. She knew that with the next fights against Erin, Zero, Flora and Agent 4 she could do nothing. Jessica had also decided to go ahead with her. With the Dampiers mostly destroyed and no longer feeling under threat, now she could enjoy her life as a traveler, which was something she always wanted to do. On top of that, she knew there was no longer a reason for her to stay by Quinn's side anymore. Then there was also Muka. She still had no clue what had happened to the rest of the vampire chambers. According to Chris, they knew nothing about them, so it was unlikely that her answer was with Pure or the others, so she needed to find out her own answers. This left Cyril, Minnie, and Mitchell. There were quite a few conversations between them all as they said their goodbyes. Minnie was crying her eyes out for losing her beautiful aunties, and asked them to come see her from time to time. As well, everyone thanked Quinn, not just for what he did now but also for what he did back then in the Dalkey War as well. They had learnt that Quinn had never been able to get the pleasure of being thanked like that, so they wanted to make it up to him. Syl said he would help each of them by teleporting them to where they wanted to be, before he went off to do his own thing, and now the place suddenly seemed a lot quieter than it usually did. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, hasn't it, Minnie? Quinn said, sitting down and patting her head until she fell asleep on his lap. Putting her to the side, Quinn gently placed her down, allowing her to continue to sleep, and decided to head to a particular area along with Logan. While waiting for the crystals and weapons to come, Quinn was going to use his own celestial space to train again, getting as many hours in as he possibly could. There was a chance that he would have to take all 4 of them on. With the weapons they had, even for him, Quinn could imagine it being a tough fight. All of these individuals were at the same level as Chris or possibly higher, meaning it would feel like taking on 4 Godslayers at once. Before that though, Quinn needed to see someone. Heading over to the large clear glass tube, Quinn could see Vincent lying inside. His body was breathing but he seemed unconscious. The nest crystal was in his chest and the energy was flowing through him slowly. Can you ask Jake to find a nest crystal as well while he is out? Sure, Logan replied. I mean, we are always looking for nest crystals all the time anyway due to their use. Is there a reason? Quinn placed his hand on the glass chamber, and now that he was closer, he could feel the energy slowly entering Vincent's body. He was weak like someone else he knew. A nest crystal's energy is almost limitless. I guess the correct thing to say is the energy is always restoring itself in the crystal, which is why it can create so many beasts. However, if all of the energy is used up at once, it will disappear. Quinn had a lot of experience with nest crystals along with Syl, and during that time it made him wonder. Vincent is weak like him. There is someone else that deserves to be on this journey. This journey to take out Aaron. With my celestial powers and a nest crystal I want to see. I want to see if I can bring him along with me. Quinn explained. Who are you talking about? Logan asked. My blood brother, Quinn replied. Let me try something on Vincent. Quinn thought of something. Before testing his new idea on Fex, he wanted to try it on Vincent first. The two situations were quite different yet similar simultaneously, and in the latter, Quinn felt like there was less risk. The main reason behind this was that Vincent wasn't at the end of his life cycle due to the nest crystal in the first place. However, there was one thing that Quinn was unsure about. It was the fact that since Vincent's body was a clone of his in the first place, thus it was possible that the rules could differ. Quinn, are you sure about this? Logan asked. I know you can now do things beyond the realm of humanly possible, but the nest crystals are also an unusual, unique power. You have to be careful regarding them. We don't know how they will react. I have been able to have a lot of experiences with the nest crystals. I think I can do this, and if it doesn't look like it will work, I'll stop immediately. Hearing the response, Logan opened up the chamber, and Quinn placed his hand on the chest of the nest crystal. Then closing his eyes, he focused on the energies. First, I need to see how well the nest crystal energy is flowing into his body. Quinn thought. When just sending energy, Quinn felt a very faint red energy aura that was flowing around Vincent, and then there was the energy of the nest crystal which was going to all the cells in his body. On further observation, he found out the energy looked like little bolts of lighting were constantly hitting Vincent's cells, trying to reactivate them again. The energy continued to be dispersed from the crystal, yet the cells weren't activating. In fact, it would take 100 or so strikes to activate a single cell to flow and work again in Vincent's body. Is this the same as what was happening to me? Is that why it took so long for my body to recover as well? At this rate, Vincent won't wake up for another 100 years, just like me as well. The problem isn't the energy from the nest crystal. If I force it to expend its energy through Vincent's body, it won't get him back to the way he was, and without the nest crystal, his body will fall apart. Which means maybe there is a way to activate the vampire cells in his body. Let's hope this works. The celestial energy began to draw out of Quinn, just like when he would create a dedicated follower. He had a theory and just hoped it would work. Slowly, he could feel his energy coming out of him, but it was doing nothing to the body in front of him. Come on, work! Then, when over 100 celestial points had transferred, Quinn could see it even without the nest crystal's help. The red cells would begin to move and come back to life. The figures on the computer screen next to Vincent were starting to change. You can now accomplish things beyond science. Logan smiled. I guess you really are a god. After around 300 points of celestial energy, Quinn could feel that Vincent's whole body was finally back to its initial state. When he cut off the energy transfer on that range, Quinn observed that the nest crystal continued to hit the cells, and the latter were responding with life. After a while, Quinn concluded that the nest crystal would not do its job of keeping Vincent alive like it's supposed to. When he stepped away, there was a bright glow around Vincent's chest. The strange device that Logan had attached to him was still there, and so was the wound, allowing one to see the crystal right through his body. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes opened wide. They were entirely red, most likely due to the energy, but it soon started to fade out of him, and his eyes had gone back to normal. The first person he looked at was Quinn, who was in front of him. Kid, you did a good job, Vincent said, having somewhat understood what was going on around him. It looks like all that time we waited for you didn't go wasted after all. Quinn felt a lump in his throat when he tried to reply. For some reason, it was quite heartwarming for Quinn to reunite with the person in front of him. Your voice is so annoying. Quinn somehow managed to speak. But for some reason, I miss being able to talk to you like in the past. Well, we can talk all we want now that you're alive. Huh, Vincent said as he got up from the table and walked towards Quinn. The next moment, he went in and gave Quinn a big hug. These two, in the end, were truly a family. They were relatives of each other, and Vincent had always felt like he had played a significant role in Quinn's life, and also somewhat considered himself responsible for bringing hardships to the young kid. After a while, all three of them began to chat and discuss what had happened so far. Seeing the large smile on Vincent's face, it seemed like everything was working out for Quinn, and thankfully Laxmus, who had done this to him, was dealt with as well. I think my use when it comes to terms in fighting has come to an end, Vincent explained. I had kept the red heart and never appeared publicly because I knew there were powers out there, greater than mine, who could defeat me with a flick of their finger. I guess it is time for me to say that the new generation of powerhouses has surpassed me. But I will still do my best to help you. Maybe my skills are best here in the research lab working with Logan. I have been trying my best to research the red heart, but it proved difficult with me hiding it inside myself. If we get our hands on it, I can see what other uses we can have for it. Who knows? Maybe we will be able to complete your wish with it, Quinn. My wish, Quinn replied, not really able to recall he had any wishes other than to pay back a few people and protect the Earth. Maybe we can use it to turn vampires back to humans. It would solve a lot of the problems currently. Those that are turned by others can have the life they wanted back. Vampires can live as they wish, and so can humans. Of course, this is a long shot. But as I said, I think it's best if I stay here. After catching up, Quinn wished to get off. Now he had brought back Vincent, he could most likely bring back Fex as well. While waiting for Jake to bring the demon tier crystals and possible next crystals, there was a certain someone that he would need to ask first if he could see Fex, the latter's blood relative. Is there any way you can get me in contact with Andy at the moment? Quinn asked. Andy is currently not on Earth, Logan explained. The situation on Mars has become quite dire at the moment, so he and the vampire crops have been busy. Do you remember the beast horde you experienced when you first came here? Well, there have been a lot of them, and the level of the beast horde is rising slowly in many areas. With everything going on, the beast horde was such a distant memory, but it was one of the changes that Quinn had experienced in this new world. Why are there even beasts in this solar system? Quinn asked. There are even beasts on Earth when there weren't before. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that many people brought back the beasts for research. They created areas for travelers to use. Then the second was a meteor strike that happened around 800 years ago. It hit most of the planets in the solar system, and those meteorites had nest crystals on them. This caused an influx of beasts in all the areas. Of course, by then, we had colonized most of the planets in our solar system, so we have been at battle with beasts ever since. Although it's never been this bad. I guess I should head out then, Quinn replied. I will see Andy and ask him about Fex, and maybe I can get a nest crystal myself. In the meantime, if Alex gets the materials needed, I can pop back to him using the shadow and give him my blood. Soon Quinn would have Fex by his side once again. Out in a distant solar system, away from that of the Greylash area, Earth and all the known beast planets, a ship landed on one of the planets. The universe was vast, with many different solar systems for any race to explore, and those originally from Earth had hardly touched the surface of their exploration. Currently, though, a new planet within a new solar system was being explored. The landmass of the planet was hard and made of a rock-solid black material, and running through it in large streams all over the planet was molten lava. The red lava streams gave the planet a strange glow, and they were also reasons why the planet was hot, and there were also steam geysers. At the same time, volcanoes would erupt and explode at any moment, creating loud booms. It wasn't the safest planet by any means, but the 4 people that were currently on it were no ordinary people either. Aaron and Flora walked side by side with their weapons placed away. Flora was standing on the outside while Aaron stood next to Zero, and Agent 4 was on the far end. They walked in a single line as they explored the planet. We need to be cautious. According to our exploration team, this planet is full of mighty demon tier beasts. Agent 4 said as he stared at a strange tablet in his hand. It was strange how he was able to walk while looking down all the time. Don't forget, we are here to gather the crystals to make new weapons for our upcoming battle. A loud explosion was heard going off in the distance, and the ground below their feet began to rumble. Some of the lava that was in small streams, which were as wide as a car, had spilt over a little. How did you even find this place? And why are there so many dangerous beasts here? Flora asked, moving her head around incredibly fast. Out of all of them there, she knew she was the weakest of them. Sure, she had a boost in strength due to her weapon, but it was hard to say whether or not a single weapon could improve one so much. However, she had been training non-stop with Aaron, pushing herself to the very limit every day until now. It's hard to tell whether you are young or old when it comes to you Dampiers. Agent 4 commented without taking his face away from the screen. Around 800 years ago, there was a meteor strike that had entered Earth's solar system and struck several planets. Well, the theory is that the meteor strike had actually come from here when one of the planets exploded. Could you imagine how much power that planet must have contained? It seemed like that planet wasn't the only one in the solar system, and there are plenty here that are full of just as many strong beasts. Flora did know about the meteor strike that had hit the planets, but no one amongst her bothered to put the time to research into it because it was declared that it was something that would only happen once in a million years. While everyone had their own problems and goals to deal with, this is what Agents of Pure were dealing with. Suddenly, Erin stopped and immediately pulled out her blade. She hadn't pulled out the demon tier weapon and was using the katana blade instead. Seeing how she was acting, Flora looked up ahead. They all did, but none of them could see anything, at least not yet. Until a somewhat large black-furred strange creature appeared on top of one of the dark black hills. It looked similar to an ostrich in size, only it had 2 heads and a single eye on both of the heads. Its feathers were also black, making it hard for them to see it clearly. Agent 4 lifted up his tablet and went to scan the beast. The reading shows this is only a demigod tier beast. It's not what we are looking for. He explained and carried on walking in a different direction to where the beast was. The distance was around 1 kilometer away from the beast, and since it wasn't running after them or trying to attack them, they decided not to bother with it. We should be careful, Agent 4 added, although we are plenty strong, and I have no doubt that we could take on a demon-tier beast just with us. If we end up attracting too much attention, it will prove difficult. The group continued to walk, but the planet was enormous, around 4 times the size of Earth, and there was hardly any water on the planet itself, meaning most of it was only landmass. Aaron and Flora didn't really know what Agent 4 was doing, but he seemed in no rush as he walked around, and they continued to follow him and Zero. A few minutes later, Aaron stopped again and looked at her side. Due to her ability, she had a much wider range to sense threats as compared to everyone else. A few seconds later, and now there were 2 of the same bird-like creature. Okay, this is a little bit creepy now. Are they following us? Flora asked. They have yet to attack us, so we should continue to ignore them. We should save our strength for the demon-tier beasts. Agent commented. They continued to trek until eventually they reached what looked like the base of a large volcano. It didn't have lava spewing out of it from the top like the other ones. There are several strong readings on the planet, and one of them is coming from the top of this volcano. Agent 4 explained. It is one of the weaker readings. There was something else Agent 4 had seen, but he wanted to privately discuss it with Zero. For now, he was following Zero's first order to find a weak demon-tier beast to deal with. Although he had used those words, weak and demon-tier beast didn't really go together, and on this planet, the readings seemed to be slightly larger compared to the others. It looked like they would have to scale the mountain, but before that, Aaron turned around. They have gotten braver. I think we have no choice now, Aaron commented. The floor was shaking once again, but it was unlike before. Instead, the shaking felt like it was coming toward them, and it was starting to get intense by the second. Soon, a dust cloud appeared off in the distance, and it was moving toward them. Finally, at the front of the dust cloud, they could see there was a whole army of these strange bird-like creatures, around 50 or so of them, all charging forward. One of the birds opened its 2 mouths, and flames began to gather in its mouth. The next second, it spat out the fire straight towards the group. Erin, moving her hand, threw out 2-stage 3 chi blasts, destroying them on impact. However, that was just the start of the attack. Soon, all of the birds had opened up their mouths, and flames started to gather as they readied to shoot them out. Erin was ready to change to her other weapon in order to create an ice wall of some sort and reflect the attack back. But just as she grabbed the handle, someone else walked in front. It wasn't Zero but Agent 4. This is a bit annoying, and I hope it doesn't attract the attention of our friend up there, Agent 4 said as he placed the tablet away in his large overcoat and pulled something else out. It looked like a strange red crown. The red crown began to light up when he raised it above his head. And suddenly, a wall of blood aura formed, and the flame balls got deflected or stopped when they struck the wall. Every time the flame hit the wall, it would ripple, but nothing was getting through. Why does he have powers similar to that of a vampire? Erin frowned at Agent 4. The 50 creatures in front of them were all at the demigod level. Although Erin didn't think anyone in the group would have trouble dealing with all 50 on their own, to come out of such a thing unscathed would be troublesome, even for her with the fire-shooting powers. Perhaps she would have to actually push herself and treat the battle as a real challenge if she didn't want to get hurt. This was why Erin was quite impressed with what she was seeing right now. The strange red aura was blocking all the incoming attacks, and they didn't seem to be weakening it one bit. Struggling to understand how this was possible, Erin decided to close her eyes to use other senses. When doing so, she could sense it clearly now. With the help of her ability, she could tell that the power wasn't coming from Agent 4 himself. Instead, it was coming from what he was wearing. Armor that allows one to produce blood aura? And I can't even gauge if this thing has a limit. I wonder if it can do anything else. Erin thought. Well, it would be a good chance to train, don't you think? While one of us is blocking the attacks, it would be nice if someone could deal with the annoyances on the other side. Zero suggested and smiled. Show me the strength you have, the strength you had to take down the leader of the red vampires. Zero squinted his eyes. Even though he had carefully observed Erin training with Flora, it wasn't enough because there was a plan brewing in Zero's head. I need to see if I'm strong enough to get rid of you. Zero inwardly smiled. While shooting out the strange fireballs from their mouths, the beasts also continued to charge toward them. Erin was ready to pull out her weapon, but before she could, Flora ran ahead. Pulling out from underneath the armor she was wearing where her breastplate was, Flora had a small little vial that was filled with red liquid. She then splashed it across the legendary sword and swung it from her side. As she did, the sword swung out wide, as if it was attached by a piece of string, and headed towards the horde at a fast speed. The second the sword touched the first beast, it sliced off its head. But that wasn't the end of the attack. The sword lit up slightly again, and explosions started to go off one by one. It ripped through the beast in the front while exploding and dealing with the ones on the other side. Flora has managed to improve with the weapon quite a bit, Erin thought, and I have learned something about that strange power Agent 4 uses. The blood barrier is still up and blocking attacks, but it seems like it can't block attacks from this side. I guess Agent 4 has the power to control which attacks he lets in and out, but it only works one way. Similar to Zero, Erin was also vigilant and had kept a close eye on Agent 4 and Zero because she felt like there was a high chance that coming to this secluded planet could be a trap. After the initial strike from Flora, 2/3 of the beast horde had perished, and many of them were severely injured. Flora then started to swing and pinch the string from where she was in certain ways to make the sword move where she wished. The sword looked like it was flying as it struck down the beasts one by one. They were clearly no match for the sword, and all of them were soon dealt with. Once the job was done and the sword returned, Flora couldn't help but smile while looking at it. Without this sword, I would have never been able to have done something like that, to defeat an army of demigod-tier beasts. Just what is this thing, and who does it belong to? Flora thought, fascinated by the sword. Erin walked over to check on her, but at the same time, she leaned in and whispered in her ear. Save the rest of the blood vials unless you absolutely need it. Even if we are struggling against the demon tier, don't use them unless we have to. Since the sword needed blood to activate, rather than using her own blood, which also worked with the weapon, Flora had brought along about 15 blood vials to use on the sword, but now only 14 were left. I hope this has scared any of the weaker beasts who are observing us from a distance, Agent 4 said, pushing his glasses onto his nose. Now we can focus on the bigger things we have to deal with. The four of them started to scale the mountain, but unlike before where they walked through the landmass, Agent 4 started to run, and so did Zero. After that, they all started to scale the mountain, making large leaps. The path that was being made by Agent 4 was quite impressive, and his skills with chi were great as well, great enough to put him as one of the best. I guess he isn't just a man of science after all, and it makes sense if he was able to come to a dangerous planet like this one. Eventually, the group reached the top, and Agent 4 immediately put the tablet away as they all could see the enemy in front of them. It was huge in size, around the same size as a school bus. It had the face of what looked like a dragon, and it also had 3 tails that curved back. Each of them had stingers on like that of a scorpion. It was clear just from looking at it that this was the demon tier beast. What should we do first? The demon tier beast had already charged toward them on the ground, and the 3 singers started to glow a bright red in color. The air around and above the stingers was distorted, and one could only imagine how hot such a thing was. But just like before, Agent 4 stood calm and raised his hand. As the 3 stingers were launched towards Agent 4, once again the red barrier had appeared, blocking the attack. No matter how much the demon tier beast would pull back and attempt to attack, nothing was getting through. Since the demon tier beast was distracted, this also allowed Agent 0 to prepare his own attack. He was holding onto the handle of his sword still in its sheath. Slowly, a huge amount of energy began to build up, and quickly, the sword was pulled out and put straight back in the sheath again. The next moment, the 3 singers from the ground fell onto the floor. "You can't be doing all the work here," Zero said. "This is meant to be a group effort." Pulling out her large demon tier sword from her back, Erin was ready to act. After a minute had passed, the demon tier beast had been defeated, and Flora was left speechless. In the battle, she had done nothing to join in the fight. Demon tier breasts are meant to be one of the strongest things in the world, right? Many strong people, even the strongest, struggle against them, so how did the 3 of them make it look so easy? The crystal was extracted and passed to Agent 4, and with the beast dead, no injuries and none of them tired, it looked like they were ready to move on to the next location. "A demon tier crystal of this caliber won't give us much," Zero complained. "Agent 4, move us into more difficult beings." Although demon tier beasts were the highest tier of beasts, there was a large and varying range in terms of strength between them. For instance, even a humanoid demon tier beast was far stronger than a regular one like they had dealt with. However, there was something that was seriously concerning for Agent 4 because he noticed a reading of something off in the distance that was going off the charts, something beyond that of a demon tier beast. It had been a while since Quinn's last visit, and the celestial space hadn't been the same as it was once before. There was an uneasy tension just lying around as those who called themselves gods of the universe walked around. There were several reasons for this, and it was mainly due to the fact that things that had never happened before or hadn't happened for a long time were occurring. Thankfully, one of the main causes for concern, BB, hadn't returned to celestial space since. It made others start to wonder if things were starting to turn around for good. However, that was impossible. "I feel something's about to happen," said XOX, the floating ball celestial who pretty much only spent his time in celestial space. "You have that tingling feeling in your ball again." Another celestial laughed while observing one of the many white spaces. "This isn't the time to joke," XOX retorted. "Have you not heard?" Mundus gave out words for everyone from Earth. "They haven't been making any moves and just been watching, which is what worries me even more." The energy figure next to XOX started to shiver as he heard the name. "I thought they weren't going to act until they heard back from Immortality. And do you think Immortality will even reply?" XOX replied back. The celestial energy said nothing because it was a good point to make. While the two were in the middle of discussing such events, it was at that very moment that every single person had revised a message at the same time. XOX immediately opened it, and so did the others. Immediately there were whispers and talk about what was about to happen. A meeting has been called, and everyone must attend. It begins in 10 minutes, in Area 666. In a fraction of a second, XOX could soon see multiple people entering the space who weren't in it before. It looked like the message was sent out not just to the Celestials in the space but to the ones who were outside as well. As for why everyone was complying and listening to such a message, it was because the message came from Mundus himself, the one that was known as the messenger in this place. XOX and his new friend immediately went to gather in Area 666. It was packed with Celestials from all over the universe. The Celestials were crowded so close together that it looked like just one blob of light in some places. Luckily for XOX, he could float, so he rose up above the others to get a clear view, and sure enough, standing on the other side was the messenger Mundus. No one said a word because he wasn't just any messenger but the one who spoke on behalf of the Ancient Ones. In the celestial space, Mundus wasn't a ball of energy like others. Rather, his physical body was present. He was a tall black-skinned figure with a large square mouth with sharp teeth. His head was also long and rectangular in shape. There were 4 pairs of eyes that went up the large head as well. As for Mundus's clothing, it was a red robe that dangled over him, covering his entire body and whatever was underneath it. "Enough of you have gathered now," Mundus spoke, and it echoed in all of their minds at the same time. "This message can be passed on to those that are not here." Mundus looked out as if he was looking for someone, but the person he was looking for was nowhere to be found. "I didn't expect him to come," Mundus said and continued. "We are well aware that there has been a problem, and at first we were to leave it to Immortality. In the past, he has dealt with the problems that have occurred, and we were sure that he would do the same now. To be honest, we do not doubt his powers and believe that he can still deal with the problem if he's given some time. However, whether he likes it or not, the Ancient Ones have decided that the issue cannot grow anymore with those from Earth." XOX gulped. This was what he was afraid of, and he knew that their anger would mostly be directed towards BB, and XOX had somewhat helped BB, so he was afraid that he might be targeted as well if they mistook them as friends. The number of powerful god slayers from Earth has increased at an unprecedented rate, and there have been no signs of it stopping. We believed that a new celestial had come into being to make sure the balance was restored, but it turns out the universe had made a mistake. For the one known as BB is fighting with them and against us. BB is strong, and he is growing quite a strong force with him. However, we are sure he will come around, as we all remember what it was like to be a young celestial. However, the Ancient Ones have asked us to deal with the god slayers themselves. Mundus lifted his arm, and several images of the god slayer appeared in front of all of them. "These are the ones that you should fear. We are not asking you to engage with them, but instead, pass on information to us if you do find them. We will then request our strongest fighting celestials to take care of them." One by one, as Mundus called the names of celestials, and they came out from the crowd proud to be called. Zico, Kipo, Tumun, Hinto, Wheat, and Gorgoth. These celestials have each defeated countless god slayers and will be asked to do the same again. We ask that everyone aid them in the journey to find and defeat these god slayers. Looking at those that had come up to the stage, Mundus realized that Gorgoth had never come up. "Where is Gorgoth?" Mundus asked. "Gorgoth is currently fighting against another god slayer," a celestial answered. "I work in his solar system. When he is done, I will pass the message on to him." Mundus nodded, and with that said and done, the meeting came to an end, and all the celestials dispersed, leaving XOX to give out a big sigh. "I guess this is the sign that they want to put Earth back in its place," XOX thought. "The Ancient Ones probably don't want to act due to Immortality. For now, they don't seem to be going after BB either, so I'm safe." Floating towards the large images that had been left up, XOX looked at them all, and he recognized one of them, the most famous god slayer out of them all at the moment. This was the one that fought alongside BB. If the two of them are together, then it could be a problem again. If this doesn't work, will the Ancient Ones finally get involved? In total, there were 8 images of god slayers on the screen. It was certainly a large number. What was more impressive was the fact that all of the Godslayers had appeared recently. Usually, it would take years and years for Godslayers to appear, but with everything the human race had been through, they had produced monsters. The first one that XOX recognized was Syl. As for the rest, he didn't know, but Bliss, who had also joined the meeting quite late, was looking at the image as well. So they have finally targeted them. After Syl, there was the image of Chris, then Zero. It was impressive to see Zero up there, but Bliss knew that it would happen sooner or later. After that, there was Aaron, then Russ, a recent ally she had been working with, who she had to warn. On top of that, there was an old friend's image on there as well, Ray. Besides them, there were two more that Bliss had recognized but was surprised to see they had reached God Slayer level, especially since she had thought one of them was dead. During this trip, all of the demon tier crystals that were gathered were to go to Zero and Agent 4. That was the arrangement that was made beforehand. Although Flora felt like it was unfair and they were being used, Aaron asked her what choice did they have? They were now hiding behind Pure and were planning to use their army for their goal, and at the same time they were staying with Pure and being fed every day. Because of all of these things, they weren't really in the position to bargain. At the end of the day, she felt like they were getting more out of this deal than the other. On top of that, Aaron felt like she didn't need anything more in the first place in terms of equipment. With her demon tier armor and demon tier weapon, she was at the strongest she had ever been, and defeating Laxmus was proof of that. She could feel it. Although the damper's energy increased depending on the vampire that she would go up against, each time she fought against stronger vampires, it was almost as if a permanent part of that rise in energy was added to herself. She had felt it after fighting Leo, and she had felt it after fighting Laxmus as well. Her strength felt endless, but would she be able to meet someone at the level above Laxmus? Aaron could only think of the possible original vampires that were still in their tombs. There are roughly around 500 signals of those that are at the demon tier level here. Agent 4 informed. Hearing this number, Flora nearly dropped her sword. 500. She repeated and gulped. Demon tiers were incredibly rare. Not even every planet had a demon tier beast on it, which made her wonder just what was this solar system. Was every planet like this filled with deadly demon tier beasts? However, it made Flora realize what Pure's plan was. If they could gather as many crystals as they could this time, it would allow them to create weapons and give them to their army. After that, the army with demon tier weapons could then travel to these planets and fight on their own, gathering even more demon tier crystals. Their group would be unstoppable and there would be no match for them. Green City would be annihilated easily. I guess that means there is still a lot of work for us to do then, Aaron claimed. The group went off from the volcanic mountain and headed to the next energy source. This area was in a more difficult terrain for them as it was inside of what looked like a mound in the ground. They went through this large entrance that was filled with webs all over the place. Then when they got to the end, they were in some type of large open area. Waiting for them, there was what looked like a giant spider, only there was a female body that seemed to be attached to the upper half of the it. Is this a humanoid beast? Zero asked. Not quite, but judging by the readings, it is stronger than the last. Agent 4 replied. Zero planned to take a back seat in this fight because he was hoping it would be enough to give Aaron a challenge, and it seemed like she was up for it as well. Entering the space, Aaron held out her sword and fired out an ice tunnel directly toward the strange spider creature. When the tunnel got close, it looked like its instinct had kicked in as it leapt up and landed right on top of the tunnel. Yes, now that spider is going to be frozen in place, making this easy, Flora thought. However, the tips of the spider's feet looked red hot. Steam was being produced from the ice as it was attempting to freeze the spider, but it wasn't working at all. Before they knew it, the demon tier beast was running down the ice tunnel straight towards the group. Interesting. Then let's try fighting it seriously, Aaron said, putting her large demon sword away and pulling out her blood sword instead. As she ran forward, she started to swing her sword, letting out yellow lines of aura. They hit the spider, bouncing off its hard skin, but it looked like that was only to get rid of the legs in front. Aaron had quickly slid underneath, so she was now under the spider. She let go of her sword, throwing it in the air and spinning it, making it float for a brief second. Her entire body started to glow yellow all over, from the tip of her toes to the strands of hair on the top of her head. Then, with one movement, she pushed and slammed the bottom of the sword with the palm of her hand. A giant arrow of yellow aura had erupted and lifted the spider woman in the air. Blood started to pour from underneath, and as a last resort the spider part of the demon-tier beast opened its mouth, spewing hot lava all over. It looked like there was a moment where Erin needed to catch her breath after using her move, meaning she couldn't straight up avoid the lava, but it was not a worry to her. "Finish the job, Flora," Erin stated as she stood there and her armor started to glow. Flora was already on the move, having swung her sword out once again. The demon-tier beast was already heavily weakened from the single blow, so it was unable to block the sword swiping right at the female body's head, and cutting it off, killing the demon-tier beast. As for Erin, she was completely fine, and had gotten out of the situation she was in. Unscathed and walking away, she left Zero and Agent 4 to do the dirty work of obtaining the crystal. Zero walked up to the demon-tier beast and was thinking about what he had seen. The attack from a demon-tier beast is nothing to laugh at, especially when it's on its final legs. However, to come out without being hit. Her demon-tier armor. Does it allow her to phase through any attack? I have to find out more before making my decision about what to do. What is the cooldown time? What other things is she hiding as well? And the amount of chi and damper aura she displayed in that single instant was fascinating. After taking out the crystal, Zero went to Agent 4 because he had made a decision. "We need something stronger, a lot stronger than this. Take us to the largest energy source that this planet has to offer," Zero asked. There was hesitation in Agent 4's voice as he looked at the readings. He wasn't sure when to make Zero aware of this. "Sir, are you sure? The reading I have dash. Do you really think we would struggle? We have possibly the 4 strongest people from Earth here right now." She had practically defeated the demon-tier beast by herself. "We need something that can challenge us." Just as everyone was getting ready to leave, the whole cave that they were in was starting to shake, to rumble, and part of the ceiling was falling down. "Is it an earthquake or a volcano?" Flora asked. The shaking continued one after the other, and the variations in shaking continued as well. Looking at his tablet, there was a bad feeling that was going through his stomach. The energy readings that he was seeing were starting to grow. They were getting higher with the rumbling, which made him assume it had to be from them. Just what is causing this? A humanoid demon-tier beast. But there are 2 readings on this device. The sky had turned bright purple, causing the sea to have a strange purple tint. The land was full of vegetation, with trees, rocks, and a few river streams there and in between. It was a heavily forested area, but it was not what it once was. Most of the land was now destroyed. Several trees were uprooted from where they were. Hills had their tops blown off, and the seas had created tsunamis that submerged most of the coastal landmass. What happened was not a normal thing for the planet, and everything changed when he arrived. In one part of the area, the forest was completely uprooted for around a mile, and now there was nothing but dirt on the ground. When he stepped forward with a heavy foot, it sunk into the ground, and his tail shifted from side to side. "Damn! These guys are annoying." There was a crystal in his hand, and not just any crystal but one which belonged to a demon-tier beast. "If I was in my normal body, then you wouldn't even be able to get a hit on me." Standing large, the person who looked somewhat like a Dalki with its tails and spikes but had a human face was none other than Ray Talon. Crushing his fist, he broke the crystal there and then. "This isn't what I need, and you guys keep getting in my way. Just take me to the nest crystals." Ray shouted in the air with an almighty roar. Several beasts in the area could feel the power and instantly knew they were no match for such a person, so they decided to run away in an instant. Out of frustration, Ray sat on the ground, and his form started to revert to a more human-like state. He now looked like a man in his 30s with mainly red hair, but there were streaks of black hair as well. However, like Borden, even in a human form, he could not get rid of all the scales on his face and arms. And these scales were mainly because the body he was currently in wasn't his. It was the body of the demon-tier beast, the dragon, that had caused the mess of the Dalki in the first place. Ray's power wasn't what it used to be, and even then, his current body was under a lot of pressure, and it was hard for the dragon's body to bear even a small portion of his strength. However, he had to get stronger. After absorbing a recent power he had inside him, he could somewhat unlock the powers he had before, but that still didn't solve the other problem he had, the fact that the body he was using was unable to contain the vast amount of power he had. This was why Ray had left Earth in search of nest crystals. He managed to find a few and had successfully absorbed them, but he was annoyed after knowing how long it would take him to get his power back. Why did I even bother to get my power back? Ray started to think as he stared at his palms and began to recall what had happened in the past. Ray had lived on Earth at a time when beasts still existed, but he himself was not a human. Rather, he was a beast. He was one of the strongest beings, a dragon. However, a certain god named Bliss tricked him, and he reincarnated as a human. During that time, the world was in danger, and Bliss claimed that she had done what to avoid an unstoppable end of the world. I promised to leave it up to the future generations. I had already done my part for the human race. Ray said, but thinking about this, there was one thing that he never understood. What was Krad's goal? He wanted to bring all of the dragons back from that place. But what even was that place? It didn't feel like Earth and just reeked of death. Whenever Ray would think back to that place, about the powers he had sensed in there and the troubles that were happening around him, the urge to regain his strength and become strong would come back again. In the distance, crashing through the trees, was a gigantic hairless creature that looked somewhat like a dinosaur. It had a large head and small arms, but on its back were several legs, like that of a crab. I guess you weren't scared of my shout earlier, which means you must be a strong one. Ray cracked his knuckles and then kicking off from the ground where he shot off like a rocket. Ray had overshot himself though, as he was soon covered in black blood. He turned around when he landed on the ground, only to see the demon beat had already fallen and there was a large hole in its head. I guess I have gotten stronger than I thought. It makes me wonder though, where is the armor that I had before? Did Bliss hide it? If I had that, it would grow my strength as well. The armor was created from my own body. It's a bit weird to wear, but it just goes on to show how strong I was. Resuming his search, Ray continued to fight beasts upon beasts, and soon when the numbers started to become larger, he realized that he might be getting closer to what he wanted. Opening his mouth, he let out a breath of fire and burned all the beasts to a crisp. Ray then transformed and grabbed the head of one of the beasts, throwing it into the others and knocking back all of them. Not wasting any more time, he just ran forward, cutting off limbs and more of the beasts he ran by, until he finally reached another nest crystal that he had been looking for. Closing his eyes, he began absorbing the energy of the nest crystal as he always had. Then, just 5 minutes later, the crystal disappeared, and Ray could feel himself growing stronger again. That is a good feeling. After saying these words, Ray noticed something up in the sky from the area he was just fighting in a moment ago. It was happening around 400 meters from where he was, but the clouds were starting to swirl. What is that? White energy started to gather between the swirling clouds, and gradually, the energy began to spread out, only for it to suddenly shoot down, creating a wave in the sky and causing all of the clouds to disperse and leave a clear sky. The beam of energy reached the ground. It was so bright that Ray even had to look away for a few seconds. But soon, the energy started to fade, and it completely dispersed, revealing a person standing within it. So this guy teleported here? The figure was around the same height as Ray when he transformed and just as muscular as him as well. The person's skin was a dark gray like coal, and there were strange markings all over his body, giving him quite a strange look. What stood out the most, though, was from the back of his shoulders, there were 2 large serpents that were the same color skin as the person in front of him. However, what concerned Ray even more was the look in the person's eyes. They were light blue, radiating with cold energy, as if this person had seen things beyond what anyone could imagine. I am the god known as Zico, the man declared. You god slayers have enough problems for us. This is why I have been assigned the task of eliminating you. But do not feel as if this life is unfair. This is just how the universe is meant to be. A god. Ray smirked, grinding his teeth and replied to Zico. Well, this is good. But I hope you are a strong god because I have a message for you too. I fucking hate gods. Inside, the celestial space information was being passed around just as had been requested. News had spread to the Celestials and they were keeping an eye on each of the solar systems they were in control of, trying to see if they could spot any of the Godslayers that were on the special list. Because of this, and due to the time difference in the celestial space compared to the outside world, it didn't take long for them to find the first troublesome Godslayer from Earth. The Ancient Ones have made their move against those from Earth. Will they find out what I did? Yongbu was shaking as he was in the celestial space. Because he was the one that had helped not only BB head back to Earth but also had helped Sil, one of the Godslayers that had been targeted. Since he had heard the news that one of the Godslayers had been found, he was now heading to the direction of the planet where they were discovered. Just like before, a space was to be set up that would allow the Celestials to watch the battle in real time. According to the news, the god Zico had yet to travel to the planet. He wanted to put on quite a show and was waiting for the other Celestials to come and watch. Friend, your energy looks nervous. Is something wrong? XOX asked. I could say the same to you. Shouldn't we be happy that there is a legendary battle taking place? Yongbu replied. The two didn't realize it, but they were both worried because of the same person. I have heard from others that these Godslayers from Earth are strong. Yongbu expressed his worries without revealing his true fears. I have heard the same thing, but I would say we have no need to worry, XOX replied. The gods that have been selected are pure fighters. Zico is one that has endurance that is out of this world. There was once a similar problem of Godslayers on another race's planet. Zico had been sent to deal with them, and he managed to fight with all of them for 10 days straight without rest, eventually defeating them all, and he still had the energy to continue fighting. Yongbu started to light up slightly when he heard this about Zico. There were so many Celestials, so many gods that not everyone knew the details of every single one, but XOX of course prided himself on this knowledge. Anyone who heard this would have confidence. After all, the Godslayers were given their name because they had the ability to kill the Celestials in the first place. So to hear that this was a veteran, when it came to terms of killing Godslayers, it had settled Yongbu's heart a little. Hopefully this whole thing gets sorted, without anyone ever finding anything out, Yongbu thought. Eventually the two had reached the area, and a number of Celestials had already gathered. Standing in front of the area was Zico himself, and although they could only see his energy outline with the two serpents coming out from his back, he seemed like a menacing force. Unlike the other Celestials whose energy was bright, his energy seemed cold, bold, and just powerful. I will prove myself to all that are here, Zico said, and nothing else, as he went into the bright ball of light for everyone to see. The current situation was as it was, and Ray standing opposite the god could tell this would be a difficult opponent. Gathering himself, his body started to change. The spikes came out from his body. A tail grew from his behind, and now he was freely able to express himself. I don't like the way you're looking at me, Ray shouted as he ran from where he was and threw out a lightning-fast powerful fist. It had been blocked by Zico, hitting it away, but the force of the punch alone had destroyed the trees that were closest in the background. Ray punched again, and the attack was blocked once more. Zico's reflexes were extraordinary, and it was the first time that one was even able to block a punch without their whole arm being destroyed. After blocking a few hits, Zico threw a couple of fists of his own, but the top of them were slammed down by Ray. You think you're the only one that can block? Ray asked. At that moment, he could see the two serpents that were on Zico's back had opened their large mouths and were aiming straight to bite down on Ray's shoulders to hold him in place. Seeing this, Ray opened his own mouth and a breath of fire had appeared. It wasn't just any fire though, it was mixed with Ray's energy, causing the serpents to flinch for a second, and in that second Ray grabbed both of the serpents by their heads, closing their mouths shut. He then swung the two serpents over his shoulder, lifting the whole of Zico's body and slamming it into the ground, causing a large crater to appear and cracks to appear around a mile in the distance. Ray went to punch the god while he was down once again, but it was hit away. However, Ray didn't care as he unleashed a flurry of punches toward the ground, hitting again and again. The punches were blocked one after another, But that's when Zico was noticing something. The punches. They're getting faster. Ray continued to throw his hands as fast as he could, and his eyes started to narrow as they looked more like that of a dragon. Eventually, Zico was unable to block a hit while on the ground, and he was hit deeper into the ground. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, now hit after hit was hitting Zico. Eventually, Ray grabbed Zico's leg and threw him into the air. Soon after, he jumped from the ground chasing after him, and appeared directly above him, as he sprouted wings, and with both fists slammed them right into Zico, sending him back to the ground again. "Haha! This is great! Your body is strong. This is the first time I have hit someone in a while, and no holes have appeared in their body," Ray exclaimed. Getting up from the ground, Zico wiped a small bit of blood that had come out from his mouth. "This god slayer is tough, but there is no god that has better endurance than me. Soon he will tire, and I will prevail," Zico thought as he charged forward, and threw out a fist towards Ray but completely missed, causing Ray to slam his fist right into his face, sending him flying back and across the planet. Inside the celestial space, they had been watching the fight go on. The first day of fighting had passed, then the second, and now it had reached the 10th day. The two of them had been fighting mostly physically with their fists. Most of the planet had just become miles and miles of craters that had been created from their fight. However, they all had one thing on their mind. How much more could Zico's body take? On the ground was a worn-out Zico. His whole body was covered in purple and black marks, scars that were no longer healing and blood dripping out from every hole in his body. Ray had delivered another punch from below, hitting Zico right on the chin. He flew up in the air, almost reaching the sky, and his limbs were lifeless as he fell back down through the air and landed right in the spot where he had been hit. Zico could no longer move. Every breath was painful, while Ray, he had a few scratches on himself here and there, but he wasn't tired at all, despite fighting for 10 days straight. "You're a monster," Zico painfully said. "Me, the monster? Do I have to remind you that you were the one that came to me, picking a fight?" Ray declared as he placed his foot on top of Zico's head. "You damn gods are all the same. You think you're untouchable, but the truth is you're scared. You're all scared that your position on top will crumble." Zico started to laugh. "You think killing me will do anything? There is a big difference between me and you. Even if you kill me, I will be born again. The universe has declared that my life is more important than yours. And do you think I am the only one? There are plenty that can replace me, and they will chase after you as long as you are what you are." Ray let out a big breath for a second, as he focused all his power into his foot. It had been a long time since he had to use anything like chi, or gather his energy to a certain place, and with a stomp Zico's head had exploded, killing him on the spot. "If they are all like you, then I guess I won't have a problem," Ray said. "Are you watching?" Ray turned toward the sky, not knowing if there was anyone watching. "If you are, bring that damned Bliss here. I have a lot of questions to ask her." However, there was silence and no response, because even if they were watching, they had no clue what to do. Ray, figuring this out, decided to sit down for a bit. His body felt sore in many places, and he decided to lie down and look at the sky. After resting for a few minutes, soon Ray could see something in the distance. With his great eyesight, he could see beyond the sky and into space and notice something. It was an incredibly large spaceship, larger than anything he had seen before, and on the side there were some words written on it. "Marpo Cruz? Now that sounds somewhat interesting." Walking out of the cave after having just defeated the demon tier beast, Agent 4 continued to walk into the direction where the two large energy readings were coming from. Zero was getting somewhat impatient as he had a big smile on his face. His hands were twitching during the walk. If he could, he wanted to personally test Erin, and after seeing what she had done and sensing the energy inside her, I thought that the Dampier's strength was mainly from their own personal aura. I knew that the Dampiers also learned chi, but I never expected to find someone that has managed to cultivate their chi to this level. Zero thought as he imagined what it would be like to use the chi drain skill on her. It would mean all of the power and all of the strength that Erin had would be added to Zero's strength. Then he could achieve what he needed to achieve, and if a certain individual was to back out of their deal, he would also be able to make them pay. However, there was a reason why Agent 4 was walking rather than running to the scene, because he was carefully following the two large energy readings they were going towards. On the device, the energy readings appear as circles. The color of the circles changed from a red to a green and an array of different colors depending on how strong the reading was. At the same time, once in a while, the circles would get bigger depending on when their energy was used. That was why it was very strange that every time there was a rumble, the ground shook like a volcano was going off, and the energy sources would get larger. Without a doubt, all this shaking, it has to be coming from these energy sources. What creatures have the power to make it feel like an eruption and earthquake is going off, even though we are so far away? According to the map, there were at least another 100 miles away. Of course, for them, this distance could be covered quickly if they were all to run at their full speed. Picking up the pace, Agent 4 headed in that direction as his fear turned into interest. Just what type of weapons and armor could be created from such things? As they continued to move though, Agent 4 noticed something else, and it was the fact that many of the energy sources that he believed were demon tier beasts were starting to disappear. Not just any, but the ones that were closest to the large energy sources they were heading towards. Zero, you claimed that you wanted a challenge. Well, this is probably going to be the biggest challenge we have, but with the blood armor that can block any attack, we should be fine. Agent 4 thought while he was playing out the scene in his head. It had to be fine. Eventually, Agent 4 slowed down as the magnitude of the rumbling grew louder. The shaking was so violent that explosions of lava had shot up from the ground. Just what is happening? Flora asked. I think I can see it now. It's a fight. Zero replied. There were several broken rocks that had been stuck in the ground, creating what looked like small hills. On a closer inspection, they weren't naturally there. It looked almost as if the ground had been pushed out in such a way, similar to the debris of an explosion. When standing on top of these hills, they could see the ground had somewhat changed. The hard black exterior had somewhat been removed, and now several pits of lava, as well as small-looking veins of lava, could be seen on the ground everywhere. The heat from the ground was also immense. If the group were to travel on it, they would have to use their chi to protect themselves, but their attention wasn't focused on that, it was on what was going on ahead of them. On one side, they could see a red-skinned, muscular man, with a single horn sticking out of his head. It rose up high, almost as large as an arm. On its body there seemed to be strange circular balls as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, not too far from it, there was a giant WRM. A beast with a long, large, thick body and the head of what looked like a dragon. Its tail split in two at the end, and all over the dragon there was the same red vein-like material like that of the planet. It looked like a vicious beast, almost godly. The radiating energy that was coming from it, it was too strong to be called just a demon-tier beast. The one that could tell this the most was Erin, because she had the ability to sense its power. If I was to go up against that, it would be a tough fight. She knew this, yet even though she knew this, the other human-like figure was the one that intrigued her even more. Because the energy that she was seeing now, it was a white energy, an energy that she had seen only a few times before. Of those that seemed incredibly special, and it was a similar energy to the one that Zero was hiding. He hid it well to those outside because he could condense the energy inside him, but Erin could still feel it. What are the similarities between these two? Erin thought. The WYRM started to slither on the ground, and opened its mouth. Out from its several rings of fire had gone towards the other figure. Leaping off the ground, he seemed to avoid them all. You think I would let those rings touch me? I would never have lived this long if that was the case. The man said. He charged in, and the WYRM, noticing this, charged in as well. The strange balls that were embedded into the man started to spin, and sparks of energy started to come out. Using his hand, he held it out with his fingers straight and swung it down right in the middle of the beast. Its body continued moving forward, and as it did, the hand from the man sliced right through the beast. It continued to move forward until it reached its tail, and the beast had been completely sliced in half. The beast was no longer moving, and it looked like the fight was over. Strangely, the man walked over to the beast, and it appeared that something strange was starting to happen. Right where the beast had been killed, Erin could see it. Energy was gathering in a certain area, And finally, as it condensed, a crystal appeared just like that. The crystal, it wasn't inside the beast to begin with, but I could see the energy moving from the beast, the dead body, to that location. What type of crystal is this? Erin was unaware that what she was witnessing right now was the creation of a God-slayer crystal. Something that was unable to be destroyed. Even if the crystal was destroyed, its energy and power would form somewhere else, which was why it was best for the Celestials to just keep it themselves. Lifting it up in the air, the crystal soon disappeared. For a second, the man paused, and then when he moved again, he looked in the distance towards where Zero and Erin were. A grand task has been bestowed upon me. They stated that they were the ones on my planet. It seems they were correct, but I was unaware of how close they would be. I, Gorgoth, will continue to complete the tasks that are ahead of me. The strange balls that were embedded into Gorgoth's foot started to spin once more, and the others knew to take it as a sign that he was now coming toward them. Immediately, Agent 4 lifted his hand and started to activate the blood power even before Gorgoth had moved. It was a good thing he had done so, because in a flash, Gorgoth was right in front of the blood wall, having slammed into it. I will eliminate you both, Gorgoth declared while attempting to break through. There was an odd pair that had decided to travel together. Decided wasn't quite the right word, as it was more requested the two of them travel together. And at the same time, they weren't technically alone either. Did you really have to bring that with you? Chris asked as they were walking through quite the busy wide street, full of life and all sorts of different people. This person is now a part of me, a part of my power, Peter said as he hit the large figure to his right. You shouldn't worry too much either. Nearly no one knows what Laxmus looked like before, and especially in this form, not even those from the Red Vampires will recognize him. So stop your whining unless you want to fight. There was no attempt to hide Laxmus' risen undead body, and it certainly was catching the attention of everyone around them. Still, due to those from the Bree family still being alive till this day, and still using their power, they just assumed that Peter was one of them, and had managed to tame the figure next to him. Chris was the one that was in charge of this expedition, and currently the two of them had traveled to one of the Greylash planets. These planets were far more peaceful compared to the ones near Earth where there was constant fighting. At the same time, for Chris, it was odd seeing vampires and humans in the same place. Although there weren't many, there were those that just walked around out in the open. It made him think that maybe a life where the two of them lived side by side could work. After all, it was working here. Just as he had that thought, though, he also saw a vampire being kicked out of a restaurant establishment. The vampire looked upset but didn't retaliate, which made him have an odd mixed set of feelings. At the same time, due to the non-existent fighting, the city, towns, and land were well more normal. There was no living below sea level. There was no giant ship where people had to share their lives. There were just normal streets, shops, markets, and more. As for why they were here at the moment, it was because Chris wasn't exactly sure about where to go. He knew the general direction and knew it was past the planets the Greylash owned, so he thought maybe they would have an idea. After all, the coordinates of such a place hadn't been shared with him, and he couldn't go back to Pure and ask either. It was a shame that the information of where they had gone hadn't been left in the lab. Otherwise Logan could have given them an idea. So, where are we going right now? Peter asked as he pushed past people, just walking forward with his arms crossed. If people didn't move out of his way, he would just barge them, and of course to them, Peter was like a solid, unmovable wall. A couple of people had even fallen over, but Peter didn't care either, stepping on or walking over them. They looked like they wanted to say something, but quickly changed their mind when they saw the body of Laxmus. Didn't you listen to anything I said? Chris replied, and let out a big sigh, wishing he had been given anyone but Peter to do this task. The Greylash have a detection system that should track every ship that comes and goes out of their space. Since I know the general direction, we just need to track a ship that seems like it's heading somewhere else, and then from there we can find the planets that Zero has gone to. I know that, Peter replied instantly, which caused a vein on Chris' head to pop out. Usually, Chris was quite a patient person, but his patience was wearing thin. Especially since Chris had just had to pull a little girl out of Peter's path. Otherwise she would have fallen over, and then had a foot on her face. I mean, where are we going now? Peter asked. Now, Logan said once he informed the Greylash of what we wanted to do. Someone wanted to meet us. Chris answered. The two of them were on just a regular old Greylash planet. Each planet had several bases, and there was an army walking around in armor and such all over the place. They weren't anywhere special like the Greylash home base, which was why even Chris was wondering who would want to meet them. What is that? A female wearing a black outfit with red curly hair came in front of the two and was pointing at Laxmus. It doesn't smell like a beast. Damn it, vampires can smell the difference between things. Why didn't I think of this? I knew this guy was going to bring us trouble. When Peter got close, just like he had been doing, he went to walk straight ahead. As his shoulders touched hers for a second, there was resistance. But it didn't last long as the vampire fell to the floor. Wait! The female said as she rolled out of the way before Peter's foot had crushed her, and quickly got back up. Not slowing down, the female could now just see the backs of the two heads walking off in the distance. Just then, a young vampire man with gray hair had stepped out of one of the shops and joined the female by her side. What's wrong? The male vampire asked. Lucas, she said. Those damned guys nearly stomped on me, and look! Pointing out, Lucas could see what she was pointing at. It certainly did seem interesting. Oh. It has a somewhat similar appearance to the bloodsuckers of the past. Bloodsuckers, she replied. Yes, you don't see them much these days. And it's classified as a taboo technique. Although they still exist, perhaps exist is not the right word. They still appear from time to time, but in order to keep up our image, all news, including to vampires ourselves, is suppressed. But how is that one so tame? When Lucas turned to his side, he could see his childhood friend Vanessa's eyes light up with fire, and her fist rose up by her chin. Let's follow them. It looked like they were in a rush to go somewhere, so let's follow them. Eventually, Chris and Peter reached their destination. It was the center of the city, a large open circular area with a fountain in the middle. Behind the fountain was the government building or the Greylash base of the city. Even this place was full of people, children that were having fun playing in the water, running and chasing after each other. There were those that looked to be having a nice trip, couples and families. That reminds me, didn't Lucia return to one of the Greylash planets? Not that she would be here. Just as Peter had that thought, by the fountain sitting on the outer rim, he felt like he was imagining things, so he rubbed his eyes, but it looked like it was her. Peter! Lucia shouted, hopping off from the rim. But she wasn't alone. There was another figure by her side around the same height as her. He was wearing a strange white and golden robe, and his face was hidden due to a metal mask covering the bottom of it. I didn't think I would be seeing you so soon, Lucia said, twiddling her fingers as she felt a little awkward as to how to act or what to do. Neither did I. Why are you here? Peter asked. The response had disappointed her greatly, but Peter didn't seem to know or act. I was asked to come here. When we were told who was coming, I had been asked by our leader. Lucia replied and bowed down to the person next to her. It's nice to meet you both. Especially you, Chris, Xenon stated, the current leader of the Greylash faction. The two vampires, Vanessa and Lucas, had caught up with Peter and Chris pretty fast. Although neither of them claimed to be strong vampires, otherwise they would have joined the vampire corps or something of that nature, they did pride themselves on their stealth skills, which they often used as the two were quite nosy. At the same time, due to the constant bickering that was going back and forth between the two, it felt like they didn't even have the time to notice they were being followed. Eventually, they entered the main fountain. The two continued to hide themselves, and pretended to be a lovely couple that was just enjoying the fountain. They walked up to the outer rim of the fountain, while placing their hand in the water. At the same time, their ears were on high alert as they listened in to the conversation, and in the first few sentences they couldn't believe it. Did she just say what I think she said? Vanessa asked. I heard it as well. They said he was the leader of the Greylash. That means Xenon Greylash is here right now. Lucas whispered back. The Greylash leader was one that spent most of his time on his own planet with the high-ranking officials in the Greylash family. Sure, he made several public appearances on planets from time to time, but due to him being quite the popular leader, whenever there would be an event, it was almost impossible to even catch a proper glimpse of him. Who are these people? To know the leader of the Greylash family. Not just that, to actually get him to meet them here in secret. Vanessa asked, still whispering but was finding it hard to keep her voice down due to the sheer shock of everything. Immediately, she pulled out a strange device. It was the size of a nail, but upon pulling it, it grew larger until it was the size of her hand. A screen had appeared and immediately she started typing away. What are you doing? Lucas asked. What do you mean this is huge news? This is a scoop. There has to be a reason why he is here. We need to send this to someone. Right now, Vanessa was pinging the most famous reporter that she knew. Banvi Station. Banvi Station had a host that went by the name of AJ, and he had recently grown more in popularity after the chained wedding. Being able to capture the other side of the story and the best scenes. A reporter as famous as him got hundreds of messages a day about potential scoops, and usually he wouldn't bother looking through his messages, but at the moment he was in a pretty sour mood. This was because there were constant reports going off about Pure Base, Rain being attacked, and by Chris of all people. Since he lived on the Greylash planets, AJ wasn't the first one at the scene, so he was looking for the next big thing and was checking all of his incoming messages, and that's when he saw Vanessa's message. What is this? This has to be something. I can feel it. This strange tingling sensation I'm getting all over my body. Immediately AJ got out of his chair and using his super speed ran to his ship to fly off to the said Greylash planet. It wouldn't take long, after all. AJ was a wealthy person and a fast ship was needed for his job in order to get to the next place as fast as possible. After Xenon had somewhat introduced himself, Chris noticed that there was quite a gaze looking in his direction. Sorry, Xenon said, but you should know why I am a bit unfriendly with those from Pure. We made the deal with your group so you would stay out of things. Yet you still used the Dampiers to meddle with us as a way to get around our agreement. Chris couldn't deny that fact because it was true. Even though the Greylash family had signed a deal with Pure, they were doing the exact thing he said, whenever they would need something or to go after someone in the Greylash planets. However, I am not here for that. I am here because of a different matter. Xenon tensed up for a second, and he was silent for around a minute before he walked up to Chris and looked up to him. Chris was a large man, a much larger man than Xenon, but he knew he had to be tough. I needed to ask you in person, are you, or do you know, the one that killed Owen Greylash? Xenon asked, not breaking eye contact and not looking away. Vanessa opened up her mouth wide hearing these words, and before she could gasp, Lucas placed his hand over it. Just then, a certain individual had run right by the fountain, at a great speed, and stood by their side. What did I miss? AJ asked, as he opened up his secret camera in his jacket, twisted his hat that also had another camera on it, and began to film everything. You're not going to believe even if we told you, Lucas replied. I don't know. Chris replied. I don't know who killed Owen. However, I doubt it was Zero, but I do have some information. These guys. Chris pointed toward Peter. When they fought against the Domper Queen. It seemed like she had a familiar with her. Well, not just one familiar, but a few of them, and one of those was Genbu, the great turtle. Hearing those words, Xenon felt like his eyes had gone bloodshot in that instant, and out of his control lightning was starting to spark a little off his clothes. This was because the turtle was somewhat of a legendary figure. Owen had stayed with that turtle for a long time. There were even statues of it at the palace. Whoever owned it now, in his mind, was the most likely culprit in Owen's death. I thank you. I needed to speak to you in person. I needed to see if your eyes were telling the truth. Hopefully this will allow me to get to the truth. The truth of what happened to Owen Greylash. Now AJ, who was standing at the side, couldn't believe it. This was a far bigger scoop than he could have imagined, and to top it all off, he also recognized one of the figures because they too were also at the chained wedding event. I didn't go live. I didn't think it was going to be a huge scoop, so I didn't go live. AJ said as he started to broadcast live. He didn't give the live stream any special title because he feared that if they found out where they were and who the masked figure was, then there would be a rush of people at the square and he would lose his big story. I have to thank you both for bringing this to my attention, AJ said. I promise you will have enough to last you a lifetime. Well, at least a human's lifetime, he corrected himself. Okay, Xenon said, smiling. About your request, we can check things out inside the building behind us. Let's not waste any time. The second Xenon turned around, he and a few others noticed something in the sky, right above the fountain. This, Chris said. We've seen it before. Peter finished off the sentence, and so had Lucia seen it. The white light that started to gather, that dispersed the clouds out of the area. It was getting larger and larger, until a white beam shot down, hitting the fountain. Immediately, Xenon used his powers to create a lighting barrier, surrounding the white light energy just in case it was harmful to the public. However, the energy didn't spread, and soon it started to fade away. But it had left a certain individual standing in the fountain, having destroyed the centerpiece. I, God Hinto, have come to destroy the God Slayer. For once, Quinn felt like he was on a type of break. In a sense that he wasn't rushing off to be anywhere, because no matter how quickly he completed his job, he would still be either waiting for Chris to come back with some information, or for Alex to be done with making something with the crystals. Which was why right now, he was just enjoying the public transport that would be used to head from one place to the next. Quinn wasn't traveling alone on this trip, he had taken Minnie with him. She was practically attached to his hip ever since he came back. Even more so after Jessica and Lucia left, because now the only person she had was her father. The two of them were on what was known as a space train. There were these beams of energy tracks that could be turned on from Green City that would take a large group of people to the planets in the same solar system, and currently they were heading off to Mars. Everything was so different to what Quinn remembered. In his time, one couldn't even live on the planets, yet they had all been terraformed and regulated to try and create perfect conditions similar to that on Earth so life could be sustainable there. Even a train going through space was strange. At the moment, he was sitting in his seat and looking at Minnie, who was staring out of the window opposite her. It's so pretty outside. Everything is so pretty, Minnie said with a giant smile on her face. He was happy that she was happy. After hearing her story, with how she had the shadow taken away from her, Quinn felt partly guilty. She should have never gone through something like that. Yet she had done so, and it was because of him. Even though Quinn had originally given her the shadow powers so she could protect him whenever possible, it had somewhat backfired on him. I wonder, why did Bliss want me away from everything? Quinn thought. I thought I understood her point, but in the end I still came back. Doesn't she have the ability to see the future? So surely she should have known that I would come back. Quinn was starting to imagine that maybe it was Bliss's plan. To face against other Celestials in order for him to grow and gain more power. If she was really on the side of humans, then it would make sense. It lined up with what Syl said as well, in how he had seen Celestials attacking Earth. If that was the case, then maybe everything Quinn experienced would be for the future. Dad, stop thinking about all that stuff. We are on holiday, Minnie said. The small vampire was right, and for Quinn it should be a time for him to relax his mind. Just then down the alleyway, there was a train attendant pushing a trolley with a bunch of snacks and more. Would you like anything from the cart, little miss? The woman smiled. Yes, yes. I am on holiday, so my dad will get me as much juice as I want, Minnie replied. Now Quinn knew why she was claiming that it was a holiday. It was an excuse for her to have as many juice boxes as she liked. When bringing out the juices from out of the tray, there was a specific one that was wrapped in metal and had a picture of a blood droplet in the top corner. Minnie recognized it well and pointed. The reaction from the attendant wasn't the best. Even though she was trying to keep her composure, Quinn could hear her heartbeat change as she grabbed the juice and placed it on the table, quickly moving her hand. I hope you have a nice day, the woman said with a shaky voice as she continued going down the rest of the train. This is another problem that won't be solved overnight. It's quite unbelievable that after 1,000 years of humans knowing that vampires exist, that the relationship between the two are like this. Is there a way to solve this? Quinn thought. Eventually, the train had come to an end, and lifting Minnie up, Quinn carried her on his shoulders. She wasn't tired. Minnie was a strong vampire and had the stamina of one, but she enjoyed the tender moments like this. When exiting from the train, though, once again Quinn could see the attendant talking with the others with their hands covering their mouths, and although he couldn't see, he could hear. I can't believe she is a vampire. The poor thing. Poor thing? That thing is just a monster that uses our blood to survive. I can't believe we even take clients like that on the train. I heard the young ones can't even control themselves. What would they do if they attacked everyone on the train? If it was up to me, I would throw them off the train and into space. The one speaking was a male attendant, and although the females somewhat agreed, they didn't feel that strongly against such a thing. The man let out his frustration with a large sigh, and when he turned around, he could see Quinn standing there, and in his hand was a little girl. Usually I would let things pass by, Quinn said, but I have had a chance to view the world. You are brave enough to say those words when you think others can't hear you, and you may think that they do no harm, but they have angered me greatly. I am hoping to create a better world for my daughter to live in, and while there are people like you in this world, that isn't possible, which is why I'm going to give you one order. Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and he looked directly at the man. Since you have a cruel and dirty mouth, I think this will teach you a lesson. You are not to say a word to anyone for an entire year. At the same time, Quinn had his hand pressed on the man's shoulder. The standard chi that everyone had learned to avoid the influence skill wasn't working. He had taken it away. What Quinn had used was the influence skill, but it had been a while since he had used it in this way. Usually he would use it to just get information. It was very rare he could give orders, and he could only do so if they were mentally weak, among other things. The person in front of him was no one special. Otherwise they would have never been in a job like so. Honestly, Quinn wasn't even sure if this would work, but he knew it would at least work for a while. After saying these words, the man attempted to say something, but something in his head had caused his mouth to stay shut. He looked to the two by his side and attempted to talk again, shaking them greatly. Then, when turning around to try and get the person to reverse what had been done to him, both Quinn and Minnie were away. After going through a few checks here and there, the two of them were now at the Central Mars train station. It was largely open and flourishing as people came in and out, but what was strange to see as before was the walls and different zones that had been built everywhere. Hey, we're on a new planet. Let's go to a fun fair, and go on rides and drink more juices. Minnie shouted in joy and was jumping up and down. Quinn had set up a meeting with Andy, or at least informed him he was coming, but there was no set time, so he believed that maybe he could treat Minnie to those things. But as they walked through the exit, there were many people holding up signs with several names on them. That's when Quinn spotted a particular sign amongst the crowd that had the words BB on it. Are they here for me? And how do they know that name? Or is it just a coincidence? Quinn thought. The letters on the sign were written clearly. They were large, and there were only the BBs, nothing else. When looking at the said person, though, it was a male in a suit. Someone that Quinn didn't recognize at all. He tried to sense the energy coming from him, from a distance. There was no need to make a scene, definitely not in a train station where there were people around and there was always the worry of Minnie. Why? I thought I could relax a bit. After that reaction from Yongbu and not going back into the celestial space, why can't those damned gods just leave me alone? Quinn thought. However, he was unable to sense any celestial energy, but from meeting Bliss he knew they could hide it quite well. The only other way to confirm it was if Quinn was able to touch the person. This was the easiest and most direct way for him to sense energy. Walking over, Quinn took Minnie off his shoulders and started to hold her hand. He brought her in close to him, and was careful and on guard every step of the way as he walked toward this person, thinking about what to say or what to do. After a few steps, another man suddenly appeared right in front of him. "Hello there, sir," the man said with a large bow. This man was in black leathers that looked more like a person that was ready for combat, unlike the other people around the area. "I have been directed to escort the two of you to the main base to meet with Leader Andy immediately." So focused on the other person holding up the sign, he hadn't noticed the man coming from his right and out from the side. When Quinn turned to look at the man holding up the sign, he had disappeared. I guess he found the person he was looking for, and that sign wasn't for me after all, Quinn told himself, not really believing his own words. "I guess I should deal with this first," Quinn said, as he walked with the man, and the two of them headed off toward a small spaceship together. After seating up, it was time for them to head over to see Andy. The leader has told me to treat the two of you like royalty. So if there is anything the two of you need, please don't hesitate to ask. I am known as Baron Neil. The gentleman introduced himself. Quinn didn't say much, his mind was on other things, but Neil was being a good host. As they flew over, he was describing the places, the improvements, and the changes that had been going on Mars. It seemed like the Vampire Corps was doing a lot of things around the other planets. Since the Dampiers and Pierce concentration was more so on the next election and wished to take over the Greens, it allowed the Vampire Corps to do more than it usually would have done. However, when going over a certain part, there was a destroyed wall, several destroyed buildings as well, and it looked like a small town had been destroyed. What happened there? Minnie asked. Neil nervously chuckled a little bit, not really sure how to answer such a young vampire without worrying her too much. Mars has been under horde attacks from beasts for a while now. The waves and attacks have been getting slightly bigger each time. Unfortunately, this town had experienced quite a high-level wave. They didn't have the power to defend from the attack. Still, everyone was able to get out safely, so there is no need to worry about that. Neil explained. It was just as Logan had said, Mars was experiencing a beast problem, but according to Logan it wasn't just Mars, it was other planets as well. In truth, it was happening to all the humans who were on the beast planets that were discovered during the First Dalki War. Quinn had little sympathy for humans in a way because they were the invaders, but in this case it was a different matter. The beasts were actively attacking areas and working together. It was almost as if in the beasts' minds they were in war with the humans over territory on the planet. In the end, they had made it to a large black Victorian-style place. There were castle walls, and inside those walls there were barracks, training grounds, and there was a large square-shaped building. It wasn't quite a castle, but it did remind Quinn of the vampire castles in the past. This was the main Vampire Corps base that was located on Mars, and currently where Andy presently would be. The spaceship flew over most of the place, eventually heading around the back of the main base where there was a large courtyard of flowers and grass, but there was also a circular centerpiece that was designed for a few spaceships to land now and then. Surprisingly, waiting for them just where the landing spot was Andy himself. As they got off the ship, Quinn smiled towards Andy. The two of them didn't get off on the perfect foot together when they had met, but Quinn had an increase in celestial points at one point, and he was pretty sure it was because Andy had gone through with his request of sacrificing blood to a statue. Thank you for your help, Neil. I can take it over form here, Andy stated. The three of them walked through the courtyard that was quite a pretty sight. It was full of flowers, nicely cut grass and other things. It was a place where Minnie was able to enjoy herself as she looked at everything on display and also allowed for the two of them to talk freely. In peace. Logan stated that you had something to speak to me about, and since it's you, I assumed it was important. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to you as we have had our own problems to deal with, Andy explained. I saw, Quinn replied. The beast waves. Correct. Andy sighed. However, they haven't been the only problem we have been dealing with. I'm sure you know about the incident with Pierce Rain. Correct. Quinn of course knew about it because he saw the whole thing develop out. It had also only been a couple of days since the development of what had occurred, and the news channels were just catching up with what had occurred. You see, now that the main base of Pure has been destroyed, there are many of those that are leaving and looking for protection. Not everyone can migrate to Earth, so that means they have been coming to our place as well. However, those from Pure don't exactly like that. We are the ones that are helping them in the end. I'm sure you understand the difficulties. It has been difficult inside our towns and cities and outside as well. Quinn didn't really think about that. But perhaps this situation and difficult time would make it so the two sides would be forced to live together. Anyway, please, go ahead with your request. I would like you to take me to your father again. Your blood is the only thing that can wake him up, and I believe I have a way to re-energize him and power him again. Hearing these words, an intense look had appeared on Andy's face. I'm sorry, but even if you have found a way to prolong his life or re-energize him, I feel like there is no need for him to come back. He would only be in pain and would be obsessed with his revenge like he was before. I do not want my father to suffer anymore. I understand, Quinn said. But your father asked me for a favor, and I plan to complete it. I wish for him to be there, and for us to enjoy the memories. You mean? That's right. I plan to kill the damper queen. So please take me to your father. Andy paused for a second as he thought about everything being said, and then smiled. He thought he could go up against Quinn before, but he had lost last time and felt like he would lose this time as well. Very well, I will take you to see my father, but only after the problem is resolved here. If you can help me with that, then I will let you see my father. Andy relief. In Quinn's mind it was a fair deal. Due to the position that Andy was in, he couldn't just leave his post. Being in charge of a large organization in the past had taught Quinn that, and if someone had asked him the same things his response would have been similar. Although, in the past he had one of the best men in the world helping him out. And the mystery of what happened to him and where he was or where he went was still unknown. So what do you want me to do? Or when do we get to work? Quinn asked. Andy was surprised that Quinn was so eager to get into action. At the same time, he never thought that he would get such help from such a person. In his mind, he was trying to weigh Quinn's strength and in doing so figuring out how exactly he could help. I still have a lot to do in the bases themselves like I said, so honestly we haven't been able to find out why the waves of beasts have become more frequent and worse in terms of power. The land that is open on the outside, less and less travelers are going out there. Maybe I could organize a team for you to try to find the cause of this. For Quinn, it didn't matter the reason, but the solution. Hordes of beasts came from nest crystals, so if he was to find the nest crystals and get rid of them, that would be his answer. Don't get rid of all the nest crystals, Andy stated as he could tell what the other was thinking. I don't know what it was like during your time, but the use of beast crystal energy is immense for us. They power nearly everything and our everyday things. Without beasts, not just this planet but other planets will really struggle. We just want the tier of beasts to lessen so our cities and manpower can handle it. The task might seem somewhat impossible, Andy knew that, but this was the great hero they were talking about. Solving this problem would be nothing compared to the great Dalki. One of Andy's 100 squad commanders had been called in. It was one that was a similar rank of Mitchell, who had also stayed behind in Green City for now, had come to collect Quinn. There were quite a few people that knew who Quinn was in the higher ranks of the Vampire Corps, because there were those that had traveled with Mitchell at that time, and they had seen everything. However, Quinn's return was never spread due to the fear and power shifting it might cause. Still, those worries from before were dwindling. Damper attacks were practically unheard of at the moment, and Pure had been dealt a huge blow that most thought they would never be able to recover from. Either way, the man in front of them, with short spiked-up hair and a beret hat, was Arad Buckley. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Arad bowed down and lifted his head saluting Quinn, while then pointing to those that were by his side. Andy has told me to treat you with the utmost respect as you are our honored guest. He has also explained that you will be going out to try and help us in finding out the reason for the beast waves. I thank you for your cooperation. The men couldn't help but look at Quinn up and down. His skin was crystal clear, his appearance was one of a calm face, and he was quite the looker. None of those in the Vampire Corps could even imagine that this person in front of them was able to be much help. He must be some type of high-ranking official in the Green City that happens to be a vampire or something, coming along to show that they have attempted to help. A lot of vampires were critical of those that lived in Green City, because the Vampire Corps was the place where vampires were meant to be. Humans were accepted, but in the core unit itself it was 90% vampires. Those that joined Green City or ran off to the Greylash planets were often criticized in the Vampire Corps for not trying to fight and support their own kind. They felt that even the red vampires had more backbone. At the same time, they had always felt that the Vampire Corps did a lot more to help Green City than they did to help them. Once in a while, token gestures such as Jake Green or people like this that were in front of them would be sent out for help. But it wasn't enough. On top of that, there was one thing that was concerning for them all, and that was the fact that there was a young vampire girl that was traveling with the man and holding onto his leg. Sir, will she also be coming along with us? One of the men asked. Arad wasn't too sure and looked at Quinn for an answer. Although Andy had told him that his name was Bin, so no one in the room at the moment was aware of who he was. She will be coming with us? But don't worry about her. I hear she is quite capable of handling herself, and if worst comes to worst I will protect her. Each of you can be concerned with protecting your own life. Quinn answered. Since that matter was somewhat resolved, although from the look on the others' faces they couldn't believe it, Arad decided to continue. If that young girl dies, then we're the ones that are going to get all of the blame for this. One of them inwardly complained, and it wasn't too far off from the others' thoughts. Why in a mission like this had a little vampire been asked to come along? These people here are my best men from my 100-man squad. I would say with all of us together we are even capable of taking out a demon-tier beast if we were to come across one. Have you ever fought against a demon-tier beast? Quinn asked. No, we have not. Liam was the one who answered, who looked the youngest of the vampires in the squad. Hearing the answer, Quinn shook his head slightly, because he knew anyone who fought against a demon-tier beast would never say that. Their strength varied greatly. At one point, the world's strongest were gathered to take on a demon-tier beast. Then there was the dragon. All of the vampires, including some of the originals, had been woken up to attempt to take that down. But the more Quinn thought about it, he assumed the dragon had to be at the Godslayer level rather than the demon-tier level. It was just that his system was unable to recognize such things before. Have you? Liam asked. Have you ever taken on a demon-tier beast? The other core members were smirking hearing the question asked. It was fair for him to criticize their work but not hear it from the others. Quinn's silence on the matter just made the others more confident, expecting that Bin was just all talk. Just as the group were getting ready to leave, a sound had been heard throughout the building. A constant alarm that was going off. What is that? Quinn asked. It's the beast waves. It means they're attacking right now. Arad replied with his eyebrows furrowed inward. At a time like this is why we have to complete our mission. The group all looked frustrated and started to continue to pack their supplies. What are you doing? Quinn asked. Shouldn't we go help get rid of the wave? Andy stated that no matter what was to occur, we were to go with you and help complete this task. Arad replied. Yes, but he also said that you were to assist me at all times, right? Well then, I will be going to the front line to fight off the wave, so you have no choice but to come. Quinn replied, as he walked away and started to head towards the wall. For a second, the rest of the group looked at each other and started to regret their thoughts from before. Even if he was weak, he surely wasn't spineless and thought about what they wanted. That man is not bad. Liam smiled. There had been a lot on Andy's mind ever since that day. The day where he had met his father once more. He had taken over the vampire core unit for a while now, and yet the whole world had been at a stalemate of sorts. With no group able to progress in what they truly wanted to do. They fought, helped, and protected those that they wished to protect. But Andy had never been able to complete his father's goal, nor had he changed the way the world was. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, he just wasn't that type of person. Yet, when Quinn had returned, the first thing he had done was take out the chained. It was a world-changing event, and it was why Andy had changed his mind and had chosen to support such a person, which was what he was doing right now. After the alarm sounded due to the incoming wave, Andy was on the move. This was because, according to the report, it was the biggest wave of beasts they had ever experienced. Usually, the beasts would start coming from low tiers to higher tiers, hitting the wall in different areas. This was what had happened before, but according to the report, not only was this the highest tier wave they had experienced, with there being higher tiers than ever, it was also the largest wave, and it looked like beasts were going to attack the entirety of the west wall at once. This was why Andy himself had decided to move, and the whole of the vampire core had been mobilized. There were now around 5,000 vampire core members across the wall. Some of them on top, but the majority of them were on the ground in front of the wall of the city. Andy stood in front of them all facing away. They were in a grass-like field that went on for miles. The area had been cleared for fights like this. This way, the beasts had nowhere to hide and their attacks could hit them freely. However, in the distance the vampires could hear the rumbling from far away. Their sensitive ears could pick it up, and they were just waiting to get the first glimpse of the beast wave. To them it felt like they were about to have a war, going into battle for Mars in a fight between the vampires and the beasts. Everyone, remember why we fight. Andy shouted out loud so all of the vampires across the wall could hear. Remember who we are protecting behind these walls. Remember why we chose to do this, why you chose to become a member of the Vampire Core unit. For me, it's the same, because the people that I want to protect are right here in front of me. The members of the Vampire Core didn't expect to hear this answer from Andy, and the unexpectedness had brought a smile to their faces. I am standing here today because I don't want to say goodbye to any of my brothers and sisters that have chosen to fight by my side, which is why I will fight to make sure I don't have to say goodbye to any of you. So don't disappoint me. A gigantic cheer was heard from each of the members as they raised their hands in the air. Could be heard by those that were within the city, aware of what was going on outside right now. The humans, the vampires, all of them were putting hope into the Vampire Core being able to successfully defend them. They had heard the news of what had happened to some of the towns recently. A city had yet to fall on Mars, but there was always a first. Finally, the vampires could now see the wave of beasts that were coming towards them, and it was worse than any of them could imagine. Looking from one side of the other, it was impossible to even see the end of the line of beasts that were heading their way. The beasts themselves were of all different kinds. Some of them slithered on the ground like snakes, some ran on all fours, some ran on claws, and even some flew in the sky. There was a mixture of types everywhere. On top of all that, the level of the beasts and the energy readings from them was off the charts for what they had seen before. There were no lower-tier beasts than that of Emperor-tier beasts that were coming towards them. In total, there looked to be around 15,000 beasts of all different tiers. There were hundreds of demigod-tier beasts by the looks of it, and worst of all, there was even a single demon-tier beast at the back. It was ginormous, looking like that of a giant slug, with four pointed large leg-like claws sticking out from its back. It had eyes that went down its front that was lifted outright, big and yellow. Honestly, even Andy was taken back by this. He somewhat expected the number of demigod-tier beasts but hadn't expected to see a demon-tier. How can this be? When using Logan's device, there was no demon-tier beast energy reading. Does that mean one had been born on this planet naturally? But how is that even possible? The worst part of it all was that Andy would have to face the thing. Although he was confident he could take it down, it would mean he would be unable to help the others as much. After saying these words, he felt like a fool. Sir, worry not. We are also here to help. Turning around, Andy could see it was Arad, and the 10 others he had sent off. What are you doing here? Andy asked. Don't ask why we are here. It would be foolish of us not to help. Arad replied. Andy shook his head because his question wasn't directed at Arad. No, what are you doing here? Andy asked again, looking at Quinn, who was at the back of the group. He walked forward and stood right by Andy's side, placing his hand on his shoulder. I said that I would help, and that includes this as well. Seeing how Quinn was so easily able to place his hand on Andy's shoulder and Andy giving no pushback was amazing to all of those watching. It made them reconsider the relationship between the two, and in that moment, Andy had done something he never thought he would do in his life before. Please? Can you help me? Help me protect all of these people? Andy asked. Before, while in the room, he was too afraid to ask, and somewhat felt like he was blackmailing Quinn into helping him. But now in this moment he realized, why didn't he just ask for help? Of course, Quinn replied. Tell everyone to make a small cut on their hand, and I will get rid of this trouble for you. Andy's eyes lit up. With Quinn by his side, he thought they might be able to do this. And although he had made a weird request, Andy was willing to listen to him. Everyone, in order to make our bond stronger and start this battle right, I want you to make a small cut on your hand. The first wound on our bodies will not be made by the enemy. Although Andy had made this up, his words were convincing. Everyone complied, making a small cut on their hand, and the blood went to drop on the floor. But as it did, it stopped midair. What is going on? Why is the blood floating? They started to ask. When Andy turned to Quinn, his eyes were glowing red. Every single person here will be of help to get rid of the wave. I will make sure of that. Quinn's aura erupted directly around him, making him look like a large flame. The vampires had never seen such strong aura before. Soon after that, the aura started to turn and form shapes, that of swords. Hundreds of swords were being made, thousands of swords, and they were being spread out all across the wall far and wide. After that, the blood that had been spilt by the vampire core was rising, and that power was being used to add to the blades, to create even more weapons for use. It was a sight that none of them had ever seen before as they looked up in the sky, and it was filled with blood swords. This power. There is a reason why I have the title of Ruler of Blood. Quinn smiled as he threw his hands forward. Immediately, all of the blood aura swords had gone out towards the beasts. They had been propelled like bullets and smashed into the wall of beasts. The beasts fell to the ground as the swords went through their heads and continued to fly about. Quinn continued to use the swords not to just take out the weaker beasts, but then used the aura to take out the larger beasts as well, as the swords were then used to target them. In just around 10 seconds, nearly all of the beasts had fallen to the floor and were dead, while the blood aura swords had dissipated as their energy was used up. Still there was one more, and it was then that Quinn had made a cut on his own hand. His celestial blood started to gather and he began to form it into a different shape. It soon had taken on the shape of a spear. It was hardened, but beaming with red celestial power. Running forward slightly, Quinn then hurled it from where he was, and a delayed bang was heard. There were two, one from when Quinn had thrown the spear, and the other from when it had completely ripped half of the Demonteer's beast body off, disappearing into nothing. The threat was gone, the threat was no more, and it had all been the work of one person. I hope they won't cause you any more problems, Quinn said as he turned around. Everyone was left with their mouths wide open, frozen in place. Not a single word was spoken, and that included Andy. How? Liam shouted. How can you have that much power? How can you have so much power and we have never heard of or seen you? Who are you and where were you? A mixed set of feelings were coming over Liam that he didn't really know to react. If such a person existed, why didn't they help the vampires out before? And at the same time they were thankful for just being saved right now. There is no reason to hide it anymore, Andy stated. The world needs to know of your accomplishments. The world needs to know what you have done, and what you are still doing for them. This, everyone, is the great hero of the past, and still our hero now, Quinn Talon. Andy shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to hear. The vampire core were already finding it hard to process what they had just seen. The amount of blood aura that had been used to create the swords in the first place, the power, and how they were used with such fine blood control to take out the army of beasts. Since most of them were vampires with a few subclasses here and there, they knew how impressive such a feat was, how impossible it was to have that level of blood control or aura that had been used. Then, there was the large spear that had been used to destroy the Demonteer beast in a single hit. Right now, they knew they were looking at someone beyond that of a vampire. All of that was going through the core members' heads as they were told one thing. That the person in front of them was the legendary Quinn Talon. At first they thought that Andy was playing a joke on them all. It just seemed so impossible, and even the figure Quinn in the past and his feats seemed impossible for many of them as well. However, when thinking about it a bit more, it was the only thing that would explain the situation, why he had so much power, and why someone was on such good terms with Andy. The hero, is that really Quinn Talon? I mean, it has to be right, only the hero could do something like that. He's the only vampire with such strength. But we were told that he died 1,000 years ago, and he hasn't appeared since, so why is he here now? It seemed a lot of them had their suspicions about Quinn, and he could understand why. If he was in their shoes, he probably would be thinking the same thing. For a second, Quinn turned to look at Andy, who gave an awkward smile back. Andy was unsure what the reaction would be, outing him in public like that and doing so before talking it over with Quinn. Judging by the aura around him though, Quinn seemed to take it well. One day or another it was going to come out, and with the red vampires now working for us, the Dampiers are next to nothing. There isn't much to be worried about anymore. With the truth of me being returned, I just wonder what the reaction will be from now on. While thinking all of this, Quinn had used his aura to create a set of claws around his fingers. Then, grabbing his long hair that went down to around his waist, he started to slash and cut at it, making it shorter. He was practically giving himself a very rough haircut in front of everyone that was there. After slashing his hair a few times, it started to curl up a bit like it had done in the past, and a few more seconds later, Quinn's hair was now just down to his shoulders. I needed that for a while now, but I thought the new look wasn't so much of a bad thing, Quinn stated. Now with his haircut, the vampires were getting a second look at the person in front of him. His hair was around the same length as it was before, making him look more like the statues that they all knew well. They look really similar. I mean, they don't look exactly the same. There are a few changes here and there, but it's been so long. Plus, statues aren't going to look exactly like the original, right? Maybe it's just a look-alike. With that much power, why are you in denial about everything so much? There was a stir brewing between them all, about whether or not this was the real Quinn, and soon questions started to pop in their minds, that if this was the real Quinn, then what happened to him? Where had he been this entire time? Seeing how the situation was beginning to turn slightly, and Quinn could see that there would be a bombardment of questions, he turned to Andy. You know what? Quinn said, as he summoned his shadow, and took Minnie out of it. He had placed her inside during the fight since it was so sudden. She soon hopped onto his back after, and the other vampires, seeing the shadow, just started talking more. Look, he even has the shadow ability. Only Quinn or the Guardians have the shadow ability. He looks like Quinn, is as strong as Quinn, and has the shadow like Quinn as well. It has to be him. Yeah, and it looks like he has a kid as well. Maybe that's why he went into hiding for so long. To run off with the love of his life. Now it was seriously getting strange. So once again Quinn placed his hand on Andy's shoulder. I will leave this all to you. I think it is better for me to solve this problem on my own. Otherwise, the others will just slow me down. I hope all of this can be cleared by the time I get back. And I also hope that it won't take too long. Entering his shadow on the ground, Quinn started to use his shadow travel to explore the various areas of Mars. He didn't have his wings at the moment, so it was the next best thing to get out of the area. After disappearing off in the distance, it left Andy just shaking his head. I guess I was the one that outed him, so I should be the one to deal with the consequences. While traveling through his shadow, Quinn did make a quick stop at the demon-tier beast he had killed, and went ahead and grabbed its crystal. Although he was unsure how strong it was or what skill the beast had possessed due to it dying quickly, its crystal could still be used for repairs if needed, and if Jake Green came back empty-handed. After going out in the distance for a while, and toward where the beasts were heading from, Quinn noticed something that was different compared to before. In the past, there would be countless beasts in certain areas, but here it was a wasteland, just plant life, insects and so on, but no deadly beasts. Eventually, Quinn decided to stop and come out from his shadow. Even if he was to travel at full speed, it would take him a while to head around the entirety of Mars. It's a good thing that I have a lot of experience when it comes to dealing with nest crystals thanks to that little journey I had with Syl. But how would I find such a thing? While thinking about this, an idea popped into Quinn's head. Something that might just work. Sitting down on the grass, crossing his legs, the vampire celestial made a cut on his hand. He also activated the celestial energy as he usually would have done. When the blood dripped onto the ground, it slowly started to spread out. This looked similar to that of the blood force skill that Quinn would use. The blood spread out on the ground in all directions, and it looked like a spiderweb of sorts made out of blood was appearing from Quinn. The blood continued to flow out from his body, and while doing so it was spreading out, going further and further. The blood was being spread out as thin as possible while it was traveling in all sorts of different directions. I can control my blood well, and since it has my celestial energy in it, when it touches or gets close to the nest crystal I should know. Quinn continued to do this, and as his blood spread out more and more, his celestial points were being used up, and his health was dropping slightly, but then, finally he had found something, an energy similar to that of the nest crystal. The thread of blood that had touched the crystal was lighting up, going right back to where Quinn was. But soon after that, several other threads started to light up as well, near the area where the nest crystal was at. What is this? Quinn thought, as it was something he had never experienced before. Although Quinn had never done such a thing with his blood before, it seemed like his theory had worked out, and his celestial blood had managed to make a connection with the nest crystals. However, it wasn't just one nest crystal. In total it looked like there were 8. As there were 8 glowing lines going straight towards where Quinn was. Since I have been studying more about how my powers work, it has allowed me to do more things with my powers. The more I learn about celestial energy, the shadow power, and the energies of the world in general, the more things I am able to do with them. I guess this was how the others were able to come up with their own techniques or own powers in the first place. Not just by replicating what they see. Quinn thought, but he needed to focus on this strange occurrence. Why are there so many nest crystals in one location? 8 in total. There has to be a reason for this. Opening up his eyes, he could see Minnie right in front of him, just staring at the lines of blood on the floor. She too looked to be concentrating and looking at what Quinn was doing. Then, when all of the bloodlines returned to Quinn and seeing him stand up, she clapped her hands. What was that? That thing you did? Can Minnie do it as well? Minnie asked. I'm not sure. Quinn replied back. Although I'm sure in the future you will have plenty of time to test out those things. And besides, is there any reason for you to learn how to do something like that? Minnie pumped her fist in the air as she smiled. Of course there is. I want to be as strong as Daddy. If I am Daddy's daughter, then I need to be just as strong as him. From the stories he had heard, Minnie was quite the little monster vampire, being incredibly strong, especially when using her celestial form, but Quinn treated Minnie like his own and he would never want her to go into battle. Hopefully there will be no need for you to worry about how strong you are in the future. Besides, let me take that burden, Quinn said as he picked Minnie up, carrying her on his shoulders. This time, since he knew where he was going and since it was slightly faster, he decided to run out there on his feet. Around an hour of running later, he had reached his destination. The land of Mars was much like that of Earth, apart from the ground that was more of a red color rather than a typical soil due to the high content of iron. It made some of the plants and trees that grew on the planet more robust compared to those on Earth, which was why the current sight was strange. The trees, the grass, and nearly everything in the area looked to have been destroyed with no signs of life, like the old way of Mars, and for the first time Quinn could see beasts. One popped out of the ground looking like a giant lizard. It was standing on its back, 2 legs, attempting to bite down on another beast. As for the other creature, it looked more like a large insect with many long limbs and joints. It had wings as well, but they looked to have been destroyed. Since the two were fighting against each other, they had completely ignored Quinn as he continued forward. The only thing was, this scene that Quinn saw was becoming a common occurrence. More beasts were fighting each other as he got closer and closer to where the nest crystals were. It wasn't just the number that was increasing, but also the tier of beasts. They were getting higher, and sometimes more than one beast was fighting against each other. It was then that Quinn had seen one beast kill another and start to consume the crystal that was in its body. Is this the reason why the beasts have gotten stronger and have increased in level? Because they are constantly fighting against each other. Soon Quinn would know that his theory was right on point, because he had finally reached the nest crystals, where the largest parts of battle were going on. Battles between all types of beasts continued as Quinn and Minnie were in the thick of it. Once in a while Quinn would have to quickly move from his position to avoid getting hit by the attacks. The heat and energy was intense as most of the beasts here were at the demigod tier level. Then looking around he could see the nest crystals. All of them were around a few hundred meters apart from each other. So the beasts that are being produced by the nest crystals themselves are the cause of their infighting and battles. This is causing them to grow in strength quite quickly as they consume the beast crystals of their fallen prey. Andy told me not to get rid of the nest crystals, but I suppose if I move them, then it should solve the problem as well. It might not solve the problem of the horde attacks. I still have no idea why that is going on, but it will at least stop the high-level horde attacks from going on. When Quinn took a step forward towards the nest crystals though, 2 of the large beasts that were fighting had turned their heads. I guess protecting the nest crystals is still the most important thing to you. Using blood aura, Quinn had hardened it to create 2 swords in his hands. I'm not much of a swordsman, but I have enough power and speed to do this. A long-necked creature shot out its head, snapping it towards Quinn. Stepping to the side, he swung his blood aura sword down and sliced right through the beast's head, killing it as the head fell to the ground. I was just going to get rid of all the nest crystals, but I guess I need to get rid of all of you annoying ones before I do anything else," Quinn stated, as the sword energy dispersed into nothing and he made a cut on his hand, ready to throw it onto the ground. Just then, a large vine came out towards Quinn, aiming to hit him. Quinn was going to take the attack as he thought it would do nothing to hurt him, as he had other ways to deal with such a thing, but before it got close, Minnie had trapped the lightning-fast green whip-like tentacle, and used her other hand to cut it straight off. "See, I protected Daddy," Minnie cheered. "Yes, you did, thank you. And now Daddy can get to work." Placing his hand on the ground, blood had entered through the cracks, forcing itself to spread out in the entire area. Just like before, only this time it was an attack rather than locating a certain object. Out from the ground, right where the beasts were, several spikes of blood shot up, piercing through all of the beasts in a certain way. It was the Blood Forest skill being used in action as a wide-range attack, how Quinn had originally intended it to be used. The only thing was, the Blood Forest attack also allowed one to consume the blood of its enemies that it pierced, but for the beasts their blood was still something that didn't quite work for vampires like him. Now that all the beasts were dealt with, it was time for Quinn to grab the nest crystals and move them apart. As he was doing this and moving them around Mars, a thought came into his head. "I wonder, there should be enough nest crystals in this place. I should make note of where these are just in case they are needed again at some point." At the same time, Quinn had decided to take one of them for himself. He knew there were plenty and a certain someone that he was about to meet. Perhaps there was a way he could use it to get stronger himself. Now Quinn had the nest crystal that could be used on Fex. After splitting up all the crystals, Quinn had completed the task in half a day and was ready to return to the base. On his way there, he had used the shadow travel to avoid all of the vampire core members because right now he just didn't want to deal with all of that. After that, he had gone to the office where he soon found Andy. Popping up, Andy was surprised to see him back so soon. "Wait, you're saying it should all be okay now?" Andy replied, quite speechless. "Somewhat. You won't have the same problem to the degree you were having before. Especially not anytime soon since I dealt with all the beasts in the area. So, now that I have completed my half of the deal, I think it's time you completed yours." Andy shook his head in disbelief. A problem that had been plaguing them for years had been solved in less than a day. It was safe to say Andy had underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. "Very well, let's get going, shall we?" After saying these words, Andy thought Quinn would be happy, but instead he had a large frown on his face, and it almost looked like there was a vein about to pop. It was the first time he had seen a certain someone so angry. That was because Quinn was angry, because there was a message from a certain someone through his system. A message has been received from Celestial Bliss. The Celestials all had something similar to Quinn, a system that allowed them to send messages to each other. Although the feature for Quinn to send out messages to others was recently unlocked, and it looked like that happened because he had leveled up, Quinn didn't really have any friends in the celestial space, and if he was to send a message to Bliss and the others, it would just be a load of hate anyway, so it was unlikely they would reply. Since he had chosen to ignore it, he had somewhat forgotten that it even existed, and yet here, there was a message in front of him from the one and only person that knew who he was. What does she want? Quinn thought as his finger hovered over the button to open the message up. Every time I have gotten involved with her, something ends up going wrong. Truthfully, Quinn had somewhat forgiven her for what she had done to him. That was because during his journey he had learnt a lot from the other planets and it was quite enjoyable. In the end, nothing had gone wrong either. Everything was fine, and everyone was safe when he returned. However, there was one thing that he could never forgive, and it was the reason why he was filled with anger at the moment. It was the fact that she had taken the shadow from Minnie at the time. The shadow was there to protect her, and the way Minnie had described how scared she was at the time, and to do that to someone he cared about, it was something that the bitch deserved getting hit in the face for, even if it was just once. "Is everything all right, Quinn? If you want, we can always visit my father later. After all, he has all the time in the world," Andy said, approaching carefully. Thankfully, his words got through to Quinn and calmed him down a little. Now, an internal debate had started inside him because he was wondering if he should open the message and read it or not, or continue on with getting Fex out of that box he had been in for a while. Arg. This is so annoying, Quinn said out loud, which made Andy wonder what could the legendary hero possibly be struggling with. This was a person that had it all, had the strength to change and do whatever he wished. It was hard to imagine if a horde with a demon-tier beast didn't give him trouble, what could? In the end, Quinn felt like he had no choice, otherwise the contents of the message would just bug him forever. I know you don't like me. It was the first line of the sentence, and that was nearly enough to just make Quinn close the message, but he continued reading. However, whether you like it or not, the two of us have the same goal, and that is protecting the people on Earth. Ray eventually realized that, and he was a Talon, and you are one as well, so I hope you will realize that. Earth is in trouble, in serious trouble, and I mean it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be contacting you right now. Someone needs your help, and if they don't get it, then you and everyone could be in serious trouble. Travel to these locations. It is urgent to get there as soon as possible. The end of the message was a bunch of numbers that Quinn really didn't understand, but they looked like the universal coordinates that one could input into the ships to assign a destination, which meant the place where Quinn needed to be was most likely not on Earth. What is this? Can't she just be clear about what she wants me to do? Sounds like she wants to meet me, or me to meet someone else. This whole thing could be a trap again by her to send me away. Although, if that happens, I could try and contact Yongbu to send me back to Earth, right? Either way, this is seriously annoying because she didn't mention any details other than the fact that it sounds like I'm going to need to fight. Thinking about it for a while, looking at Andy, and then turning and looking at Minnie, Quinn sighed as he had made his decision. I'm sorry, Andy, but something urgent has come up. I promise I will be back soon, and I hope you aren't so busy and can help me out then. Before Andy could reply, Quinn covered himself in shadows and had taken Minnie into his shadow space again. Just as he left, there was a large smile on Andy's face. You idiot. I will always have time for someone like you. Andy thought. Now I'm starting to understand why my father liked you so much. As for what Quinn was doing, he was using the shadow link to hop to someone who had recently woken up, and Quinn soon found himself inside Logan's lab, surrounded by everyone. Quinn, what are you doing here? Alex asked, and the other races were confused as well. Whoa, you can do that? Jake said. Vincent, Jake, Logan, and Alex seemed to be talking about something in the lab. Unbeknownst to Quinn, Jake had just returned with the items that were needed. I'm sorry, but this is quite an urgent matter. It looks like I need to go somewhere. Logan, can you input these coordinates and tell me where they lead to? Quinn asked as he read out a bunch of numbers. Quinn could see a bunch of crystals that were in Alex's hands. He could tell that there were a couple of demon-tier crystals in there, however, there was no nest crystal as requested. I'm sorry, I couldn't find a nest crystal, but I thought if I came back and gave the demon-tier items first that he could work on that. Jake explained what Quinn was thinking. Don't worry, Quinn replied as he summoned his own demon-tier crystal and handed it to Alex. I managed to get my own nest crystal. Finding a nest crystal and a demon crystal in such a short time. Well, you are still impressing me as always, Vincent commented. It had been a long time since he had seen Quinn, seen his strength, so he currently had no idea what Quinn was capable of. Well, this is great. I can start making the weapons straight away, and with you here we can add your blood just like you asked. Alex suggested. There was a hesitant look on Quinn's face, and not one of joy like Alex had expected. What's wrong? Alex asked. You said that the weapons would take maybe a week or so to make, right? So you need my blood at some point during the process. How early do you need my blood? Quinn didn't want to delay the process of the weapons at all. Once he had the weapons and the location of Aaron and Zero, he would be off. The only thing was, right now, he needed to be somewhere else as well. I guess you need to be somewhere. Well, I actually only need it in the starting phase, but it will take me about an hour or so to get ready. Is that okay? Alex asked. Quinn, Logan shouted. Those coordinates, they're on Venus. I have a teleporter that will get you there quite quickly if need be. Venus was a habitable planet. The greenhouse gases had been removed from the planet, making it a bearable place to live, but it was still relatively hot compared to others. However, the people that lived there were more neutral than anything, just those not wanting to get involved in any of the mess. It had a low population as well. It was strange that this location was given, so Logan was assuming the worst, which was why he had made his suggestion. 1 hour, right? Okay, I'll give you that 1 hour. Let's work on this now, Quinn ordered, hoping that whatever he was needed for could wait. The first event that started to move the cogwheels on the political landscape of the Earth was the chained wedding. It was an event that was talked about by the entire human race for a while. Several videos had hit hundreds of millions of views and were all being watched daily to get as much information as possible. It was the first time a powerhouse was taken out, defeated in front of the whole world by a new group no less, and against such a small number of people as well. This had told the world that no group was safe. However, even after the crushing defeat and many switching sides at the end, the chain didn't cease to exist. Those in the Blade family still saw it as their mission to capture the unruly chained. Their ancestors still chose to use their powers in cruel and harsh ways. At the same time, those who were part of the chain before and had left were finding it somewhat difficult to live a normal life. If they tried to join a faction for fear of angering certain people, they didn't accept them. This was common, and because of this, the chained had gone back to their old ways, forcing people to help them. Still, there was a question in public and the chained members' minds. What had happened to their leader? The leader was known as Russ to the world, and there was no footage of him during the wedding. After seeing how he was forcing a particular woman to marry him, the world viewed him as an evil, vile being. Some said that this was the reason why he hadn't appeared. Others theorized that he had been killed off during the wedding, but no one was there to see it. Since there was no confirmation, Russ's name would be passed around from time to time. The truth was, Russ was still alive, and he wasn't living the spectacular life he used to in his faction days. Using a robe to cover his face. He had managed to live by joining factions and hunting beasts. He lived quite a good life in terms of a traveler, but it wasn't the same life he lived before. A short while after the wedding, Russ enter his room as he usually did after a long tough hunt. The only thing was there was an uninvited guest in the room, standing by the window. I never thought I would see you again. I thought you would have completely abandoned me after I was useless and used for your goal. Russ commented as he took off his robe and went to lie on his bed. Used you? Bliss replied. I helped you. Without me you would have never realized the true potential of your powers. Remember, I was the one that introduced her to your team. Her response made Russ frown. He wasn't bothered by the response, but rather by her body language. They had seen each other on and off a few times, and during all of those times he had never seen Bliss act this way. Right now, she was agitated and flustered, but at the end of the day this wasn't his problem. Ah yes, and now without them, I have an ability that takes up far too many MC points if I was to go against someone strong. Leaving me with an ability that is mid-tier at best. Russ complained. Mid-tier? Do you have no clue just how strong your ability is? You have a power that is able to take down gods. Bliss said, getting more agitated. But I understand your frustration, and it's part of the reason why I have come out here. I have a way for you to grow your powers. Suddenly, Russ was no longer lying on his bed as he got upright. Ever since then, he had wondered if he would ever be the same as he was before. Would he ever be able to feel the same power as he had done when fighting against Quinn Talon? It was hopeless, and on top of that, his revenge against the Blade family would never be complete with the power he had at the moment. I see that caught your attention. Bliss opened a small portal with her hand and pulled out a crystal. This here is what is called a nest crystal, and we are going to use them to get your powers back to the way they once were. After that, Bliss taught Russ how to absorb the energy of the nest crystal in order to increase his MC points. She had given him 3 nest crystals in total, boosting him from the current way he was. That was all she could give, though, and claimed that the rest was up to Russ, but also gave him details of how to get nest crystals. With this, there was a goal in Russ' mind once more, and he began to work as a traveler. He rose through the ranks, joining larger and bigger groups, discovering nest crystals on the way. There were times where there was also news of other groups discovering nest crystals. When this happens, a mysterious robe figure would visit them, and their group would be no more as a nest crystal was taken. Most people had no clue what to do with them, and it felt like to Russ this was a cheat that only he had, something that he could take advantage of. In the first place, there weren't many that could even get to a nest crystal with their power. They would need an entire army, but for Russ it was the easiest thing in the world. Eventually, though, his betrayal and antics had caused Russ to go to a quieter planet, to go into hiding and travel from there, which had brought him to the planet Venus. A planet that was covered in meadows and had plentiful small little villages. It was one of the few planets that had next to no beasts on it. There were the occasional beast that would escape from time to time, or be brought back, but other than that it was a peaceful place, relative to the people that lived there. For a while Russ had decided to lay low. What he had found was rather than doing all of the work himself, it was easier to let the higher factions get an inkling to a nest crystal, or discover one and take it from them. Following the news forums, he could see when they were recruiting a large team, and it was always for the same people and for the same pattern. "Good morning, Dean," a jolly woman said with a nice smile as she watered her plants hanging outside her home. "Good morning, Miss Fern." Russ waved back, walking through the village. His appearance had slightly changed from before, but it also seemed like the people that lived here didn't care about the news. Since Russ would only go out when there was word of a nest crystal, then come back from time to time, this place had come to his base, and the people all got to know him. And he got to know them all. After all, there were only 200 or so people in the village. "Ah, someone help! A beast, a beast!" A woman wearing a dress shouted as she ran across the stone-paved village. Shortly behind her there was a large bulk cat with razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this enter the village, everyone panicked. There was hardly anyone who would deal with such a thing. That was until the large cat suddenly started to swing at the air, and eventually it had collapsed just like that. When it did, there was a certain person standing behind. "Dean, was that you?" Fern asked. "I used to be a traveler, but my fighting days are over." Russ smiled. The people were thankful, they were praising him, and would shower him with gifts as this continued. But it was then when, looking up at the sky, a bright white light could be seen twilight from above. "What is that?" When he raised his head to look up, Russ had no idea what the bright light was. However, it was clear to him that this was bad news. The energy was so spread out and intense that the clouds had separated, which was enough to put him on edge. This was why he quickly ran from the spot where he was. And as soon as he moved, the white light shot down from the sky and headed towards the ground, shrouding a wide area. Turning around, Russ was blinded by the bright light and lifted his arm, covering his eyes. He had just escaped by the skin of his teeth. A few moments of silence prevailed, and a few moments later, the panicked shouts and cries echoed as the villagers were now terrified. They had already had an unusual experience and a fright for their life with the beast's appearance. And now there was this as well. This light, what is going on? Is it an ability, or is it an invasion of some sort? No, this all feels too foreign. Ever since I got involved with that god, strange things have been happening. Russ frowned. He prepared himself for the worst. Eventually, the bright light started to fade, and now in its place was what looked like a giant bird. Although it was a bird, it was unlike Russ had ever seen before. It stood on its two small legs. They were tiny compared to the rest of its body, which was quite thin but as large as a person. Its skin was dark blue, with strange black swirling patterns on its skin. Unlike a normal bird, this one didn't have any feathers. Rather, it was more scaly, like a lizard, at least just from an initial look of it. Then there was its long tail and two wings. On closer inspection, since there were no feathers on its wings, it made the wings look more like two large hands clawing inwards. In addition, there were 5 individual claws on both wing-like arms, and the same could be said for its tail. Finally, there was its bird-like head, small in size but with a fin on the top like that of a shark, and a black mane around its neck. This was the only hairy bit on the bird which reminded Russ of the mane on a lion. "Is it a beast?" a villager whispered in a trembling voice as they cowered behind a plant. Immediately, the figure turned its head and stared at the person, a large woman, who had said those words. "How dare you call me a beast? I am Wheat, a celestial from a place far above any of you," the bird declared. Quite a crowd from the villagers had gathered at where the bright light had come, but at the same time, they were too afraid to come close. Instead, they all carefully watched, trembling and scared. They didn't understand what a celestial was, and they were not curious enough to ask. You! Wheat then turned to look at Russ. You are the only one who is not scared of me. I guess it is a trait of who you are, a godslayer. Should I be scared? Russ replied. I have lived this long, and I will continue to live. I am not worried. The strange bird spoke without opening its mouth. Yet everyone in the area could hear its laughter and the words it said. I like to do things the quick and easy way, so I hope you don't mind, Wheat said in a low tone that rumbled the stomachs of those nearby. It would be easy if you were to just kill yourself. That way my task will be complete. However, I know you wouldn't simply comply, so if you don't kill yourself within 1 minute, then everyone in the area will die. It was clear to Russ that this beast, or celestial as it called itself, was after him. Although he was unsure why this was, considering that he had managed to upset quite several people during his time, there were plenty of reasons for people to chase after him. And this was not the first time someone had come after him. Russ lifted his head, and a smirk appeared on his face. You don't seem to know me very well, do you? Russ asked. You see, I think you have the wrong person. I don't care what you do to these people. The words were said out loud, and the villagers that heard the man they knew as Dean say this were surprised. What do you mean, Dean? The shaking woman asked from before. Didn't you just save us from that beast before? Are you saying you're just going to let us kill these things? Suddenly, the woman stopped in her tracks after taking a few steps toward Russ. It wasn't because she was afraid but because her body had stopped listening to her, and her brain as well, as her head slid off from her body, and the strange bird, Celestial Wheat, was right behind her. You have 30 seconds, Wheat said. The woman was dead. After her head rolled to the ground, the rest of her body also fell. The Celestial had moved and attacked in such a swift manner that Russ didn't even see it move. This will be a tough fight, maybe the first one since I went up against Quinn. But have I consumed enough nest crystals for my power to be what it was back then? Russ wondered. Seeing the dead body on the floor, the people started to panic. They were screaming at the top of their lungs as they ran about. Some tried to get as far away from the bird creature as possible, while others went back into their homes and the closest shops and boarded up for protection when they heard it speak once again. Time is over. I am not so sure if you are bluffing or not. You are a strange one. Celestials see lives as nothing because we see them come anew and be replaced all the time. But the ones below us see it differently. It's the first time I am meeting someone like you. Still, you could just be bluffing, so I should make sure, right? I don't like to go back on my words. Wheat flapped its wings and took up into the air. It came as a surprise because the wings were thick and looked heavy, yet Wheat had no problem flying above the village. It then looked down, and its eyes started to glow blue, like a mist floating off into the air. No one can hide from me, Wheat crackled. The swirling black patterns on its scales began to light up in a light blue color, and then, small blue lasers shot off from its body. There were hundreds of small lasers, and they were directed at everyone in the village, hitting them right through the head. Men, women, children all fell to the ground in seconds as the lasers went through their heads. As Wheat had declared, no one could hide as the laser beam attack went through the buildings and still managed to hit its target. In one move, everyone in the area was killed, just as Wheat said. However, the results were different when a laser struck the primary target. Just like the others, the laser had hit the man's head, but it soon started to flash, and before it could even reach Russ, his body disappeared and reappeared at a different spot this time. Done with its attack, Wheat landed back down on the ground. So you are still alive. I expected nothing less from a god-slayer. Russ clenched his fist. I see, so you really did care for those people. It was a bluff, after all. You overestimate your threats, Russ said, lifting his head. But you have ruined my hiding spot. Now because of you, I will have to start all over again, and for that, I will make you pay. A blue mist started to emit from Russ's eyes, and sporting out from his back all of a sudden were a pair of large thick wings that had 5 claws out the back of them. They looked exactly like Wheat, and even the Celestial seemed surprised upon seeing this. While the fight was going on, someone was observing the battle from celestial space. Russ, the fight with Quinn has made you grow leaps and bounds. You are strong in your own right, and I hope you won't need the help that is coming because it might not arrive in time. Russ's body had taken on a similar form to his opponent Wheat. The only thing different was the human body, and because of this, the Celestial was being a little careful. Flapping his wings, Russ rose up high in the air, and parts of his body started to glow blue just like Wheat. Now the Celestial knew what was coming next. This wasn't just an imitation, it was an exact copy of what was to come. Several sharp blue lasers shot out towards the Celestial. Since there was only one target, all the small lasers had spread, making it impossible for the attack to miss, and Wheat knew this best. Which was why it decided to cover its head with its two large wings. The two claw-like ends of the wings had interlocked with each other. The next second the wings had expanded, creating half a ball blocking the vital parts of the Celestial. The lasers had hit the wings, causing smoke to come off from them. There was a slight tingling sensation that was felt, but the attack didn't get through, and the lasers eventually stopped. Opening up its wings, the calm face of the bird was still present. If anything, it looked like Wheat was now smiling. My attack is a strong one, but nothing can get through the defense of these wings. Honestly, I'm quite impressed you managed to even slightly injure them, Wheat proclaimed. That was when the smile on Wheat's face had vanished because he noticed that Russ was doing something. He was still in the air, and the spiraling patterns that were on his wings and tail, they were lighting up once more. Whatever you can do, I can do better, Russ stated as he used the same attack once again. Lasers came out from his body, all aiming toward Wheat. The attack was incredibly fast, and the only reason why Wheat was able to block it last time was due to it somewhat guessing what its opponent was going to do. There should be a slight cooldown before releasing an attack like that again. How was he able to release it twice in a row? Wheat struggled but did the only thing it could do, and that was to give the same attack back. Its body lit up, and several blue lasers came out from its body, aiming to match each one of Russ's. The great eyesight that Wheat had allowed it to do such a thing. Your mere imitation will never be as good as mine, God Slayer, Wheat shouted. When both of the lasers hit each other, it didn't last long as there was a clear winner in power out of the two. Russ's lasers had completely destroyed Wheat's and continued forward, hitting each part of Wheat's body. Using the lasers, he brought them together to condense the power of them even more, and pushed Wheat with his own powers until it was on the ground, unable to get up. The force of it was strong, and its whole skin and body was burning up. How can this be? It makes no sense. Wheat struggled and eventually managed to muster up the great strength to move its wings and block the condensed lasers. It was for a brief second, which allowed Wheat to push with its tail moving from its position. There were several parts of flesh that were burning on the Celestial where it had pierced through its rough skin. But slowly they were starting to heal, forming back to what they once were. Wheat's head was shaking with rage. This is why I wanted to finish things quickly and through the other way. Watching the fight from the celestial space, Bliss was impressed with what Russ had done. She had expected him to put up somewhat of a fight, but this was beyond what she had imagined. He must have obtained quite a few nest crystals if he's able to make attacks like that appear, Bliss thought. This is why Russ is important for the world. His powers aren't an illusion like many people guess. It's different, and in a way it's a counter to the Celestials that think incredibly highly of themselves, which is just causing Russ's powers to be boosted even more. Still, there is a problem. If you still had her by your side, I wouldn't worry. But the stronger these attacks are, frustrated, Wheat flew into the air and started to spin its body. As it did and picked up the pace, it started to give off a strange blue aura. The air looked denser around the Celestial strangely. Seeing this, Russ did the same as what Wheat had done before, and closed his wings together. In doing so, they expanded in size, creating half a ball-like shield. I know from your words before, that in your mind, you think that there is nothing that can break through this. So this should work. The next moment, Wheat slammed into Russ's wings, and waves of pressure continued to hit behind Russ. Some of the buildings that were high enough were being destroyed and evaporating into nothing. Still in the air, still there was Russ though, all in one piece. Both Wheat and Russ fell to the ground. How? How were you able to block my attack? I guess you just think your defense is stronger than your attack. Russ replied, but was heavily concerned about something after that attack. The question had popped into his mind. How could he win this fight? Russ was on a time limit due to his MC cells. He had landed an attack, but the celestial in front of him looked completely fine. With everything he had, searching through his powers, he didn't have a solution to win, not unless he could continuously use his powers freely like he could before. I need more nest crystals, more power, before I fight someone like this, which was why Russ had decided to run. He flapped his wings and flew off into the distance, weaving and swerving in and out of the buildings. He continued going forward, but in the end, the buildings had ended and now there was just long grass for a few good miles. Turning his head, Russ was trying to see if Wheat was chasing after him, and there he was, right on his tail. When close enough, Wheat flapped its wing and a beam of energy was shot out, hitting Russ right on its body, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. His arm was bleeding and he was in pain. My real body was hit. This is bad. It's harder to fake it, Russ thought. Now he was starting to wonder if running was the best decision for him to make, but fighting, he would have eventually lost, he knew, because there were some things he could see that he couldn't use. I will just have to buy time, Russ thought, standing up and retracting the wings and tail into his body. Russ started to walk, and each time he took a step, a copy of him seemed to appear. He continued this, creating 10 versions of himself. You have seen what I can do. Do you really think just copying yourself is going to do anything? I will just kill you all, Wheat declared, as its body lit up, and the other Russes started to disappear. It wasn't quite the same laser attack as before. It was almost as if there were small particles of energy that were hitting everything, and that included Russ's body. Slowly, he could see that the air looked to be glowing slightly blue and his skin was starting to hurt all over. It was a strange sensation, as if he was being burnt alive. Trying to move, he could still feel pain until, "Just get out of there," a voice said, and suddenly Russ could feel his body being dragged and moved out of the strange glowing dust. He crashed against the grass and found himself looking up. "Chew, Quinn," Russ said, surprised to see him here of all places. Standing in the middle between the two of them now was none other than Quinn. "BB, I have heard a lot about you, but I am here to tell you that I am not your enemy. We are both Celestials and we both have a task, to get rid of the God-slayers. But if you choose to go against us, that will be bad, not just for you but for Earth as well. So choose," Wheat asked. A sick feeling was felt deep within Sill's stomach as he sat in his ship. He was taking his time returning to where he originally was and continuing on his journey outside of the world. After all, he had seen what was to come, and knew that whatever the cause, these Celestials would one day attack Earth. However, when using his power so drastically to see into the future, he was unable to see as clearly as he could, seeing moments into the future. There was too much overload of information, so he just saw glimpses, more like that of a dream, which was why Sill had no clue as to why they would attack. Regardless, Sill just didn't think this way. Rather than ask why they attacked and try to stop them from attacking, Sill wanted to get stronger just to stop the invasion. Should I try and look again? Maybe if I lowered the output of MC cells, I would be able to see slightly into the future, Sill thought, and learn if I have done enough to stop this. Although Sill didn't know why he felt this way, after meeting with Quinn, he wanted to see the others, see those from the Blade family and those from the Cursed faction. Spend a few years with them and stop traveling the vast universe for years and years, just endlessly fighting with no end in sight. It had its exciting moments, but soured compared to the time he spent with others. Logan said that looking into the future that far ahead is tricky to do, because one could only see one of the outcomes that was possible. Perhaps knowing the outcome was the cause of the outcome. So it was best to not constantly look into the future trying to fix what was happening. Solving problems now often leads to bigger problems in the future. The humans know that well. In the end, Sill couldn't help himself. He didn't activate all of his MC cells while attempting to use the ability, worrying that he would see too much like last time. Then finally it was used, images flashed in his mind, in front of him like they were on super speed. He was now concentrating hard, trying to find anything, trying to follow what he was seeing. Usually using the ability with his eyes open would allow him to see an outline of what was in front of him, but using the ability to this level with this much MC cells, it had somewhat even changed the ability, evolving it to the point where these images were shown in his head. Not just that, but he could somewhat choose where he saw these images. The only thing was it was difficult to control, not impossible to control completely in a certain direction. Yet for some reason he started to think about home, and when thinking about home it took him to the blade ship, one of the berthas that had become the blade home. Just after a few seconds, Syl opened his eyes. He stopped using his ability and bit on his lip hard, drawing blood. What was that? Nothing changed. No, it seems to have gotten worse, Syl said. And why? How could the whole of the Blade family just be annihilated like that, and by who? Immediately, Syl started to punch in some coordinates on his ship and started to returning to the Blades to see them before he went off. I don't really know how far off that was into the future, but where was I? Where was Quinn to stop all of this? He's back on Earth now, right? Everything should be okay again, right? Now Syl had only messed up his own mind, and it was just as Logan said. He was unsure that if he stayed with them, that it would somewhat be the cause of the Blade's demise, or if he left to deal with the problem up front that they would be okay, or perhaps leaving them all to be killed. However, he couldn't take any chances. He was heading back to the Blades now. It didn't take long for Syl to see the large giant ship floating in Earth's orbit. The Blade ship often stayed between Mars and Earth, as they somewhat acted independently, and from time to time the members of the Blade would act as mercenaries for disputes, battles, and quests that the others needed help with from time to time. Shiro had just returned to the group, and once again he was back in his body taking charge of everything that was going on. There was a warm welcome for him back in the ship as he talked to all the others and told them what he had learned and everything that was going on so far. At the same time, the group was glad to see that Borden had also returned in one piece. There were no grave injuries on his body, and soon their routine had returned to normal until... Sir, a young female ran up to Shiro as he was walking around the halls, looking at everyone working diligently hard. On board the ship there wasn't just the Blades but a number of different ability users as well. They were part of the Blade group, helping with their mercenary tasks and maintenance around the ship and more. After all, the Blades also needed them around because apart from a certain someone without abilities they were useless. What is it? Shiro asked. Should I be concerned that you're so panicked? There is a ship heading this way. It's been giving us a code of 3235 which we don't recognize. Hearing the numbers, the old code that the Blades used to use, Shiro's eyes lit up. It's your brother, Syl, he returned. They had been informed that Quinn and Syl had come back. After helping the group with the red vampires, they had returned and were unable to see Quinn or Syl, so they assumed they were just too busy. Maybe he misses us? Borden stated. Misses us? Are you crazy now after all this time? Ratton shouted. That damn kid. No matter how many years pass, he is still the same immature brat. Giving permission for the ship to land, they immediately headed to the docking station. It was Shiro and Borden were the only ones, however Shiro had switched to Borden. He didn't think it was right for him to be the first to greet their brother they hadn't seen in a while. Although the other Blades knew about Syl, as stories about him had been passed on, they weren't alive during his time and he sounded somewhat like a legend similar to Quinn. So most wouldn't be able to recognize him. Getting off the ship, Syl looked to be in a panicked state, but upon seeing everyone his hand was placed on his chest and he gave out a big sigh. I'm so happy to see that all of you are all right, Syl said with a smile. Same to you, but you have aged a lot since the last time I saw you. You look so. Borden didn't know the right words to say. I look like him a lot, I know. Syl replied, not wanting to remember those times so much. The 3 or 4 of them had caught up quite a bit as Shiro would change from Borden to Ratton, and Borden would all talk. After all of them were brothers and were used to their presence. When they entered the main hall of the ship, there were many that looked at them wondering just who Shiro was being so friendly with, since it was a face they had never seen before. While in the middle of their conversation, though, the ship felt a great force being slammed on it. It shook the entire thing, causing people to lose their footing and fall down. Are we under attack? Borden wondered, but the single beam had stopped. And strangely, when looking in front of them, there was someone in the center of the room they had never seen before. This energy, it's the same as Athos. Syl recognized as he stared at the person. So you are the famous Godslayer and the one that has caused the most problems for us. The stranger stated. The stranger looked almost human if it weren't for the fact it had purple-like skin. Other than that, though, it looked identical to a human. I guess that's why they sent me, Kipo, to deal with you, and while I'm at it, I might as well kill everyone here to make sure there are no more Godslayers from this annoying place. For a second, hearing those words, Syl's heart beat slightly louder. Really? Well, you're an idiot, Borden replied, walking forward. Not only have you chosen to go after my brother Syl, who could deal with you on his own, but you have done so, in the middle of all of these blades and our Dalki brother here, and we don't take threats nicely. Bliss's hand was shaking as she held onto the staff. There was a moment when watching Russ's battle that she thought he would be eliminated, and if that was the case, then it would mean one less Godslayer to fight back against what was to come. You finally made it, Bliss thought. However, her worries hadn't ended there, as there was a fear that Quinn would, instead of teaming up with Russ, team up with the Celestial. After all, Russ wasn't the most saintly person. The two of them had history, and some of the Celestials could be quite quick with their decisions. I can't watch this, not right now, Bliss said to herself as she waved her staff, and the space she had created to watch the ongoing fight had disappeared. Since time in the celestial space was completely different compared to that on Earth. She wouldn't miss any of the fight, but would come back to watch it when she was ready. Instead, she thought she would try and get information on the other Celestials that were sent to attack, and see if they had found the Godslayers that they had been looking for. The thing was, in Earth's time, they had literally years to scout all of the white energy to try and find the Godslayers of Earth, and only a few minutes would have passed. I'm not going to go looking around myself, that would take too much time. But there is one person that should know a few things, that busybody. Waving her staff, the celestial system had appeared and a message was sent out to a specific celestial. After a few minutes, there was a large floating ball of energy that was coming right towards her. Why am I the one that keeps getting dragged around? I'm just a sweet, innocent ball, XOX thought to himself, but he didn't want to get on Bliss's or Immortality's bad side. So it was best that he listened to their order. Please, can we keep this short? XOX asked in a pained voice. You're really not the best person to be speaking to at the moment. Or at least you could not form your energy into that staff that you always have around you. It makes you quite recognizable around here to the others. Realizing what XOX said was true, Bliss got rid of her staff-shaped energy and the energy returned back into her body. I wanted to ask, the Celestials that Mundus has sent, have they all left the space? Have they all found the Godslayers that they were looking for? Bliss asked. Hearing the question, XOX was quite excited because, just like Bliss had expected, he had been gathering information from all over. Nearly all of them apart from one. XOX replied. Tumun is still waiting. According to the reports that have been gathered from those that have been around the Earth area, the Godslayer that they were keeping their eye on has left Earth's solar system and is beyond, which is why it's proving to be quite difficult. On top of that, they are debating whether to send Tumun to fight against the Godslayer that recently won its battle. Honestly, no one expected Zico to lose. Bliss had managed to catch that fight firsthand. It was popular amongst many Celestials since it was the first battle that was to take place. However, the way Zico lost after fighting for several days was a large shock to all. Honestly, Bliss thought that if Zico had gone against anyone else, he probably would have won. It was just that he happened to have run into Ray. But that had given a chance to the rest of the Godslayers to come out on top. Tell me what has happened so far from your words. Listening to XOX speak, Bliss had been updated, and she was surprised at the timing of it all. Although there were only so many from Earth that had the power or title classified as a Godslayer, there were plenty on Earth that had great power and came close to it. If it was Godslayer just against the fighting Celestials, then they would probably lose, but they had those people by their side. Hey, it looks like Tumun is getting ready to leave, one of the Celestials shouted. Quickly running over to where the direction was, Bliss looked at the white ball of energy that Tumun was ready to enter, and it was strange she had never seen or heard of this planet before, which was why she was surprised to hear that there was a human on it of all places. On a planet that was filled mostly with green, large trees, plants, and more, which also had large giant factories on it, was the center of attention. Just then, a gigantic ship that had Marpo crews on it was drifting towards the planet, to dock and have a few repairs be done on it. On the outside platform there were Dalki waving the ship in with their hands, and a few other races from all over who were ready with their tools to do a few repairs here and there. Watching everything going on was a particular person who was in a large glass building, the owner of the entire Marpo cruise. After the repair is done, tell all the other cruises out there to come back. The man ordered the person who was by his side, his eyes a tint of red as they both looked out of the glass to the area ahead of them. Does this mean you will finally make your move after all this time? The red-eyed man replied back. Everything is ready. We have made preparations on top of preparations. Honestly, I don't think there is a single thing that can stop us. The Blade family, Green City, Pure, the Vampire Corps, the Red Vampires, the Greylash family, and the Cursed faction including Quinn. Even if they were all to team up together and try to stop this, it would be impossible. The man by his side chuckled. If people had heard you say those words, some would think you were mad. But that's just because they don't understand the power we have been able to accumulate during this whole time. As cautious of a person I am, I know what you are saying is true. Pine! The red-eyed man called out. Heavy footsteps were heard coming from the back of the room, and that was when a Dalki with a strange upward mountain-like head came into view. Send out the order for everyone to get ready, and tell them soon we'll be returning back home. Also, make sure that he is awake. We will need him as well. Of course. The Dalki smiled and began to take a few steps forward, but as he did, a strange surge of energy could be felt. The color of the sky had slightly changed, and when looking up through the glass ceiling, they could see that in the sky there was a beam of white energy. What is that? The man asked. I thought that this might happen. It is perhaps something that I should have warned you about. The red-eyed man stated. It appears that our strength has caught the attention of them. Who? The attention of the gods. Finishing his sentence, the white energy beamed down, hitting and smashing right through the glass, breaking it to pieces. Each of them looked away, but soon the energy started to disappear, and in its place was a large bald-headed man who looked human, apart from the fact that there were 6 eyes on his head that were glowing blue. The god looked around the room for a few seconds. You are not the ones I am looking for, but he is in this building, Tumun stated. So this is a god. Well, it will be a good test for us then to see if we are ready or not. The man smiled. Bring H here, just to be sure to get rid of this guy. Unbeknownst to the world, the human race was undergoing a tough battle. The celestial space, the world of the gods, had acted for the first time in thousands of years. The recent influx of godslayers that was coming just from a single race for whatever reason worried them, which was why they had sent celestials that had done this before, had fought against godslayers and prevailed, and Mundus the messenger for the Ancient Ones hoped this would be enough, otherwise it would be a repeat of history from a long time ago. Out of all the fights that currently were happening, the whole world was aware of one of them, and that was thanks to the reporter known as AJ, the well-known reporter who was filming everything and had just filmed the entrance of the Celestial coming crashing down right where the fountain was. What was that bright light that just came in? Did the camera break for a second? Hey! Did you see that lightning barrier that was put up? That was strong. You don't think that Xenon is there, do you? No way. Wait, it would make sense. Maybe AJ got a big scoop finally as well. As the viewers continued to watch and the light started to fade, the cameras could finally see who had landed. I am Celestial Hinto, and I have come for your head. The voice was a powerful one that resounded in the whole area. Those that were eating their meals or playing in the area around them, they had all stopped to stare at the white light of energy and then heard this. What was worse was the actual appearance of the person that was in front of them, because without a doubt in their minds this person wasn't human, but they didn't look like any type of beast either unless it was a humanoid one. No longer was AJ hiding the fact that he was filming. Instead he pulled out his camera and started to pan up and down on the creature that called itself a celestial. It had a long, thin, slender body in the shape of a human, but from the bottom, where one would have feet, it had types of hooves instead. Going up around its waist, it was clothed in a black cloth that seemed to constantly be floating about. Then there was the body, the most human thing about the creature, with 2 arms and a normal chest apart from the dark purple skin color. However, it had horrifying features that made it clear that this was not a human. And in this case it was its face. It was narrow and sharp with a pointed chin. As it smiled, black teeth were shown to be as sharp as razors. 2 eyes that were narrow slits pointed upward, matching its pointy ears. In the center there was a red glowing dot right in between its eyes, then coming out from the top of its head were not horns, but something that seemed to be a part of the body, the same texture as flesh. They were large, almost like an elephant's trunk, that went up and curved down towards the shoulders as the thickness of them started to thin out. No one knows why, but just looking at the thing in person and on the screen made them all shudder. It was almost as if they were looking at something from a nightmare. My whole body is shaking. Is anyone else feeling the same thing? No way, stop capping. Are you serious? I have goosebumps as well. Me too. Are we all just scared? No, I feel nothing looking at that thing. What was it again, a celestial? Probs, just some other alien like those damn Dalki. AJ's hands were shaking as he was filming the creature for longer and sweat was running down his face for some reason. However, the camera was filming everything just fine due to the stabilization software it had on it. However, he had made a decision. You two, get everyone out of here and clear the area. We can't let that monster take advantage of the people in the area. Quickly send the message out. And for anyone who is watching, tell them not to come here and get out of the area. AJ ordered. Lucas and Vanessa, the 2 vampires who had been following Peter due to the large laxmas that followed him, both thought the same thing. Even though they were vampires, there was something about this creature that made their skin crawl. Everyone leave the area. It's dangerous. Get out of here, run. Vanessa started to shout immediately. Lucas did the same, and all 3 of them started to run out of the area as well. The people seemed to listen as they went out of the area. Although the person who had arrived had yet to do anything, everything in their gut was telling them to get out of there. They had experienced too many bad things to leave it up to chance that this creature was a nice person. Regardless, there were a few that just locked themselves in the shops that were around the large fountain and square center, believing they were safe watching what was going to happen next. And it was the same for AJ and the 2 vampires, as they had entered a building reaching the roof and was filming from there. The square was incredibly large in the first place, being around 2 kilometers in length and width. So AJ at least hoped that the fighting wouldn't spread to where they were. Am I really that scary? Hinto said in a deep and resounding voice that shook everyone who heard it. Fortunately for all of you, I have only come for one person. Lifting up his hand, it pointed toward Chris of all people. Xenon found this strange because they were on the Greylash planet, so he had assumed that they had come for him. Out of the celestial named Hinto's hand a dark black sword started to appear. Not just from the one he was holding out, but from both of his hands. The next moment, Hinto swung the sword and a black line that looked almost like flames was shot through the air, and had immediately hit Chris, sending him flying. The attack had pierced through his chest a centimeter deep and blood was falling from it. Immediately, Chris started to transform his body as gray fur started to appear all over him, and he swung his claws in an X shape to destroy the attack right there and then. Oh, you managed to stop the attack. And here I thought that I could finish this entire fight in a single strike. Hinto claimed. You seem to be stronger than the other Godslayer that I have faced. But let's see you win against 2 strikes. While lifting its other hand, a pure lighting bolt shot out in a solidified form, hitting the celestial right in its arm before it could lift it. It didn't go through Hinto's hand, but instead was stuck to it. And soon sparks started to go off one after another, shocking the creature uncontrollably. Those watching online now knew exactly how it was that was there because this was a soul weapon. It was the current leader of the Greylash family's soul weapon. This thing stings a bit, and it appears it is slowing down my movements, the Celestial said as it swung its hand with the sword, although to everyone watching the movements didn't seem slowed at all. I don't exactly like that guy, but I can tell that you are trouble, Xenon claimed. Oh, I wasn't going to hurt you, but be my guest, you can have your lightning bolt back. The sword was dropped to the ground, and with his bare hand Hinto had pulled the lightning bolt out. It was a surprise because the lightning bolt would surely have restricted the person's movements and strength by around 50%. Yet he seemed to be doing everything just fine, and with the lightning bolt held in his hand he threw it out directly towards Xenon, far faster than it was thrown to him. Before it reached Xenon though, another black encased hand had reached out and grabbed onto the lightning bolt. Red energy was beaming from his entire body, and the sharp long head tail had appeared. I don't like the fact that you're ignoring me. Do you think I'm weak? Bitch! Peter shouted as he had transformed fully with his celestial points with both of his arms encased fully in his celestial energy form. Hey, isn't that the guy from the chained wedding? Yeah, I think it is. I think you're right. He's here as well, and he's fighting along with Xenon. Did you just hear what he said? He called that damned monster a bitch. Kill the ugly bitch. Oh, this is interesting. A dedicated follower plans to go against me. I guess this really is the land of the arrogant. Once I have dealt with you, I will have to have a word with your master. Hinto claimed. The last person who said those words, end up as my little pet, and I have room for another one. So bring it on, fucker. Peter shouted back as he charged in, with Laxmus right by his side as well. Charging in, Peter still had the lighting bolt in his hand, and for some reason once again Xenon was surprised that his usual soul weapon effects weren't working at all as Peter was moving at full speed. This was all due to the special effects of a wight. They weren't affected by things such as this. It was a special trait of the undead. Not really knowing what was in his hand, Peter slammed the lightning bolt into Hinto, who raised his sword calmly. Streaks of lightning came out from the lightning bolt, hitting the ground around them, leaving scorch marks in the process. You have great strength. This is a surprise coming from someone who's not on the list, Hinto stated. Do you always talk when you're fighting? Peter moved his head tail, aiming to stab right into Hinto's face. However, he moved his head from side to side, up and down, avoiding every single one of the stabs, and eventually the strange trunk-like things he had on his head moved as they wrapped around the head tail, grabbing onto it. Peter tried to move it, mustering up his strength, but it seemed impossible to get the other to let go. But that didn't matter, because Laxmus was already on the other side, opening up its mouth, gathering a deadly red beam of energy. Something that, for some reason, Laxmus could still do as an undead lesser wight, was use his red aura powers. Seeing this, Hinto went to throw Peter using his head trunk off to the side, causing him to crash into the floor, breaking it apart. It was a strong throw that caused his body to continue to bounce. The red breath beam attack had been launched and was heading straight for Hinto. Let's not waste my own energy on this, Hinto claimed, and rather than use his swords to match the attack, he moved to the side instead. The red beam attack had completely missed him and instead was going straight toward the buildings that were placed behind. The people, Xenon thought. Turning his body into a lightning strike, he shot himself into the sky, and then soon landed right in front of the red beam attack. Swinging both his hands, lightning started to gather around them, as if he was creating a tornado of lightning. Then at the right time he shot it out, at the red beam hitting it and breaking the attack in bits, causing it to dissipate, but it was far stronger than Xenon imagined, and although the bulk of the attack had been stopped, there were parts of it that continued and were still going towards the buildings. It was then that there were two figures, two vampires who shot out their own blood aura, using blood slashes to hit the remnants of the attack, stopping them before they hit the building. Landing on the ground was Vanessa and Lucas. You need to focus on the fight, the people, we will protect ourselves. Xenon, just focus on taking that guy down, Vanessa shouted. Xenon was surprised because he was still wearing his mask, but he thought it was useless now as he threw the mask to the floor. They're right, we need to take out this person together. Just then, while Xenon was in the middle of blocking the attack though, Chris had recovered from the initial attack. His scar across his chest had healed, and with both his hands he slammed them down on top of Hinto. Hinto had lifted both of his swords, but was unable to stop the attack, his knees buckling as the ground cracked throughout the streets beneath him. Chris's strength was unmatched, and it was even more than the fighting celestial thought. This is our chance, Xenon claimed, as he sped across the floor, speeding up his legs, running across, and throwing out a fist of lightning, he hit Hinto right in the chest, a great shock, zapping him and sending him across the ground. Digging his sword into the floor, he soon stopped himself from sliding. But standing behind him, Peter was ready. That hurt. Peter shouted as his hands started to glow, and he whacked Hinto right in the face, sending him across back to the other side. However, Peter noticed something, and it was that his arm had a deep slash on it. He must have got me in the middle of that attack. Still, the slash was healing, as it always did with Peter. Perhaps it was due to his own celestial energy inside him that the wounds weren't having as much trouble healing as he thought they would. Laxmus started to use his wings to float and fly in the air, and while doing so, several red beams of energy were shot at Hinto. Since they were from above, there was less risk of the attacks straying off course and going into the crowd. Using the two swords, the Celestial continued to hit the beams of energy. As it swung its sword, black energy flowed out from the Celestial and was able to completely destroy the red aura that was created from Laxmus. A lightning streak had come from the side, but slamming the black sword in the ground, black flames rose blocking the attack, and soon Hinto could see that Chris was heading his way towards him once again, with his arms and body covered in fur. His two claws slashed and were thrown out, but they had just clashed against the swords. As soon as Chris's attacks were blocked though, he began to swipe, again and again. Relentlessly he threw his hands one after another. Loud clashes were coming out, vibrations were sent through the air, breaking windows in the distance and parts of weak housing structures to fall. The clashes continued and Chris was getting faster with his attacks, but still none of them were going through. I'm not weaker in terms of strength, but he must be faster than me. Otherwise, how is he stopping everything? It was then that Chris felt one of his hands hit nothing but air. It hadn't clashed against the sword like it usually would have, and a deep cut was made across his chest. You think I care about something like this? Chris shouted as he continued to swing his arms despite the cut, throwing them out again, making the whole area vibrate as the sword was clashing against his claws. Since the attacks were hitting nothing else but each other, it was hard to tell how much power was behind the attacks, but Churz's fists were capable of destroying mountains. However, just like before, there were times where Churz felt like his hands were slipping off or slipping to the side, and that's because Hinto was incredibly skilled with the sword. In fact, it wasn't that Hinto was equal in strength compared to Chris. He was wrong about that part. It was that at the right time the energy could be deflected away just enough to it felt like the attack was being blocked. Once in a while, Hinto could completely guess where the attack was coming from and avoid it, allowing him to perform another strike and cut Chris. Now he had several cuts on him within a time of a few seconds as well. I can't keep doing the same thing, my body has good healing. But eventually I will wear out and lose just like I did against Quinn. Chris thought as his strike missed again, and rather than going for a slash, it looked like Hinto was going for a stab instead, right towards Chris's chest. Did you forget about me? Peter shouted as his head tail, and his two fists slammed into the sword at the same time, hitting it away, and immediately Peter went for a punch and attacked towards the Celestial again. A slash from the sword went upward, and Hinto thought he was safe because Peter would try to avoid the sword slash, but instead he continued throwing out his fists, and as the sword went through his arm, slicing it completely off and dropping it to the floor. It was only Peter's hand though, and before the sword could slash towards his body again, this time Chris was there holding onto the sword with his clawed hand. Then, with the stump of his injured hand, which was practically only a stump, Peter threw it out again, hitting Hinto right in the face, leaving a blood mark across it and sending him across the floor again. Even if I just have my fucking head, I'll still beat you, Peter shouted as he picked up his hand off the floor and placed it on the wound, healing it up. Chris's arm was healing as well, and before Hinto could even strike again, both Laxmus and Xenon fired out lighting and blood aura at his position, attempting to finish him off and attack him while he's hurt. That guy, he didn't care even that his hand got blasted off. He's like a zombie or something. I think he just reattached his hand. I just can't help but root for him. People watching the fight had their hopes on the group, who seemed to be doing well, but they had to admit one person was clearly taking on 4 greats, so they knew the power of this celestial well. He will be coming out of that. But I have a plan, Chris said. Me and you are going to have to work together a bit, and I'm going to need you to trust me, okay? Peter didn't care. He would do anything just to win this fight. And that's when he noticed Chris's form started changing, from his werewolf self into something else, and it wasn't his human body. Since there were many things going on in the celestial space all at once, The attention of the Celestials was divided amongst those that were fighting against the Godslayers. At the same time, some of the Celestials just weren't interested in what was happening. Over the course of time, things like this happened before. They came and went, and then there were those that would make a big deal over what was going on. On top of that, they had their normal duties to attend to, planets that they kept careful eyes on. However, there were two Celestials that were more interested in the things going on, more so compared to others, and that was XOX and Yongbu. I thought just BB was strong, but it looks like there are plenty of strong people from Earth. What has happened? Surely we should have known about such a dangerous solar system before it got to this point. Yongbu asked. That's the thing, the Earthlings have just been put through a lot lately, due to their own mistakes, and in order to get themselves out of the situation they were in, they had to evolve to this point. And besides, I'm pretty sure that the dedicated follower isn't one that belongs to Bliss or Immortality, otherwise they would have never fought against Hinto. Yongbu turned to his celestial ball friend, since he was slightly confused. Although he knew dedicated followers didn't tend to harm other Celestials. However, the way XOX said those words, it was more so like he wouldn't dare to attack someone like Hinto. I can tell you're confused. But the background of Hinto is more mysterious when compared to any of the other Celestials that were sent out on the attack. XOX explained. Now Yongbu was intrigued, because when watching the Celestial fight he was wondering why there was a chill that he could feel around him, and of course XOX was happy to explain. In fact, he was waiting for someone to be interested. You see, Hinto is not originally from the same place as us. He is from the red celestial space. If XOX could see Yongbu's eyes, they would have lit up immensely. He is that high of a celestial? But if he can travel between spaces, then how come I have never heard of him? The red celestial space was another name for the Celestials that were on another plane, another dimension compared to the rest of the Celestials. They had the same planets, there was Earth and other planets, but these beings usually were unable to interact with each other. The familiar world was one example of another space called the mystic space. As for the red space, it was known to be an incredibly cruel and brutal place, even between Celestials. You should know the stories of those from the red space. The creatures that live there are ones that are unmatched when compared to our space. Which is why any Celestial that is known to come from that space is also known to be strong just to survive. Yongbu mumbled and now also understood why he got a strange feeling when looking at Hinto. It was the difference in energy, the aura around said person. It was something that one wasn't used to. Technically, it was still the same energy, but it almost had a different flavor to it. I still don't understand. I know that some Celestials can travel between the planes, but that is either due to the Celestial themselves or due to the level of the Celestial, but Hinto was not at that level. If he was, I would have heard of him. Yongbu replied. You are correct. But the truth is that Hinto was pulled out of the red space and brought into this one. XOX stated. Not many people know about this, but of course you are talking to the number one information gatherer in the celestial space right now. Hinto was in a bit of trouble in the red space and he was able to contact one of the ancient ones. In order for them to help pull him out of the red space, he agreed to do their bidding. Now Hinto works under them doing whatever they ask. He has done quite a few tasks like this for them before, but it just has never been publicized in a way like this. After hearing all of this, Yongbu started to think more about the red space. He hadn't really met many Celestials from there, and for good reason. There just weren't many that had the ability to travel between spaces. Even if they did, sometimes they could enter the space but were unable to use the white balls of energy to travel to the places that they needed to go. In fact, at times Yongbu had heard rumors that if there were Celestials that were difficult to deal with or caused too much trouble, that the Ancient Ones would get involved and send them to the red space. At the end of the day, the Ancient Ones were the ones that were there from the beginning, the overseers of all the spaces. They all knew this, even though Yongbu had never seen one in person. Anyway, the point is, even though those idiots are strong from Earth, Hinto will be no easy match for them. After the endless attacks from Laxmus and from Xenon had stopped, smoke had appeared around the area. The camera from AJ zoomed in waiting for the result, as the smoke started to fade away. They could still see the figure still standing there completely fine. Even the clothes on Hinto seemed to be unhurt, and the swords were still held in its hands. Do you have any idea how many battles I have been through? Hinto said as the red crystal in between his eyes started to light up. Both of his swords were now covered in the bulk flames. Battle after battle after battle in that place, and I won every single one of them. Today this will be the same. I will win this battle as well, because following them and not having to fight every second of my life is far better than my old life. Swinging his sword upright, a large wall of fire had been raised as tall as an apartment building. It had sliced everything in its path, including the buildings on the outskirts, setting aflame everything that it touched. They continued to burn, not growing larger or smaller but staying in place. There were screams and cries as some had been hit by the attack, and those that had been, their life was slowly fading away until it was nothing. Eventually, Hinto lowered his sword and the flames disappeared and looked like they had gone back into his weapon. And that's when he noticed that his attack hadn't hit his target. Where did the two annoying ones go? Hinto asked. During the fight, Hinto had noticed that after all of his attacks, those two in particular, had some type of super healing ability that allowed them to continue on fighting. So he needed to increase the strength in the power he was drawing from himself to finish them. It had been a while since he had to fight like this, had to fight this hard, which just proved what type of opponents these two were. Turning his head quickly, he could hear the sound of something. It flashed in his vision, and he turned again trying to keep track of it, until eventually he could see it coming straight towards him at a great speed. Pounced, shoving its two claws right into Hinto, pushing him down on the ground, and now Hinto could see what it was. On top of him was what looked like a large gray-furred wolf. Not a werewolf but a full-sized wolf. The sheer speed of the attack had caused Hinto to fall back, and before he knew it, he had been stabbed right in his shoulder as well, because on top of the wolf was none other than the dedicated follower Peter. Looks like you do bleed. And there is a lot more where that's coming from. Peter smirked as he and Chris was doing something they had never done before. After seeing Chris transform into a large gigantic wolf, Peter was left confused for a few seconds. For one, he was unaware that Chris could even do such a thing. After hearing about the fight between him and Quinn, there was no mention of Chris turning his body into a full wolf. Of course, Peter did know about his werewolf form, and understood that with that, his chi and all the training he had done, that was how he had gotten so powerful, and yet why was he now a wolf? The thing was, just looking at it, he didn't look like any ordinary wolf, at least not the ones that Peter had seen. The sheer size of Chris was different. He was as large as a car. Even though he was covered in fur, the outline of his muscles on his legs and more could still be seen, and the fangs on his two front teeth as well as the claws on his paws were larger. Almost abnormally large, even for the size that the wolf was. "Get on," Chris said, his voice lower than before, almost like a growl. It was also hard for Peter to understand the wolf form of Chris with his two large front teeth sticking out from his mouth. With the attack coming their way, Chris didn't ask twice, and instead just ran towards Peter as if he was charging right at him. It was in that moment that Peter understood what this form could do differently than Chris's regular self, and using all his strength he grabbed onto Chris and held on. Quickly getting on his back and using the strength in his legs, Peter was doing his best to hold on, as Chris zipped around the place, making sure Hinto couldn't guess their next move. There was a reason why Chris hadn't used this form against Quinn, because in his mind it was useless. The current form that Chris was in, it was weaker in terms of strength, and its fighting capability was limited. Against someone like Quinn who had a versatile use of abilities and could attack from anywhere, there would be no hope. However, what this form did allow for Chris compared to his normal state was speed. He was faster than he usually would be, and although he knew that alone wouldn't be enough to beat Hinto, in this fight he wasn't alone. The strength wouldn't come from him, instead the attacks were to come from Peter instead. After successfully stabbing Hinto in the shoulder, Peter pulled out the headtail and started to strike towards his head again. Just before it reached, the two trunks on Hinto's head had curled forward and once again had grabbed onto Peter's headtail, stopping him in his tracks, at least almost. Before this could occur, Chris leapt up in the air, pulling back, and at the right moment, so Hinto couldn't chase, both Laxmus and Xenon continued to fire lightning strikes as well as blood aura shots toward Hinto. Whether it was hurting him or wearing him down they didn't know, but in this situation they were currently in, it was clear they were playing the supporting role in this fight. If they could just hinder Hinto for a few seconds while Chris got away or something, then it would work out in the end. Once again, though, the smoke cleared, and the black flamed swords were seen. For the first time, Hinto had gotten in a fighting stance, with one sword held upward and another below. He was shifting his foot carefully as he moved in the direction from where he assumed that the werewolf was coming. Chris pounced forward and attacked from the side, and Peter's head-tail went for the side this time. Hinto had moved the sword ever so slightly, but he had missed blocking it by a few seconds, and a large cut was made right on Hinto's shoulder as it slashed him. The second Chris moved away, he pounced forward again, getting into a rhythm, and a strike from Peter's head-tail was used. With Chris's speed and Peter's power, it was easily cutting through the Celestial's flesh, causing his blood to fall on the ground. Slash after slash was made on the shoulders of the Celestial, creating more and more marks, but eventually Chris needed to take a break as he backed away, which gave the others time to attack again. "Hey, why don't you aim for his head? Kill him and get this over and done with," Chris shouted. Chi was channeling mainly through his legs. It was to allow him to move as fast as possible, and honestly every time Chris went in he was afraid that it was possible, without the second stage of Chi covering him and not being in his other form, that single hit could get him killed. "Are you an idiot?" Peter replied back. 1. It's hard to hit him properly with how fast you're moving, and 2. I am trying to hit him in the head, but I think he can see. I think he can still see us. The comment was strange, but Peter felt it. When there were times when he went to aim for the head, it was almost as if Hinto would move in a way so the only target Peter had left was his shoulders, otherwise he would just end up hitting the swords anyway. "Look at this. Look how good they're doing." "What do you mean look at this? I can't see a single thing." Another replied. "The camera is just picking up blurs. You would have to slow down the footage to see what was happening." And that was what some viewers had done, slowing down the image and creating a still frame of Peter riding on top of the wolf. It certainly was a sight to behold, something they hadn't seen before, and some were already using the pictures from this as their background on their phones and screens. There was a huge rush of support for the two of them to take out this being that they had seen as a celestial. "You damn aliens! You think you can just attack our planets and think we won't do anything?" Now that they had recovered, Chris went in once again. "I can try slowing down just at the right time, that way you get a better hit onto the head of the Celestial. Can you charge up more power, more energy for an attack?" "No, don't do that," Peter shouted back, still having this strange feeling. Chris decided to listen to Peter and charged full force ahead just like before, and with the head-tail, Peter gathered all of the celestial energy he could to the point. He could tell that this was the energy, this was the power that was giving Hinto the most trouble, and he was right. Scrunching up his head-tail, Peter started to twist it and wound it up like a spring on the top of his head. Chris's claws dug deep into the ground, breaking it, and the stone tiles went flying as he charged forward. It was then that the red light from Hinto started to shine brighter, spreading to his dreaded eyes, and it looked like his entire body was in flames. He moved his swords once, no longer having them on the side as before, no longer blocking his head and body and instead just by his side. "Screw it. Just die." Ignoring all his feelings, Peter knew he had to depend on this attack. If they couldn't kill it now, with everyone giving it everything they had, then what else could he do? At the right time, the head-tail sprung out and spun. It had even stretched as it strangely grew from Peter's head outwards. The point was covered in a strange dark black substance as Peter used all the strength he could muster up. Hinto smiled, taking a step forward and moving both of his swords in an X shape. The two could now be seen having crossed paths. The camera was showing the two of them having traded places but was unable to see what had occurred. Until, falling from the sky, was Peter's head-tail, hitting the ground, blood everywhere pouring from the end. At the same time, a large deep cross had been made on Peter's chest. Blood was oozing out of him. What little he had in his body anyway. "Peter!" Lucia screamed from the sidelines. The camera had zoomed in on the weird head-tail-like object, and the viewers were in complete shock. To them it looked like they were winning the fight. The Wolf Duo team had the upper edge. Even the cuts on the Celestial's arm were still present, which made them wonder how had the tables had turned just like that, and when they couldn't even see what had occurred. Blood soaked the end of the head-tail, and soon it started to disappear into nothing but dust, as the black flames had consumed it, burning it until it was completely gone. What is going on? Are they going to be okay? They can still fight, right? I mean, his hand was cut off before and they could still fight. The viewers were worried, and on top of that, they had heard someone scream on the camera. Peter! Turning quickly, they could see that there was a female in white robes, the traditional outfit of the Greylash family. She had a spear in her hand and tears were falling from her face. So far she had stayed out of the fight, because if Xenon and others couldn't really help, then what use would she be? But it was taking every fiber in her body to not run out there and be right by Peter's side right now. I have to stay here. I can't run out there. If I do, then I will just become a target and put Peter in more danger. But please, Peter, don't die. Lucia thought as she closed her eyes, squinting and falling to her knees due to how helpless she felt. Churs could feel some of the blood falling onto his back. There strangely didn't seem to be a lot, but that's when they were reminded that Peter was an undead in the first place. Blood in his body didn't really matter. Peter, are you okay? Can you still fight? Chris asked. There was no visible wound on top of Peter's head. That was because it had already somewhat seared and healed up. In the first place, the head tail was just an extension of Peter's powers when activating his celestial form, and he was still full of power. His body was still lit up in a red aura, and his arms were encased in black and beaming with energy as well. Don't worry, he didn't aim for the head, Peter mumbled, as he grinded his teeth, annoyed at what had happened so far. The truth was, Chris was surprised that he hadn't been hit in the attack at all. For some reason Hinto had only aimed for Peter. Does he see him more as a threat than me? But I thought that he was after me? Chris thought. What are you doing? Let's go in again, Peter said, slamming his fists together. But your tail thing, it isn't growing back, Chris asked. Does that matter? You think I only know how to fight with that? If he cuts off my head tail, I'll use my arms. If he cuts off those, I'll use my legs. And if he cuts off all my limbs, I'll just have to use my head. Even if my eyeballs are the only thing left. I'll kill this guy, Peter shouted. Chris started to run around the place. There was still support coming from Laxmus and Xenon, seeing the tense and rough situation. But now it looked like those attacks weren't hitting either. As fast as Xenon lighting attacks were, Hinto would lift his sword at the right time, completely blocking the attack as his flames just engulfed whatever there was of the lightning, and it was the same with the red aura as well. Right now, the only attack that had gone through was Peter's. It was the only attack that had hurt him so far. Chris knew this as well, which was why he wasn't against Peter's idea. There was nothing else that had worked. I have to play my part as well. Without the reach of the head tail and the flexibility, I will just have to go faster. Chris thought as he was going to muster every bit of strength. Chris, whatever happens, just keep moving. It will be our only chance. Just keep moving towards him in and out, and attack no matter what happens. There will be a chance, Peter claimed. The claws of Chris dug in deeper into the ground. The truth was this form took a lot of energy and he was tired, but he had to fight it. He needed to dig deep, otherwise everyone here would be dead, including him. I'm not tired. I still have plenty of energy. I'm the strongest there is, Chris thought to himself as he boosted forward, straight towards Hinto. It was faster than he had gone before. This rise in strength, Chris could feel it. Once again during a tough battle he was improving. His chi was growing and he was using a combination of everything that was in his body. Peter's fist started to glow in a yellow light, as Chris dodged slightly to the side and went to swipe with his paw, but Hinto had lifted his sword deflecting the claw, and at the same time towards Peter's fist. He went past and cut a line directly down the side. The sword went deep and Peter's arm had been sliced sideways. Remember what I said, Peter shouted. As soon as Chris found footing, he went forward again, charging in from a different side, trying to help. He used his claws, but they would constantly get blocked by a blade. This time, though, Peter had managed to get a hit, punching Hinto on his right shoulder. But as soon as he touched the skin, there was no weight behind the punch. He could tell that there was no impact. Once again, Hinto had diffused the energy of the attack, moving to the side, and slicing the sword down. Peter's other arm was out of order. Chris, not really knowing what was going on, continued with Peter's command and went in again, at a lightning-fast speed, and had success himself as he had hit Hinto's legs from underneath, causing his body to spin in the air. Peter then leapt and kicked back into the ground. The whole area caved in and the buildings closest started to fall as their foundations were broken. While dropping down, with his hands not working like they used to before, he only had the choice of using another leg. As he got close, a sword could be seen and it had completely been sliced off. Peter landed on one leg and fell to the floor. Both his arms were gone, the muscles at least in the other one making it impossible for him to pick himself off of the ground, or at least hard to. The viewers that were watching this had stopped typing as they placed their hands on their mouths or covered their eyes. The horrid condition that Peter was currently in was unbearable to watch, but most of all, it was the fact that he wasn't crawling away, and instead was using every working muscle in his body to move towards Hinto. Hinto, with the sword in his hand, lifted it, ready to finish Peter off. No! Lucia screamed and couldn't take it anymore. If Peter was to die, then she knew that they were all going to die in this place. She grabbed her spear and started to thrust it forward, shooting out red sparks of lightning. Xinon did the same, and surprisingly they weren't the only ones. All of those that had been watching the fight started to come out from their homes. They began to use all of their powers, their abilities, anything they could, and fired it towards where Peter and Hinto were, anything to stop them from killing the brave man that had stuck up for them. "I'm sorry, Peter, but I can't follow your order anymore," Chris said as he used his teeth to pick up Peter off the ground and head away. Now Hinto was just shaking his head as all of these attacks were coming towards him. "If you all didn't get involved, then you all wouldn't have to die." Chris had appeared by the other side, including Lucia, and she quickly had grabbed his body from his mouth. She looked at Peter, tears flowing out. "Peter, you have done so much, you have done enough already. Please let's just enjoy our final moments together," Lucia said. "Please, I want to tell you something. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I have to tell you, I love you." Several loud bangs were heard as the abilities had hit Hinto in the center. There were hundreds of people, and with the help of Xinon and Laxmus the attacks were no small feat. "Love," Peter smiled. "That's a word I don't really understand, but what I do know is, you've given up too easily. I won't give up." As Peter said those words, the amulet, the demon tier amulet that had the celestial marking around Lucia's neck, started to glow. The amulet that had been received from Quinn was a blessing to Lucia. It had given her powers and strength to fight in situations where she wouldn't have been able to fight. It allowed her to use blood aura, even though she herself wasn't a vampire. At the same time, the blood clone was able to get her out of multiple different situations. There was a thing as well, the more blood that was split around her and the more time spent using it, the more powerful the amulet would become. However, other than using the blood aura, she never really knew how to draw out more power. It was almost as if she could feel there was more power in the amulet but had no clue how to get it out of there. It made her wonder if she was the right person to have it, if perhaps it would have worked better with a vampire, but this was an heirloom from her family, and Quinn said she deserved it. Yet, for the first time ever, it felt like she was activating the amulet but on a whole other level. It started to glow, and energy was being drawn out of not just her, but also the amulet, and it was going to none other than the person she was holding on to. All of the blood from the battle, all of the power the amulet had contained until now, was flowing into Peter. The marking on Peter and the marking on the amulet started to light up as energy was being drawn between the two of them. Blood aura started to form out from Peter where his limbs would be. They began to harden and form a shape, turning into a solid red color. They were clearly not part of Peter's original body, but now he could stand, and he had his arms back again. He stood up from where he was, breaking away from Lucia. "I don't know what you did, but you've given me the chance to kick that guy's arse once again," Peter exclaimed with a wide grin on his face. "Wolf boy, we're attacking again. And this really is the last chance we have," Peter exclaimed. The viewers watching, seeing Peter stand again, thought it was some type of miracle. They had heard the confession on camera by the female, and they were starting to believe it was the miracle of love. Meanwhile, Xinon, who was close by, had a thought in his head. "We have to do something, we all have to do something. The attacks from everyone has bought us some time, but that won't be enough." Chris was already moving, and had allowed for Peter to jump on once again. Just before they set off toward Hinto, Lucia had a few final words. "Don't die." Peter didn't say anything as he went off, back toward where Hinto was. The constant barrage of attacks from everyone were continuing, but Hinto's whole body was now lighting up in a black flame. As the attacks got close, they just disintegrated before even being able to touch him. "You idiots, this fire is no ordinary fire. Do you think your attacks, your energy, can even harm me?" Hinto claimed. It was true, the attacks weren't working at all, and it was due to the amount of celestial energy Hinto had. Just because a celestial had large amounts of celestial energy didn't mean they were a fighter, and strong creatures, beasts, and beings could harm celestials even without the use of celestial energy if they were strong enough. However, the amount of celestial energy could be used as a type of barrier. It was a reason why some gods, although not fighters, found it hard to even be hurt by mere beings, and it was this case right now. The only thing was, there was a being that had celestial energy, right here in front of him, and he had just gained a bit of a boost from a particular item. Unbeknownst to him, Peter had more celestial energy than he usually would have. "Peter, I'm going to try something, and it's all up to you to create an opening, but let's finish him off here," Chris stated. The two were running at full force, and for the first time rather than just standing still, Hinto ran forward. The attacks from the public stopped. Everyone watching online held their breath and weren't blinking to see this final moment. In front of Hinto's path, a big beam of red aura was shot out, right in front of Hinto. For some reason he had stopped, even with the flames on his body, as if he was afraid that it was going to hurt him. At that moment, turning into a lightning bolt, Xenon had zapped himself up and directly behind Hinto. Everything. The timing is for this moment. Xenon had the lightning bolt in his hand and stabbed it right into Hinto's back. But to do that, his hands had to go through the flames. He had covered his hands with lightning, but that didn't seem to matter. Still, he didn't care as the lightning bolt had successfully pierced the back of his body. Even if this slows him down for a second, it will be okay. Straight after, Xenon had turned into a lightning bolt going back to where Lucia was. That's when she could see that the black flames were covering his hands, and they were spreading quickly. "What is happening?" Lucia asked. "Chop them off," Xenon ordered. "Before it's too late, chop them off." Grabbing a beast weapon from the ground, she squinted as she listened to the order, and just as the flames were about to reach his elbow, she swung the sword down, chopping off his arms right by the elbow. Xenon gathered his lightning powers, trying to spark the ends to sear them off, so he wouldn't bleed to death, as he saw both his arms burn away into nothing but dust. "I hope it was worth it, you two." Just then, in the middle of running toward Hinto, Chris started to transform back into his human state. It flung Peter forward slightly, and in the middle of transforming back, Chris used all the strength and muscles in his hand to grab Peter and chuck him forward. It propelled him even further, and before Hinto could lift his blades that were down by his side, Peter had slammed an energized red punch right into Hinto's face for the first time. It was a solid hit, and blood came right out from Hinto's mouth as his head was flung back. Right after Peter had thrown a punch, Churs then dug both his claws into his body and lifted him up in the air. Blood was dripping from his wounds onto the ground. Bending his knees, Peter was preparing for one last attack. All of the energy in his body was accumulating in his fist. His whole arm was shaking. The ground around them was shaking with power, and once again there was a new rise in power that he could feel in him as his hands started to glow red and the aura flowed around the area. "I don't know what you're doing, Peter, but whatever it is, right now, I know you need it a lot more than me," Quinn thought. Celestial energy has been transferred. Chris held him there, so there was a target for Peter to hit onto. Blasting off from his legs, all of the energy in his fist was going right towards Hinto's head. A loud churning sound was heard as the ground sunk in the entire area a good meter deep. It almost felt as if the piece of land they were on had sunken below sea level, and that's what had happened, as the water went onto parts of the land for a few seconds, before rising back up to what it was. Hinto put his swords in an X shape, trying to block the attack. The flames covered his sword, but the second Peter's fist touched the flames, it did nothing, and then both of the blades broke as the fist continued hitting Hinto in the head, destroying it in an instant and turning it into nothing, allowing for his body to fall on the ground. Peter collapsed and Churs collapsed, falling to the floor, and Hinto's body disintegrated into nothing but particles. As Peter laid there on the ground, there was a thought in his head. Quinn, I could feel it, you helped me, didn't you? But are you okay? Peter thought. During the entire fight, AJ was doing splendid work, and at the same time, the video feed was being sent to his editing team, who were able to slow down the frames and cut parts of the video into smaller clips. The edited version was now being shared and shown to others around. At the moment, AJ's careful camera work continued as he zoomed in on the body of the Celestial in the air, and before it even touched the ground, the body looked to have broken down into several particles and had completely disappeared, surprising everyone. It was a clear sign that the fight was over. The intruder that had attacked was dealt with, and they were no longer in immediate danger. Slowly, AJ jumped down from the building, and he wasn't alone as people slowly started to come out of their homes and hiding places one by one. Everyone, it looks like the fight is over. The Greylash planet is now safe, and it's all because of them. Because of these people right here in front of us, AJ shouted. The crowd around responded to this. They could tell that the nightmare was over. They had never dealt with something so frightening as this. None of them was ever born during the Dalki War and had only heard about it. This battle had frightened them to their toes. And the fact that the powers and abilities of the general public had even begun to weaken due to the peaceful period after the Dalki War only made the situation worse. Only those that wished to continue to fight or become travelers had honed their abilities and powers. It was the first time in a long period that humans were to draw upon their powers like that. It was a battle for their survival on the Greylash planets, which have been deemed as a safe haven for centuries. Man, do you see the state of that square? It's completely cracked. Yeah, and look at that sword attack from before. Did anyone look at the clip? I think it sliced houses for miles on end in half. Due to the massive force that they were fighting against each other with, it was next to impossible for them to really know the level of each of the attacks because they would either miss, collide against each other, or be dealt with on their own body. It was safe to say that both Peter and Chris were exhausted. Peter, who usually had an unlimited amount of stamina, couldn't move his body as he lay there slowly, just twitching his fingers. As for Chris, he had never felt this sore from overexerting his body in a very, very long time. Sure, he had suffered from pain when fighting against Quinn, but this was pain from using his werewolf form, among other things, to the very limit. While on the ground, Chris tilted his head towards Peter and looked back at the fight. This person, they said they were celestial. That's what Quinn was talking about, right? Chris thought, thinking back to Quinn's explanation of where he had been and another world out there. As to why he was being targeted, he didn't know. That was because Quinn hadn't told Chris about him being classified as a godslayer. In a way, if I assess my performance in this fight, I believe I fought better compared to when I was up against Quinn. In terms of skill, this Hinto was far better. Maybe it's because all he was using was his swords, but he was a true master. I couldn't even land a full-strength hit on him, but even when I did, it felt like my attack was only able to get through a little, and a lot of my momentum was dispersing fast. Thinking about it more, Chris wondered if Peter was also using the energy. If he was, then what was the difference between the two? Because without a doubt, if he and Peter were to fight, Chris knew that he would be the winner. In either form, he truly believed that Peter was strong, but compared to the two of them, with both their bodies having incredible regeneration, Chris's fighting prowess was just more deadly. In the end, Chris could only imagine it was the strange energy he felt Peter use at the end which could make the real difference, but he had no idea where that had come from. If he had that kind of energy, he should have used it from the beginning. It happened when he talked with Lucia? Was it her? Is it the power of love? Chris thought, soon pulling a face. No way, it can't be something that corny. In the end, both Chris and Peter started to regain their energy a bit. They slowly got off the ground and could see that the others were staying far away. Families were hugging each other with tears of joy. Laxmas had been flying in the sky so far and eventually landed right in front of Peter. Hey, you didn't do so much for a bad job for your first fight, Peter said. It seems you're quite smart. Yeah, apart from the fact that he nearly destroyed a whole street of houses. A voice said, Looking up from the creator that they had made, they could see that Xenon and Lucia were on edge. The two of them started to slide down into the crater to see how the others were doing. Slowly standing up and squinting their eyes when they opened them up again, they could see Xenon close, and something shocked the both of them. Your arms. Are they going to grow back? Peter asked. From the elbow down, the ends had been sealed and were slightly black, so they weren't bleeding, but it was obvious what had happened. Xenon shook his head. I'm afraid I am not a monster like you two. If my arms were still present, then maybe I could use some chi or go to a doctor healer or something, and have them reattached, but they completely disappeared in those black flames. These words showed Chris how dangerous the black flames were for him. He had also seen what Xenon did at the end. The latter had risked his life to slow down Hinto. Even if it had only helped delay the latter by a fraction of a second, it was quite possible that was what had saved their lives, allowing for them to win the fight. When we are done with what we need to do, if there is ever a time where you need help, then please let me know. We owe you a lot, Chris said. The fight had drawn all of them closer as they took down a common enemy. Lucia glanced at Peter. He still had his blood hardened for his limbs. It was unsure how long this would last. But one thing was for sure, he would need some food. Without it, maybe anytime soon, he would start going on an eating rampage, and that's what he needed for his limbs to come back as well. Or at least for them to heal back the way they were. Unlike Xenon, Peter's limbs were still in the square somewhere. As the group turned around, ready to leave the place, they could see several people standing on the outside of the crater. There we have it, folks. All of the people in here were the ones responsible for defeating the being who called itself a celestial, AJ reported. Even our very own Greylash leader has been severely injured while protecting us. Everyone, we must burn this image of our heroes in our mind. Everyone around started to cheer as they shouted words of thanks, cheering at the top of their lungs for the people in front of them. At that moment in time, they didn't care if they were vampires, humans, part of the Greylash, or pure faction. They just wanted to show their gratitude then and there. Peter, Lucia whispered. I think you should get out of here. Aren't you hungry? Lucia whispered. It was then that Lucas spotted this, and he was also one of the vampires that had seen the two talking before and the confession of love. A deep smile appeared on his face as he opened up his mouth. Kiss. The two of you love each other. And we all know it already. Why are you holding back? Kiss already, Lucas shouted. Lucia's face went bright red, as she didn't know what to do or say, but that's when a chant began. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The chants continued as she closed her eyes but soon felt something on her face. A strange feeling of warmth on her cheek. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Peter's blood-hardened hand. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Peter said. But I'm going to do it anyway because I think I want to. Leaning forward, Peter pressed his lips against Lucia's, and a cheering roar louder than when the battle concluded erupted from the crowd. The news reports were spread around the world of AJ's footage discussing multiple things, and the headlines seemed to be changing every 15 minutes as the topics moved from one to the other. Will the Greylash leader Xenon retire? Who are the heroes that fought against the mystery beast? Who is Zombie Boy? Who is Zombie Boy's mystery lover? There was a lot of praise from those online about what Peter had done, and even more so, the clip of the two kissing towards the end was one of the most viewed videos. But perhaps it was because of what the person who had been deemed Zombie Boy had said or done after the kiss that made it become a hit. After giving the kiss, Peter pulled away and held Lucia by the side of her arms. Peter, Lucia said in a soft voice as she looked into his eyes. Do you feel the same way? Peter stayed there in silence, not saying a word, and eventually let go, and jumped out of the area. Where to, who knew, but his reaction had caused multiple questions to be asked. Whether or not the Zombie Boy was just shy, or maybe he had no feelings whatsoever. Either way, it was something that people were interested in following, and it was one of the most requested follow-ups for AJ and his team. However, the most important topic that was to come out of the filming was this: is humanity in danger once more? The topic was about the threat that had attacked them. It was something they had never seen before, and the being had called themselves a celestial. The opinions of what these were varied from one group to another. an alien race, a humanoid beast, an experiment from one of the groups. But they were all far off the mark, and if they really knew, it would be almost impossible for humans to comprehend, and it would cause deep fear in them. The stir had even caused popular news channels to create a hosting section. In a studio, there was a sofa at the back, where the host sat in his suit, and there were 3 more people dressed in regular, everyday clothing who had come in. One of them was a teacher, another worked for the Green Party, and one of them was a member of Pure as well. Today, we invite our guests to talk about the new beings called the Celestials. We have decided to get those coming from different groups to talk about how they feel about what we should do next on the matter. The host asked, looking toward the teacher, "I think the best thing to do is to find out what their goal is. If we can avoid a fight, it will always be best. Maybe we had done something to anger them in the first place." The teacher replied, "Although I do agree with my fellow guest, I also think what is important is that all groups come together to fight this force if necessary." The man from the Green Party replied, "Look at the clip that you saw. Xenon, the man who they are calling Zombie Boy, and the others, including everyone in the city, had come together to beat the enemy. I think that it's important, if the attack continues, that we should put all our forces together." The host was nodding along as he heard these words, but there was a scoff from his other side. "Of course, you would say something like that." The man from Pure replied, "Don't you think the timing is a little too convenient? Pure had just had an attack, our base destroyed by one of our own, Chris. Yet there he is, on the video fighting against this new enemy? If you ask me, all of this seems like a setup. An imaginary enemy that was made just to distract you from finding out the truth. That damned Chris and all of them should be hanged for hurting the people." The discussion that was being broadcasted about the event had become heated, and it begged the question, was anywhere at this point in time being attacked by the Celestials? If so, they would need to come up with a plan soon. Unbeknownst to the rest of the world, though, at the time the news hadn't just been spread to them, but it had been spread to the rest of the Celestials as well. There were stations set up that allowed those to watch the current fights going on between Celestials and Godslayers. However, still, if one was to get out of that space, they would be back to the real celestial space where time was far slower. This was why the news of what had happened to Hinto had already been heard by everyone so far. "This place is getting stranger and stranger by the day," Yongbu said. "After you said all those things about him, I thought Hinto had no chance to lose." "I thought the same thing," XOX replied. "Who knew that there would be those on Earth that were close to the level of a god slayer? And on top of that, for a dedicated follower as strong as that to help out in the fight. Which brings me to the question, why wasn't that one classified as a god slayer? I would say it was because of him that the match was won. If it was only the god slayer against Hinto, I think it was clear who the winner would be." Yongbu replied, "Exactly." The ball of energy had risen with excitement. "The question you asked, though, there is an answer for it. God slayers are those that are strong enough to be classed as one with their own strength. A dedicated follower can be classed as at the God Slayer level, although we wouldn't typically call them one. However, if they are only that strong due to the energy that they have borrowed from a celestial, then it doesn't really count. Because in the end, kill the celestial and all the dedicated followers perish after. What is strange is how such a person who isn't classified as a god slayer could hold so much celestial energy like that. The fight was aggravating for XOX, and what was worrying not just him but all of the celestials even more was that 2 of the fighters that had been taken out. Depending on how all the other situations went, there was a chance that the whole of the celestial space would feel very different once again. It was clear that the celestials didn't like it, this pressure that was in the air, and they just wanted things to return back to normal, which was why all of them were somewhat rooting for the celestials to get rid of the annoying god slayers. "I wonder what Mundus thinks of this?" Yongbu asked. A small hiccup, a voice from behind replied. When turning around they could see Mundus standing right behind them, which caused their energy forms to shrivel in size as they were both frightened. Right there and then, they wanted to run off, but if they did, they knew it would be disrespectful, and they perhaps would be put in the reincarnation cycle next. However, even though they had no heart in this space, they were racing when looking at Mundus. Although the 2 hadn't told each other, both of them feared that Mundus perhaps had found out about their involvement with the celestial in question that was causing part of this mess. I will explain to you, and I hope you can pass this on if anyone asks, Mundus stated. The Ancient Ones are always thinking ahead. If Hinto failed, it just means they have something planned for after that. There was a reason why these people were selected. I believe the strongest fighting Celestials weren't chosen so we could gauge how big the problem is. As for Hinto himself, I believe it's so Immortality can get more involved. You know, the Ancient Ones and him have a history, and maybe sending Hinto was a way for them to communicate, and now with him gone, maybe Immortality will make bigger strides to get rid of this problem. Mundus stated and continued to walk past. Due to recent events, the small group that was responsible for taking out the new being that was known as a Celestial were unable to go around any of the Greylash planets without being recognized. Peter had somewhat of a solution since he could transform his own looks and change Chris's appearance as well, but then what would they do with Laxmus? Which was why Xenon had offered for them to come with him for the time being. They were heading towards the base of the Greylash, which was more so just a large piece of land that was floating through space. They thought they would also get their answer as to where the ship was seen heading in their section. However, the group weren't alone, as there were a few extra guests. Currently sitting at a table on the medium-sized vessel, Lucia had her hands on the top of her head. "Remind me why these three were invited here again?" Lucia asked. The man sitting next to her had a grin on his face and a tablet in hand, typing away everything that was happening so far. It wasn't an ordinary man. In fact, it was the incredible reporter that was known as AJ. "One of the biggest topics that is going on right now is between you and Zombie Boy," AJ stated. "I won't film anything you two don't want to see. I'm just writing the observation I have, and besides, every time I try to talk to him, I'm scared I might get hit." AJ's eyes darted to the corner of the room where Peter had his arms folded and was paying attention. After eating food and collecting his limbs for him, he was back to the way he was. During this journey, AJ was so amazed that he continued to ask non-stop questions about Peter. How his body worked, what that surge of energy was. In truth, Peter just ignored the reporter, not saying anything, but then there was a certain question asked that rubbed him the wrong way. How did he feel about Lucia? That was the first time he had caught a reaction and words out of Peter, but they had sent a shiver down AJ's spine. "If you keep asking questions, I'll punch you through the wall." After those words, AJ stopped and decided to move his questions to Luica, who at first was open to answering some of them. But when it came to stuff with the Celestials and more, she kept her mouth shut. She was smart enough to know what panic this would cause the world. "Don't forget that it was because of AJ that you guys were able to get out of there peacefully," Vanessa added. As for the other two guests that had hopped onto the ship, as silently as they could, following AJ, it was the vampire pair, Vanessa and Lucas. Since they had been a great help to AJ, and had given him the scoop of a lifetime, he had asked the two to come work for him as assistants, and the two of them were more than willing to. They had always wanted a sense of adventure, but not quite one that would put their own lives on the front line. So this was perfect, and they too were interested in this mysterious group. "Yes," Lucas added. "Because of AJ reporting that he had seen you guys on the north side, all of those reporters that were waiting for you at the docking station rushed off, and we could sneak onto here with ease. So I think a few questions wouldn't hurt too much. You guys do have to understand a few things though," Xenon said, sitting at the metal table, and clashing his hands against the bottom, making a clang sound. For Xenon, he hadn't gotten his arms back. Instead, he had made do with two bionic ones. They were somewhat common items that people could buy these days, and a procedure that could be done with ease. At the moment, he just got the standard of the shelf stuff, but his best bet was to go to Green City after and see Logan himself to get the best of the best. "This matter with the Celestials is off limits. I don't mind you guys talking about your theories and such, but there is a line. From now on, I don't want any live broadcastings of what happens if you are to follow. On top of that, everything has to go through us before it gets out there to the public. And if anything extremely sensitive such as the location of them, or you decide to secretly post something regarding the others online, the whole Greylash faction will be mobilized to get rid of you. And not even with your wealth could you hire travelers to stop that." AJ gulped. His integrity as a reporter really didn't want his videos to be censored or edited by others, but what choice did he have, which was why he just decided to nod. Now that was over, Xenon's question went over to the others, and he looked at Chris, since he was the easier to talk to out of the two. I'll let you guys borrow a ship and I'll give you the coordinates, but after that, what do you two plan on doing? Are you still going to look for Zero? Xenon asked. AJ's ears were burning up, but from the looks of things, this wasn't something he could report on. Still, right now he was happy that he was just present in the room. Zero, the leader of Pure. I guess it would make sense that Chris is after him. After all, why would he attack his own base? Something must have happened, and now he's traveling with one of the people that disrupted the chained wedding. It's clear that there are many pieces to this, but as to what they were and how everything came together, I don't know. I know you are focused on this task, but that thing attacked you for a reason, Xenon reiterated. Don't you think that they might be out there attacking others as well? I have no doubt, Chris replied instantly. But you also have to realize, Xenon, that the human race has been put through a lot recently. We have grown in leaps and strides when it comes to strength. These guys thought it would be easy taking us out, but they were wrong. Chris had said these words with such conviction, and in his mind he had one person, Quinn. After facing him, he was finding it hard to imagine that anyone could beat him, God or not. In his head, he replayed if Hinto and Quinn were to fight, who would win. Although Quinn was less skilled, Chris had learned to not underestimate him because not only did he have a wide range of abilities and was versatile, he also improved the most when it came to it being in the middle of a fight. We have to continue, Peter spoke, because it's to help Quinn. We need to get as much of his plate as possible for him. That man has done enough for the world. So let's do this and let the damn person rest. Quinn, Vanessa replied. Are you guys talking about the great hero Quinn? Is that who you are doing this all for? She found it strange that they were trying to help a dead person. Even in that fight he helped me, Peter stated, which raised more eyebrows. I don't think we have to worry about him, Chris said. If any celestial comes for him, they would be the unlucky ones. Things were slowly coming into AJ's mind as he was figuring things out. Out of nowhere, who could have come to such an event and disrupt the whole world? Once again, who were these strong people, world leaders like Xenon, able to help and work under, even to change the views of the great Chris to betray the Pure faction? When thinking about it all, it was so simple, and at that moment, there was a ping on AJ's system. He opened up his screen, and one of his informants had delivered him some news. At the Vampire Crops base in Mars, vampires were claiming that Quinn had returned. Everyone, AJ called out at that moment. I know you said you didn't want me to film. You don't want me to tell the whole world of what is happening, at least not yet anyway, which is why I have a proposal. After this is all over, when you guys are done doing what you have done, I wish to listen to all your stories, listen to everything you have done, everything you have been through, and record it. Maybe I can't make it into a documentary of some sorts, but perhaps a book that can be passed on so the entire world continues to know of all your feats and everything you ever did. The others hearing this, they thought the idea of a book sounded pretty interesting. When Xenon returned to the main Greylash planet, there was quite a reception from the old men and the longtime members of the Greylash household. They had seen the videos as well and were deeply concerned for him. However, with a big smile on his face, he made sure to not let anyone worry about him. I still have plenty of life left in me, and don't worry, I won't pass until I find out the truth, Xenon said. This caused concern on some of the elders' faces for a few reasons. Some of them just simply believed that Owen Greylash had died naturally and he hadn't been murdered. Only a few knew that Xenon claimed that he was searching for the truth. Eventually, the whole group headed to the palace, including Lucia. She had wanted to stop by her household, but she wanted to stay with the others for a little while longer, at least before they left. The group were walking through the palace and were heading to Xenon's room. Surely reporters wouldn't be allowed in such an area, but they had done so, and Xenon had even given permission for AJ to film. At the end of the day, his job was a reporter, so he needed to give him a carrot once in a while. Otherwise, maybe he would just be tempted to spill the beans. In truth, Xenon felt like one day AJ would spill everything, but in a way, Xenon wanted the world to know about everything. It was the people in the first place that had caused these numbers of problems, and it was the others above them that wished to control them. I know I could have just sent you guys the coordinates, But in truth, I wanted to talk to you on the journey here about what happened. I thought there was a chance that it could have a relation to Owen. Either way, I also thought it was best I give you the information personally, as these days we don't know what could happen. Xenon explained. The group had reached the courtyard. It was a beautiful garden with plants and flowing water. At the very top floor, it was impressive how they had such a thing inside of the palace. Something had caught Xenon's eye though. Can you guys wait for a second? Xenon stated as he walked towards the center of the garden to the large statue that was in the middle. He looked at his robotic arm and started to move his fingers in and out towards his palm. For a second, sparks started to gather from his shoulder and they began to swirl around the entirety of his bionic arm. Then looking at the statue, he threw out his fist at a fast speed, bashing into it, causing it to crumble to pieces and fall onto the grass. "Leader, what have you done?" An old elder shouted from the side as he saw this. That was the great Genbu statue, the one that had helped our beloved Owen. "No," Xenon stated. "That damn turtle now works for someone else. There is no need to have a statue of him here." Not saying anything else, Xenon continued toward his room. The others understood Erin now had Genbu and most likely, she was the one that played a part in killing Owen, at least that was Xenon's theory. The elders had rushed to the broken pieces of the statue, picking them up off the ground. "Stop, if anyone dares to put that statue back together, then I will make sure I never see them here again. There is a reason for everything I'm doing." Xenon continued, and the elders had dropped the pieces of statue there and then. AJ was smirking at this because everything had been caught on camera, and he thought in the meantime, while he couldn't live stream for a while, putting out bits and pieces like this would do them well. After entering the room, everything was relatively quick. A ship had been prepared for Chris, Peter, and the other three who surprisingly would be joining them with the coordinates in hand. "I wish you guys good luck on your journey, and if there is anything you need help with, stop by or send us a message. I will do my best to help you out, as long as it's no more dangerous fighting." Xenon chuckled. Before turning around, everyone's eyes were on a certain couple. Lucia had approached Peter to say her goodbyes. Her head was down and she was twiddling her thumbs nervously, while Peter just stood there staring at the wall on the other side. It was hard to tell what his emotions were in all of this, especially by the reaction on his face. "Peter, stay safe, you know I care about you a lot, right? And about before. If you really don't feel the same way, you can just forget everything, you don't have to force yourself," Lucia stated. She had survived without Peter before, so she was pretty sure she could continue to survive without him now as well. It was just, in the middle of everything, she never thought she would find a person she cared about so much, someone she wanted to look after, and it was the first time for her. So she was hoping that the feelings would be responded back. "Lucia," Peter started off his sentence. "For a long time, there has been only one person on my mind. Someone I care about, I think about all the time, and I wish they were always by my side. I would do anything they asked, and anything they wished." Lucia was starting to blush hearing these words. Finally she was hearing what she had wanted, and it was all coming out so fast. Never in her life did she think she would hear Peter speak these words about her. "I would even risk my life for Quinn." Hearing that name, everyone's faces dropped in that moment, and Lucia felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. All of those words, they were for Quinn. I guess Peter really has only one person on his mind, Lucia thought. "I understand. Good luck, and I hope we can continue to meet." The groups had split up and they were now flying through space once again. While in the ship though, Chris was curious about what he had just heard. "Why did you bother to tell Lucia all that stuff about Quinn?" Chris asked. Both Vanessa, Lucas, and AJ were curious as well. "Because that is how I used to feel, but now there are two people in my mind from time to time," Peter replied. "What?" Chris shouted back. "Then why didn't you say that to her? You made her completely misunderstand you." "I was going to, but she had already said goodbye. The conversation ended, no need to continue, and it's not important." Peter was certainly an oddball for them all, but that's what made him so interesting to follow as well. Any women that decided to stay with him, their life certainly would be a hard one they imagined, or perhaps a very easy one based on his loyalty to Quinn. The group had eventually entered the new solar system of planets, and there were large chunks of asteroids that were floating around some of the planets. They looked somewhat like moons. Eventually, they had landed on the closest planet, and decided to stretch themselves for a bit. So, do you have any idea how you are going to locate this zero person? Vanessa asked. There are so many planets, and some of them are gigantic it could take years to find them without a plan. Energy, Chris answered. Zero uses a large amount of chi when he fights, and I am used to what his chi feels like. Out here, these planets were said to be dangerous, so if he's fighting, I can dash. At that moment, staring off into the far distance, a large explosion was heard. They looked into the sky, and like a moon, another planet could be seen in the distance not too far from theirs. A giant cloud, like a nuclear bomb had gone off, could be seen, and from here they eventually felt the wind and at the same time, the wave of energy that hit them. That's Zero. He's fighting on that planet. Chris grinded his teeth and began to transform. In a solar system far, far away from Earth, on a planet that was once inhabitable, the celestial known as Tumen had been sent there. The task that was set up by Mundas, the Celestials believed that it to be an easy job. Although not all of them had fought against God-slayers before, they had created a reputation for themselves as one of the most fight-centric gods with great strength and power. Unlike some that would just worry about their celestial points or let things flow naturally, these Celestials were different. They tended to rule the planets with an iron fist, forcing the people to complete whatever their condition was. This style would often cause uprisings. Those that grew in strength would try to overtake their oppressors, but the gods were still powerful and strong enough to deal with them. It meant that the Celestials always found their strength beyond those around them, and would even begin to become complacent on new tasks and against new enemies. For Tumun, since he had never fought against a god-slayer before, Mundas had sent him against a relatively easier opponent. The god-slayer that you have been sent after has done little to disrupt our plans. In fact, they have hardly acted at all, but they have left the area of Immortality's control. But this all does not mean we can just let them go. We need to teach these Earthlings a lesson and make sure they know their place. According to Mundas, this was going to be a relatively easy task, and when arriving in the strange office-like building with glass surrounding everywhere with the human in front of him, Tumen thought the same as well. So why, after everything that he had done, after all of the battles he had fought, why was he the one lying on the ground with his entire body detached from his head? Slowly, his body began to disintegrate into the blowing air, turning into particles too small for the eye to see. This place is too dangerous, Tumun muttered before a large black foot stomped on his head, bursting it into dust and finishing the celestial off. That was strange, Pine the Dalki said. The room they were in was completely destroyed, all the glass panels around them were shattered, and there were several large holes through the building. Despite the material it had been made of, the building was actually meant to be resistant to attacks like these. Yes, you're right. He was harder and easier than I thought. The energy around him was interesting as well. I would have loved to have studied that. The red-eyed man said. It was a being that didn't seem to be a human beast or even an alien, as if it was from some completely different place. It's a shame that Pine has turned his body into nothing but dust. Otherwise, I would have loved to have studied it. I didn't turn him to dust, Pine replied. I thought you would want to do something like that, which is why I chose not to hurt him as much. If there is anyone you should be having a go at, it's the new H. Everyone had turned their heads to a dark corner of the room, where huffing and panting could be heard. From the outline, the figure looked larger than an average Dalki, but it was the eyes that screamed signs of madness in them. Filled with anger and hatred, they stared back at them. You are far stronger than I thought, the human claimed. This will do well. This will do very well. Inside the celestial space, there was a word that another celestial had perished. There were rumors flying around that it felt like the God-slayers were becoming too big of a threat and that anyone who was being sent out was sent to their death because even Tumun, who supposedly had the easiest task at hand, was defeated and turned to dust. Mundus sat down on what looked like a chair that was made of the same type of energy as everyone else. It was attached to the floor and glowing. He seemed to be in deep thought as he reassessed the current situation while tapping his fingertips on the arm of the chair. Those who witnessed Tumen's fight, report to me what you saw. I also want to get in contact with the Celestials in the area and ask if they sensed any strange energy readings or if any strange happenings have been going on for a while around them. After everyone who had witnessed the fight gathered in front of him and began to talk about it, Mundus had a grasp on what happened during the fight, but he still didn't quite understand. That was until he talked to those that worked in the nearby or the same solar system that the planet was in. Soon, he learned the history of these people, the history of those that owned the Marpo cruise line. Then on top of that, one of the Celestials who was close by also revealed that he had sensed the energy reading of the fight while it happened. This had given him all the information he needed to know exactly what went wrong. The force behind Marpo Cruz seems to be extremely powerful, on the level where they could affect the whole universe wherever they went. What I find weird is that they have accumulated this much power and are just running a cruise line. That makes no sense. Wealth, money, resources, once these things are obtained, if one is not satisfied, they would never gather this much power. The only reason why someone would gather an army like this is to conquer. One thing is clear though, they have at least 3 people within their ranks who stand at the Godslayer level when it comes to strength. Maybe they have more, but we wouldn't know unless we run an investigation. For now, letting others know about this would just make them anxious. We need to focus on the current problem at hand and keep an eye on what these people are exactly trying to do. Perhaps the two will take out each other, or one will take out the other, making them weak. Then we can get rid of all our problems in one. Mundus said as he stood up, and the chair underneath him vanished. He wasn't going to report to the Ancient Ones that he had failed his task, not until the task actually failed. And there were still plenty of ways he could resolve the problems and get the upper hand. Back on the planet where Tumen had perished, everyone was getting over what had just happened. Both the human and the red-eyed man were walking down the hallway as they returned to the docking area where all the giant cruise ships were. "Will this incident hamper our plans?" the red-eyed man asked. "It could be someone who we have angered. Perhaps they will be sending more." "Let them send more. I think H on his own could have dealt with 2 of them, and Pine is equally as strong," the human replied. "On top of that, we have a whole army which we haven't revealed yet. We proceed with the plan. The Marpo cruise will be suspended for business, and we are to proceed with our attack." The red-eyed man had a large smile on his face when he heard this. Finally, after all this time, they would be going back to where it all started for them. However, there were too many enemies, too many to choose from. "I will proceed with the opening of the chambers. I will be there with him so there will not be a problem. This will increase our strength 2-folds, even more than before. Without fail, it will be impossible for us to lose." In the past, I would have said to be careful with those words. You could jinx us by saying something like this, but I agree. The man replied, "Which is why with our return, I will make a statement. Our first target will be the elimination of the Blade family." The Blade ship was large, and over the course of 1,000 years, there were now 1,000 of those that had the Blade ability as it was passed down to their family members and more. On top of that, the Blade community had become more than just those from the Blades, it had more so become a faction. Honestly, during the 1,000 years, just like in the past due to their strong ability, the Blades were feared and felt like they were unmatched in terms of power. They hadn't directly got involved with the ongoing dispute between the Pure faction and the Greens, but that was mainly because Logan had told them not to, due to the nature of the humans during that time. Which was why, even though it was the first time the Blades had ever had an intruder be able to come aboard their ship, no one was scared and was ready to take them on. However, possibly the strongest Blade in existence was frightened. "Step back!" Syl shouted immediately to everyone as he recognized the energy in front of him. The energy of a celestial. The one that had claimed to be called Kipo was the celestial that had been tasked with taking on Syl. The one known as Kipo had a human-like body. There was currently no clothes or armor on himself, and only his smooth skin could be seen. It was solid white in color, with a few black patterns over his arms and legs making them somewhat look like tribal tattoos that had been placed on his skin. His eyes were also a solid black, which made them stand out due to the contrast against his skin. It was hard to tell from just looking at the figure if they were strong or not, and although Syl could sense celestial energy from this one, how much it was hard to say. Sil, are you really worried? Borden asked, surprised by his actions. I mean, you haven't been with us for a while, but with all of us we can take this one on. We should listen to Sil, Borden said, as there was an uneasy feeling he could sense from the person in front of him. If Sil is worried, he must know something, so everyone should be cautious. Sil had every right to be worried. Although he had beaten Celestials before, after the last one, he had come to the conclusion that not all of them were weak. Taking out Athos took him and Quinn together. Right now, Quinn wasn't here, and it was the first time that a Celestial had come to him. If they knew about him, knew who he was and what he did, he couldn't imagine anyone they would send would be weak. I can't get the image that I saw out of my head. Logan was right, it was a bad idea to look into the future, but what if this is the future I saw? Maybe I would have never come back, and everyone here would be dead. I can't risk it. I can't risk these guys getting hurt. Placing his hand on the ground, a large portal had been made, and soon the celestial Sil Borden, along with those that were in his mind, and finally Borden had sunk through. The next second they saw themselves rising and had appeared somewhere completely new. There were trees, large meadows of grass, but at the same time patches of what just looked like a dull land of rock. When looking up as well, there wasn't much of a sky, and you could see space pretty clearly. Where are we? Borden asked. Somewhere it doesn't matter if we go all out. Sil replied as he had opened his book, changing his abilities and getting ready for combat. Currently, they were on one of Mars' moons. It had a total span of 3,000 miles, making it far smaller than a planet. The good thing was, the moon had been used as a practice run for terraforming, which was why there were plants and insects but no other life. No one lived here, which was perfect. Alright, well I guess it's just going to have to be us three that take on this guy, huh? Borden said with a smile, as he had transformed his body into more of a Dalki, as the scales appeared more vividly on his face. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to fight in this one, Borden said. It might be best if I stay out of it. I don't have any useful abilities at the moment. None strong enough to take out this guy, and besides I know I would just get in your way. Truth was, it was an accident on Sil's behalf bringing Borden, but if it was just one person it should be enough for him to protect. Are you done? Kipo asked. I was kind enough for you to let you change our fighting area. If this is more comfortable for you, then it means it is more comfortable for me as well. For some reason this celestial seemed to have manners, but that was just making Sil worry even more, as it meant it had great confidence. My only task was to take you out. So let's begin, shall we? Of course, there was a couple that were following the fight closely, as they had been following all of the fights. The Celestials keep losing. Do you think it will be the same with this fight? Yongbu asked. I mean, this is the God Slayer that has been giving everyone the most trouble, the most worry, and perhaps the one that even started all of this mess to begin with. Although Yongbu didn't say anything, he had also met this one in person, and he seemed to have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. All of his dedicated followers had perished, and fairly easily as well. You should know Kipo, XOX replied. Although before we talked about Hinto being one of the most dangerous Celestials, he certainly isn't the strongest. There are many well-known fighting Celestials in this space that have a name, and Kipo is one of the strongest ones. Even Yongbu had heard of Kipo's name, and that was impressive for the celestial space with how many Celestials there were, but he still had focused too much on his own planets to know why he was so menacing. You have to remember what you just said. Of course Mundus knows that this God-Slayer is dangerous. After seeing him fight against Athos, no one would send a weakling after him, and Kipo is not a weakling by any means. XOX explained. Many might not know this because it has been so long, but there are two things that everyone should know about Kipo. One is that he wasn't a born celestial. Similar to Athos, he wasn't a born celestial but had become one. This in itself means that he had been through a lot. As for his tale of how he became one, I do not know, but as for the second fact, although this might not be impressive to many, Kipo has never had to go through the reincarnation cycle. He has lived for a very, very long time, never having to experience death once. Usually, Celestials are foolish and get carried away due to their powers to be reborn. Some even choose to go into it. However, you have to understand that Kipo was there during the White War. Hearing this, Yongbu finally understood what he meant, why it was impressive that Kipo had never reincarnated. The White War was the only war to ever have occurred in the celestial space in the past. Without a doubt, out of all of those that had been sent to hunt the Godslayers, Kipo is one of the strongest among them, and might very well be one of the strongest fighting celestials as well. Unlike the others. When starting a fight against someone of a certain caliber, there was always something that had to go through Sil's mind, and it was what set of abilities he was to use. At first there were always standard abilities that he would use to fight against his opponents, safe bets such as the lightning power that the Greylash family used. Of course, one of the strongest things he could do was make clones of himself and fight that way, but that took up a lot of MC cells, which was why he had to test the water. Thinking this, Sil had formed lightning around both of his arms. It sparked and condensed, forming 2 light blue tornadoes on his hands, but eventually that had condensed down even further into pure blue solid lightning bolts. It looked somewhat similar to when Xenon used his soul weapon, only these were pulsating with power, and a shine could be seen over the entire area, lighting up nearly everything around them. "Oh, no wonder the others were quite scared of you," Kipo said. "I can tell that you have a lot of power, and this is just the first attack. But you should be careful to go all out, especially against someone like me." Kipo started to walk forward. It was the first time he had moved since being teleported to the area, but he didn't run nor had he sprung any type of attack. "Just give me the word, Sil. I'll do my best to follow your lead," Borden stated. Meanwhile, Vorden had already run quite the distance away and was currently hiding behind one of the large rocks on the planet. Not that he thought it would do much. Throwing both lightning bolts, a loud bang was heard. Thunder had been created just like a real lightning strike, and faster than most eyes could see. Both of the bolts had been flung straight across, hitting Kipo directly. However, after the loud bangs and the flash of light, there didn't seem to be anything else. Kipo continued to walk forward, not a scorch mark on his body, and not having slowed down a single bit. "What happened? Did the attack miss?" Borden asked. "No, it hit perfectly. Don't act yet, Borden. Not until we know what is up with this guy. Let's just stay back and let me attack from a distance," Sil ordered. Sil was sure his attack had hit, but for some reason it had done nothing. It had touched the Celestial's body and had done nothing. While still using his lightning powers, Sil had created giant lightning whips and hammered them down over his head. Lifting his arms up, Kipo had grabbed onto them, and was now holding them in place, in his hands like they were nothing. Changing tactics, Sil had created a portal, and teleported himself right above where Kipo was. A fist of flames had been created aiming straight for Kipo's head. But of course, Sil wasn't just going to use a small amount of flames. An entire mountain of fire had erupted behind his arms, propelling his fist forward like a rocket. At the same time, the edge of his knuckles had been condensed with flames to the point where they were no longer red and it was almost a white bright shining color. As the fist slammed into Kipo, the ground erupted around, chucking up stones, and the nearby green area was burning to pieces, riling up just due to the intense heat. Once again though, Kipo had raised his arm up, and had blocked the punch. He was just as fast as Sil, but that wasn't the problem. It was the fact that the flames were doing nothing. The Celestial didn't look to have any strain on his face as he blocked the attack, or take on the intense heat that would have been able to melt nearly anything. Is it his skin? Is it just a tough hide that is resistant to heat? But the lightning didn't work either. Maybe it's an ability instead, Sil thought. Since the attack wasn't working, Sil had quickly teleported away before the Celestial could do anything. Lightning hadn't worked and neither had fire, 2 of the big 4 powers of the past. Surely out of the large arsenal of powers he had, something would work against the Celestial. A tornado of sharp, deadly cuts was thrown out toward him, but he continued to walk forward. The deadliest acid had formed into a snake that gobbled up his entire body, and yet still, there wasn't a mark on Kipo's body. Drowning Kipo in water by having his head stuck in it for a few minutes as he went around, and still there was no reaction for Mahi Celestial instead, as it just continued to walk toward him. Sil had continued to go through a number of different abilities, using all his strength as he conjured the strongest attacks he could think of, and yet not a single one had worked, and still Sil couldn't discover what powers the person had in front of him. Nothing is working, how can this be? Even when fighting against Athos, these attacks would work. Syl thought, I have to keep trying. I have to figure out what this person can do. Otherwise it's going to be the end of the Blade family. Vorden, who was watching everything by the side, was impressed at how strong Syl had gotten. The whole area the two were in, it had completely been destroyed and crumbled to the ground, and such powerful attacks had been made. Vorden was sure that the moon had been pushed out of its original position. Syl was more powerful than ever. He had fought multiple times and knew how to use his powers well. Better than anyone, but maybe Syl still had a lot to learn when it came to things such as figuring out his enemies. Maybe during his time fighting on his own, he just had gone against many that he didn't need to use his head so much. The problem was, what was the answer to this fight? Because even Vorden didn't know. Even when I use my future sight ability, all I can see is this damned celestial continue to walk forward at every single one of my attacks. Syl thought, and it was starting to cause him a lot of concern. That's it. I've had enough. I can't just stand here and wait all day. Vorden shouted, as he charged in for the first time. Large amounts of the land had cracks beneath his feet as Vorden drew all his strength into one hit. A punch had been thrown toward Kipo's head and it had been dodged, but the impact of the punch had destroyed nearly a kilometer of trees behind what was left of the trees after the continuation of Syl's attack. However, Vorden had used his tail to whack the feet of Kipo, unexpectedly causing him to trip, and while falling to the floor, Vorden grabbed both of his hands and hammered down Kipo into the ground. A grunt was heard as he crashed deeper into the moon, breaking off more chunks that went so far that they started to float off into space. However, Vorden's hand had been grabbed, and soon his whole body was lifted as he was the one that was slammed back into the ground as well, and a kick had followed as he was stomped over and over again. Stop that! Syl shouted as he charged over as fast as he could using his speed. Then gathering his chi, and using a strength ability, Syl had hit Kipo right in the gut, sending him off into the distance and into the sky. He was sure that Kipo wasn't dead, and he would be back any second now. Getting off the ground, Vorden wiped away the green blood from his mouth. That guy can definitely punch well, Vorden said. Yeah, but thanks to you I think I've figured out a way to beat this guy. This celestial, he must be resistant to elemental attacks. His skin, it just absorbs everything, but when you hit him it was the first time he had reacted. If that's the case, then it's time to go straight to the next plan, Syl stated as he started to arm himself, and each one of them pulled out their items, including Syl with his trusty and special trident. If it's a physical fight, then I'm not lacking in that department either. Syl smiled. Despite all of the MC cells that Syl had, even with them combined with his strongest abilities, nothing seemed to be able to harm the thick white skin of the Celestial. It was the first time for Syl, even when he was fighting against other Celestials, that his skills couldn't do something. However, despite this, perhaps he was being too cautious in the fight, because it took Vorden to act, before Syl began to realize that he was nowhere near done. He hadn't even touched the tip of the iceberg in comparison to what he could do. The first thing Syl did was clone himself, 12 different times to be exact. As he did, each one of them opened up a portal and pulled out demon tier level weapons. Swords, spears, shields, and of course Syl himself was also using his favorite demon tier weapon, the trusty trident. If I can't hurt him with abilities and such, I can always just use weapons and my natural strength, Syl thought. At that moment, Kipo could be seen falling back down from the sky. Vorden, no longer standing by the side, had decided to jump up in the air to meet him halfway. Vorden threw out a large fist of his, and Kipo had done the same. When they both collided, there was a clear winner in power as Vorden had been sent back down, crashing into the moon and skidding across the land, breaking up all of the ground. The next moment, Kipo was in front of Vorden, reaching out and attempting to grab him by the neck. With blood oozing out of Vorden, internally he was growing stronger and whacked the Celestial's arm out of the way, punching him in the stomach twice. They were large, powerful blows, mountain-shattering punches that were being dealt to Kipo. Taking the hits well though, Kipo planted his feet and grabbed onto Vorden's shoulders. With his fingertips, he dug them into his hard scales, piercing through them and causing them to begin oozing blood, and began pushing him down. His legs suddenly broke through part of the ground, and only half of Vorden's body could be seen. "You stay here nice and still, while I break you," Kipo stated, letting go, and spreading both of his hands as if he was ready to perform a massive clap. Right there and then, moving his two hands together, they came right towards Borden's head. Using all his strength, Borden was pulling himself out of the ground. It was working, but of course it might be a little too late. As the hands came close, out from the side, a large hammer struck down at one, hitting Kipo on the forearm and putting it down, while at the same time on the other side, a spear had been whacked from above doing the same. Both of Kipo's arms had been hit, and not only that, there was Syl himself who was ready with his trident. Thrusting it forward with his strength and gathering the power of the water around it that swirled around, he shoved it forward, hitting Kipo's skin. As the time it touched, it was unable to pierce the surface of Kipo's hard skin, but the strength of the attack still hit him away, sending him a good 10 meters across the ground before he stopped. "What is this, clones? But they are all as strong as you." Swinging his arm around before moving forward, Kipo had hit one of the clones in the head, one of those that was behind him, and prepared to strike him with a demon tear sword. As it hit the Syl clone, it stumbled for a bit, and during that stumble, Kipo picked up the Syl clone and slammed him into the ground. The black markings on Kipo started to swirl and move on his body as if they were alive. At that moment, all of the clone Syls had gone in for an attack, aiming to try and knock Kipo off the Syl he was about to deal with. Using all their strength and power, some using the power of speed, others using the power of strength, they thrusted and swung their weapons towards him, and all of them had landed. Yet, not a single weapon, even with the power of it being a demon tear, and the power of Syl's abilities, none were able to pierce the skin or knock Kipo from this place. He continued to slam his foot down, and it had gone right through the Syl clone, turning it into a cloud of smoke. Although the Syls that were created were just as strong, ability-wise, as the real Syl, the endurance was not the same. A strong hit was able to defeat a clone, and this was what Syl was somewhat afraid of. His MC cells, at the level they were, allowed him to create thousands of clones, and with the abilities he had, usually there wasn't a single person in the world that could stand up to that. The thing was, if none of his abilities were to work against the Celestial in front of him, what was he meant to do? Another one of the Syls had thrust a spear forward. Once again Kipo had done nothing, no leaning, no trying to avoid the strike whatsoever, and allowed for the spear to hit his chest. The spear had used its active skill, opening up like a claw, and now 5 points had attempted to pierce the Celestial, but that hadn't worked at all. It was then that Kipo went ahead and grabbed onto the spear. Relentless attacks from the others were being used on him from behind, but they were doing nothing. What is this? Before, when Syl had thrusted the spear, it was able to do something, but why isn't it working now? Borden thought. Is the Celestial's resistance actually getting stronger as the fight is going on? If that is really the case, then is it possible to win this fight? With such strength, Kipo had pulled the demon tear spear out from Syl's hand, and quickly turned it around so it was now in his. Thrusting it forward, all 5 points had pierced the Syl's body, making it turn into smoke now. I can tell that you are incredibly strong. If you were to go up against any of the other Celestials that had been sent out, you would have won against them relatively easily. I believe only one might have given you trouble. Nevertheless, you are one of the strongest god slayers out there. With the spear again, Kipo went to attack another Syl, but a super sped-up Syl had dived in with the demon tear shield, stopping the attack. As soon as it did, the shield looked to have a mouth on it and began to consume the spear on the spot, breaking it down. Letting go, and jumping back, Kipo was slightly worried that something might happen next, and this gave Syl the perfect chance to attack. Gathering all of his power, Syl had thrown out the trident, and while it was in the air it began to multiply. If there was one thing about Kipo, he didn't seem to have any attacks of his own. There was no special beam, powers, or any of the sort, just the hard resistant exterior and his super body self. After throwing the spear though, Syl had gone one more, and with his super speed, he ran towards the multiple tridents and grabbed onto the end of one, pushing it forward as it went right towards Kipo's head. It slammed into his head, making a thunderous sound, and the power of the weapon had even shook the waves and water that was on the moon, but it had still failed to pierce Kipo. Splitting his hands again, it looked like Kipo was ready to do the same move as he had attempted against Borden. He brought both his hands together, but it seems like even if he had performed a clap, it would fall short of where Syl was. When both of Kipo's hands clapped together, a thunderous bang was heard, and a loud rush of power had exploded the one standing in front of him. Syl was no more, and instead a cloud of smoke had appeared. That wasn't the real one? Kipo thought. You're wrong. A voice said off to the side. I could beat any celestial that came after me, and that includes you. Turning around, Kipo could see an army of Syls that numbered in the 1000s, and judging by the smile on Syl's face, for some reason he was confident he could win this fight.